No, my relatives, because you know, some,
And can it be that I should gain an interest in the Saviour's blood? Died he for me who caused his pain, for me who him to death pursued? Amazing love, how can it be that thou, my God, shouldst die for me? Amazing love, how can it be that thou, my God, shouldst die for me? He left his Father's throne above, so free, so infinite his grace, emptied himself of all but love, and bled for Adam's helpless race. 'Tis mercy omnipotent and free, for oh my God, it found out me. Amazing love, how can it be that thou, my God, shouldst die for me? Long my praise and spirit way, fast bound in sin and nature's night, thine eye diffused a quickening ray. I walked the dungeon flamed with light, my chains fell off, my heart was free. I rose, went forth, and followed thee.
It's exciting, isn't it? In fact, to me, it makes sense. When my daughter was only 16 weeks old, so 16 months old, so almost 1.5, she got an earache. And I was a nurse. I'd been trained as a nurse. And even though I was trying to live a natural lifestyle, I didn't know what to do when they get sick. So my friend said, "You got to take her to the doctor." They said, "Don't play with the ears, she'll go deaf." So I have to tell you that I went to the doctor because of this. Yeah? I didn't want my child to go deaf. So she was put on a course of antibiotics, yeah? And the earache went away. When she'd finished the antibiotics, the earache came back. What do? I didn't know what to do. I had no idea. And of course, the pressure comes, she'll go deaf. So I went back to the doctor. 6 weeks later, 4 courses of antibiotics later, the earache comes back. Now, what's the definition of insanity? To do what you've always done and expect different results. But I'm back at the doctor because I don't know what else to do. That's why if a mother rings me, a mother rang me last night, 9 o'clock at night, I thought, 9 o'clock at night. They're in New Zealand, they're on holidays. Her 13-year-old son tripped on the pot-belly stove and his whole arm is burnt. Do you know, I love those calls. I love them because I know what it's like. You don't know what to do. The good news is they did what I said, and this morning the mother rang me in tears. They've taken it off and there's raw bits. I said, fantastic. It's not as bad as I thought. Oh, she was so relieved. I said, just do this. I said, ring me, ring me, ding me. How I love helping mothers to know what to do. And you know what? Next time her child gets a burn, will she need to ring me? And then people can ring her. You see, that's how we learn. So as the doctor is writing the 5th script of antibiotics, I said to him, so my daughter's going to be on antibiotics for the rest of her life, is she? Am I coming to that conclusion? He was challenged by my question. So he wrote a referral to an ear, nose and throat specialist. The ear, nose and throat specialist said, the child's teething. Give her these drops to keep her eustachian tubes clear, and there were no more earaches. Let's fast forward 2 years. Next child, 18 months old, gets an earache. I don't tell anyone, because if I tell anyone, what's going to happen? Pressure. But I have to do something. So I was 25, and the lady that lived next door was 85. So I went into her, I said, what did your mother used to do when you were a little girl and you got an earache? She said, Mum would steam up an onion on a stove. I steamed up the onion on the stove, I wrapped it on his ear, he slept for 2 hours. What does that tell you? Out of pain. When he woke up, he was happy. That's it. No wonder I went into natural remedies. 6 weeks, 4 courses of antibiotics, and a 2-hour sleep with an onion on the ear. Wow. Do you know the body's designed to heal itself if you give it the right conditions? No wonder my catchword is that, and my other catchword is the only hope of better things on planet Earth is the education of the people in right principles. This body's been designed to heal. So what we need to know now is how it does it and what we can do to work with it so that the body will heal. So let's have a look at what antibiotics are. And I've got some good news. I married Michael 21 years ago. He had 2, I had 6. We've raised our 8 children with no antibiotics, and they're all still alive. Except for that first situation. And that little girl, who was 16 months old, she's 42 now, and she's got 6 children. And guess what? None of them have had antibiotics. And they've all had the childhood illnesses and ailments, but there are lots of little things you can do to heal that. To heal it, the body heals it. You just got to give it the right conditions. And so, you're probably on the end of your seat, but what did I tell the woman to do with the burn, yeah? Well, I said, have you got Epsom salt? She said, yes. I said, make a saturated Epsom salt solution. Every home should have Epsom salts. Easy. How do you make a saturated solution? You keep putting the crystals in and stirring it till they dissolve. And when you get to the point where it won't dissolve anymore, you've got a saturated solution of Epsom salts. I said, cut up a T-shirt into a size of the arm, soak it in it, and put 3 layers on. Make it fairly wet, put Glad wrap round it and bandage it. And she said in the morning, the little boy said there is no pain. He had 2 raw bits there, but I said just keep putting that on and it will heal. You could also put aloe vera on. They're the 2 best for burns. What's an antibiotic? In 1928, Alexander Fleming was growing bacteria in flasks in his laboratory. He came in one morning and all the bacteria was dead, and he knew Newton's third law of motion. To every action, there's an equal and an opposite reaction. Why has his bacteria died? Don't you love that why? That's how we find out. He looked around, nothing in the laboratory could have done it. There was an open window, and in the open window, he saw the sun coming in, and the sun had a heavy dust on it, and that dust was landing on his bacteria. So he investigated the source of this dust. And on the next story, there was an open window, and in the open window, there was a plate of fruit. And in the plate of fruit, there was a mouldy orange. What does a mouldy orange give off? A dust. In that dust is its spore, but in that dust is a highly toxic gas designed to kill off anything that would compete with the mold's food source. It's as if the mold says, this is my orange and no one else is going to get it, I'm going to give off a toxic gas. It settled down on his bacteria and killed it. So he called the mold penicillium. He called the mold waste penicillic acid. That penicillic acid is the penicillin we know today. Penicillin has saved the lives of millions, granted, but we've got a problem today. The problem is the overuse of the antibiotics, and the problem is the inability of the physician to investigate why is this out of control in the body. I've got a friend who's a physician, and she said, when you say to a person who's got a cold, now you've got to go home and have some hot lemon and honey drinks and eat lightly for a day and put your feet in hot water like our grandparents used to do. And she said, they don't want to know it. They just want the script. She doesn't give it to them, so they just go to a doctor who will give it to them. That's why we, the consumer, have power. You see, they'll never find a cure for the common cold. Did you know that in about the 1940s, the Common Cold Research Institute was set up in Salisbury in England to find the cause and the cure of the common cold? Well, after 40 years, they closed down in disgrace because they could not find the cause and the cure of the common cold, because a cold is a house clean. It's what it is. It's a house clean. What do you think all that mucus is that you're blowing out is? It's all the rubbish. It's a house clean. And if you handle it right, you'll be over it quickly. But if you do what the ad on the television is, take Codral, is it, and march on, yeah, you'll probably be coughing for a few weeks. And if you were ever a smoker, you'll probably cough for a few weeks after every cold. How else is the rubbish going to get out? You know, when you start coughing up green things, rejoice. Where was it before you coughed it out? That's all it is. But you've got to give it the right conditions. Be much easier if there was a hole in the side and it just ran out there, wouldn't it? We've got to cough it up. I'm not against antibiotics. They save lives. But you know, most people should go through their whole life never having them. The human body can cope with about 2 courses in a lifetime. Did you hear that? 2 courses in a lifetime? My son James, how old is James? 40? I had tea with him last night. He's in Brisbane. Built like this, worked hard at building himself up. He's never had an antibiotic. How many 40-year-olds can say that? And yet James as a little boy used to get a lot of chest colds. I used to bind garlic on his feet and put charcoal poultices on his chest. You see, these are not the enemy. They're an integral part of life on planet Earth. And Antoine Beauchamp, he was a contemporary at the time of Louis Pasteur. He knew the true role. He's 6 times professor, this guy. He said, germs are born in us and of us. If they're in the body, you've got to find out why. They're just opportunist organisms. All Florence Nightingale did was cleaned up the hospital so there was nothing for these guys to do. That's why it's important to clean up the body. These microbes are not the enemy. When can they be the enemy? When there's so much filth that they just multiply. Florence Nightingale said she saw typhoid grow in a hut and no one took it in. And it's the cycle of life that proves why vaccines don't work, because the body can heal itself. So why are there neurotoxins in vaccines? Do you know there's formaldehyde? Did you know there's aluminium? They've banned mercury from the childhood vaccines, but they're still in the flu vaccines. I hope you realise that the flu vaccine doesn't stop the flu. And I hope you realise that there is mercury in there. Some people get Alzheimer's after their flu shot that never had Alzheimer's. The body can heal itself. Not this August last year, I was in Melbourne in the airport. I was in transit somewhere, huge big screen, and the head of epidemiology came on and he said, I'm just warning the Australian people that we've never had so many people admitted to hospital last winter as, was it 70,000 people? This was 2017. He said there's an epidemic. He said, I'm just warning the people to take precautions. Take the flu shot. You know what he said next? It won't stop the flu. I thought, what? And I looked around to see if anyone else heard that, and everyone's just eating and drinking. It's just, take the flu shot, it won't stop the flu. It's madness. It's total madness, because the body can heal itself. Antoine Beauchamp, he got a dead cat one day. He put it in an airtight container. He came back 4 months later. Dust. What brought the cat back to dust? If the cat dies in the bush near us, the kookaburra will have a nibble, and the dung beetles come up, and the blowflies lays its maggots, and all that helps with the breakdown of the cat. But this was an airtight container. So what brought cat back to dust? The body's own microorganisms that were an integral part of living, running cat. Upon death of the organism, had to take their suit of clothes off, so to speak, put their rubber gloves and apron on, and become the clean-up team. Then the exterminators, then the undertakers, until eventually matter was back to dust. With great excitement, Antoine Beauchamp got the dust, put it under the microscope. It was alive with microorganisms. See, nothing's created and nothing's destroyed. It just changes form. And that's why we have compost bins. You look at the apple. Right now, the flowers are on the apple tree under the action of microorganisms. Then the apple develops under the action of the same microorganisms. But no one can eat the apple. It's too tart. It has to ripen. What ripens the apples? The same microorganisms. But no one eats the apple, so it rots. What causes the apple to rot? The same microorganisms. It's the cycle of life. And so now when the apple rots and falls to the ground, those microbes go into the soil. Now they play another role. And I'll draw one of the plants in my garden to show you. I put compost in my garden. When I put compost in my garden, I'm putting microbes in my garden. Now they play another role. They are responsible for the final breakdown of the minerals They're responsible for the absorption of the minerals. They're responsible for the protection of the plant against any harmful pathogens that might be in the soil, and they are responsible partly for the nourishment of the plant. Now, the plant knows it needs those microbes for this, so 50% of the fuel that it makes from photosynthesis, it sends back down through the roots to the microbes to feed them. It's as if the plant says, please stay, I'll feed you well. It's the law of life. Do you know the law of life states that everything is taken with one purpose, to give. Everything takes only to give. That's the law of life. That's what the plant does. So can you see that these microbes, rather than being the enemy, we need them. In fact, if it wasn't for these microbes, there'd be so much rubbish on the planet, you wouldn't be able to walk on the planet. But they also play a vital role in the proper running of the human body, because those microbes are also living in the lining of our gut. Did you know there are 10 times more microbes in our gut than in our whole body? And there are 10 times more microbes in our body than cells. I can hardly get my mind around that number. And in the gut, they're responsible for the final breakdown of food, for the absorption of our nutrients, for protecting our blood against harmful pathogens, and for the nourishment of the cells that line our gut. Now, I'm going to explore that in more detail on Thursday night when we take our journey through the gut. But it's another illustration to show you that these microbes are important. 1% of doctors today are claiming that antibiotics are causing more problems. What do they mean by that? Well, when you take an antibiotic, what are you taking into your body? A mold waste. 1.5 million different molds, yeasts and funguses they have documented, and 1,000 of those are known to cause disease in mankind. So what these 1% of doctors today are referring to, they're referring to the fungal or the mold link with disease. I have several books in my library at home from doctors, scientists, professors all over the world showing the fungal link with disease. One book's by Dr. Tullio Simoncini. He's an Italian oncologist. He was an Italian oncologist. And his book is called Cancer is a Fungus. So why was he? Why have all his qualifications been taken away from him? Well, he was having a 90% success rate with cancer, and he was injecting the cancer with sodium bicarbonate. You see, cancer loves an acid environment, and sodium bicarbonate is the ultimate alkalizer. As you'll see when we take our journey through our gut, the lining of your stomach has sodium bicarbonate in it, so that if any stomach acid gets through, it's neutralized, so it doesn't eat holes in your stomach. Your pancreas releases sodium bicarbonate to neutralize the stomach acid as it comes out of the stomach. So sodium bicarbonate is a naturally occurring substance, and the pharmaceutical companies can't make any money out of sodium bicarbonate. What did Dr. Tullio Simoncini, he was injecting sodium bicarbonate solution straight into the cancer, having an incredible success rate. So his book is called Cancer is a Fungus. He said in every case he could find it, that it was a fungus. I have another book, and it's called Breast Cancer, Hope at Last. I think his name's Professor Constantini. He's former head of the World Health Organization Department of Mycology. You see, the medical term for a mold waste is a mycotoxin. So his department studied mycology, which is the fungal or yeast mold aspect of disease. And in his books, he quotes 30,000 research papers to show the fungal link with disease. Specifically, he's looking at cancer. I have another book. So this is Germany, this is Italy. I've got a few American books. Dr. Robert Young, he's written a few books showing the link. But also Doug Kaufman writes with a Dr. Holland, and his book is called The Germ That Causes Cancer. And he shows that when we went from the 19th century into the 20th century, medicine and science alike agreed that cancer was a fungus. Well, that's 118 years ago. So what's happened? Well, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds came in with the big money, and they funded the research to go to chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and surgery. And are we getting any results from that? Do you know the current figures are 2% success rate 5 years after chemotherapy? If a person dies 5 years and 2 days after chemotherapy, they're written down on the books as a success because they lasted 5 years. Have you heard of the treatment? Treatment was successful, but the patient died. Oh, well, we've got a human being in here. So the fungal link with disease is something not acknowledged much in medicine today. Because if that is true, then medicine have to acknowledge that the antibiotics are actually contributing to it. And this is what the 1% of doctors today are saying. Antibiotics are causing more problems than they ever cured. Do you know, in a life-saving situation, yes, an antibiotic can save a life, but so many people today, that's not life-saving. It's just, did you know what's 6 times more potent than tetracycline is garlic? Raw garlic. Try a slice of sourdough toast, spelt toast, with olive oil, a whole clove of garlic, avocado and tomato. I call that the antibiotic sandwich. Delicious. Yeah, it's powerful. Your friends won't like you, but they'll get over it. Give them one to eat too. It's powerful. Some guts are tender and can't handle that. Well, you can take olive leaf extract. There's grapefruit seed extract. There's a whole lot of herbs that can kill fungus, and yet they will not kill you. My husband, unfortunately, he couldn't be here. He's been called to a friend's 60th birthday in Mombasa. That's where he is at the moment. He's my biggest critic, and I appreciate it, because if I can pass Michael, I'll pass anyone. He said, Barbara, I don't believe you. 1.5 million is a little bit over the top. I said, well, search it out. He came back and he went, 1.5 to 5 million. Mold. You should have if you've got to go in there, you've got to get a breathing mask on. It can get in through your skin, so you've got to be covered. You've got to look like you're going to outer space just about. So you can breathe it in, it can come through your skin. You can eat it, ingest it. Don't eat anything that has even a taint of mold on it. And it can be sexually transmitted. Most sexually transmitted diseases have a fungal base. If you can get your hands on a medical textbook, look up myco, you'll get page after page after page after page showing the fungal link with basically disease. So the $1 million question is, how do we get it out? Before I show you that, I just want to give you one story. And this was a true story. It happened in Toowoomba. It was probably, I think, about 5 years ago now. There was a silo that had water damage. So what's going to happen to the grain inside? Mold. So they got all the old grain out. Do you know not even the pigs will eat mouldy grain? Isn't that incredible? They've even poured molasses on mouldy grain and the pigs still won't touch it. Pigs seem to eat anything. Interesting. They'll eat. Anyway, we won't go into what they'll eat. So they had to clean up this silo. They fixed the leaky roof, and they had 3 workers that were to go in there and chip the white off the lining of the wall. What was the white? It was mould. So they went in there, and one guy said, we'll do this quickly. And the other 2 guys said, nah, we want to put our protective clothing on. So they went to put their protective clothing on. Took them about 10 minutes. They had masks. They looked like they were about to walk on out on the moon. When they came back, their mate was lying on the floor. They ran over to him. He was dead. When he put his shovel into the side of the mould cake up, then can you imagine the dust that came out? So it was going in through his skin. He was breathing it in. He was swallowing it. He basically had an anaphylactic shock against the incredible blast of toxicity he got, and he died. A friend of mine met his wife, which verified this is a true story. You have to be very careful of that mold. So how do we get it out? That's the $1 million question. Number one, favourite food. Its favourite food is sugar. And if you don't give it sugar, it'll happily accept all the sugar in your fruit. Now, if someone has a yeast problem, how do you know? What are the symptoms? Well, how long's a piece of string? It can manifest itself in so many different ways. In fact, Doug Kaufman's got 3 books, the Fungal Link Book 1, the Fungal Link Book 2, and the Fungal Link Book 3. And in those 3 books, he covers basically every disease, showing the fungal link. So if someone has a yeast problem, probably the clearest way is the tongue. The tongue should be pink from the tip to the back. Now, if you can scrape the white coating off your tongue, it's waste. If you can't scrape it off, they're little fungus buds. So your tongue should be pink from the tip to the back. There might be a stampede when the lecture's over to the bathroom where everyone looks at their tongue. You probably wait till you get home. So that's one of the guides. Do you remember when doctors used to look at your tongue? They don't anymore because there's hardly a pink tongue around. If someone ever goes on a course of antibiotics, look at your tongue after that course. It'll be fairly thick. And so that's one of the signs. If someone has a yeast problem and they've maybe got thrush, eczema, there's some of the common symptoms. They don't necessarily have to stop all fruit. They might go on, say, Granny Smith apples and grapefruit. In fact, winter's a nice time to do a little bit of a candida detox because the grapefruit and the Granny Smith apples are nice. So you've got to starve it by watching what you eat. No yeast and definitely no sugars. And also you've got to check your house because there's no use going on a strict diet to get rid of it if you're still breathing mould in your house. There should be not one taint of mould in your house. And if there is, you've got to get the plumber or you've got to get the builder in to find out why it is there. And remember, don't use bleach. Do you know, there's a story in the newspaper in America of a lady who was cleaning her bathroom with mould and they found her dead. Now, it was only a small bathroom and it was fairly heavily infiltrated with mould and there were no open windows. Most people clean mould with bleach, but it's usually a little bit and the windows are open so they don't actually die, but they're inhaling toxic fumes. Bleach will kill mould and feed fungus. So when you clean the mould with bleach, you're actually just feeding your next crop because it'll feed fungus, which then will go back to mould anyway. But you can clean it with vinegar. My suggestion is if you've got any mould, put the mask on and just spray with pure vinegar and walk straight out. 10 minutes later, come back in, it'll be dead, and then you can wipe it up. And then wipe the whole area over with a cloth that's got, say, clove or oregano or thyme essential oil, which are very strong antifungals. But then in the next breath, you've got to find out why that mould was even there. So yeah, that's how it's starved. If someone has cancer, my suggestion is no fruit for 6 weeks. Now I have a book, it's called Self-Heal by Design, and this book basically is a total exploration of the lecture that you're hearing tonight. And in that book I quote all the doctors and scientists and professors that some of them I've quoted to you. I basically play a role of a researcher in writing this book, a journalist really, because they have done all the research. And I quote those books where you can search that out. But in my book I have programs. I have a program for people who have a fungal in their body and they can do that, or also for cancer. So for cancer, it's no fruit for 6 weeks. No wheat for 6 weeks. Very little carbohydrate. So what do they eat? Lots of legumes, lots of vegetables, nuts and seeds, and there's such a variety of all of those. So second point is kill. And there are herbs that will kill fungus and won't kill you. Isn't that good news? Grapefruit seed extract, leaf extract, your essential herbs. And in the book I have the list of that. Number 3, alkalize. Alkalize the body. Because cancer and fungus both love an acid environment. And I think I'm doing an acid, I haven't got my sheet there. There it is. Aha. That's my book, The Self-Heal by Design. I wanted a book that had no waffle in it. You know what waffle is going on? So basically your alkaline foods are all your fresh fruits and vegetables. If someone has cancer, we don't do the fruit, but your biggest alkalizer is greens. Now, I am not a doctor and I do not inject things straight into the veins like Dr. Tullio Simoncini, but if you drink green drinks, it alkalizes from the inside. So lots of green things you can buy today. You can buy green barley, spirulinas, wheatgrass. And what we do at Misty Mountain Health Retreat, we have a treatment using sodium bicarbonate of sodium bicarb and 5 litres of water. If you put my name and sodium bicarb wraps on YouTube, there's a little clip where I demonstrate how to do it. And we wrap up the whole body, first the torso with the hot towel infused with, wring it out, torso, wrap that, leg, arm, and then we wrap the whole body in blankets and we keep them there for 1 hour. So we alkalize with the sodium bicarb wraps, we give the green drinks, and we also at Misty Mountain have a hyperbaric chamber. A hyperbaric chamber floods the body with oxygen, and cancer cannot live in the presence of oxygen. So there are some specialised treatments that we do to help alkalise the body. They're specifics that we do for people with cancer. Number 4 is probiotic. A probiotic helps to bring the proper balance of microbes back into the gut. The best time to take a probiotic is 3/4 of an hour before breakfast. A great way to maintain your proper gut balance is sauerkraut. Sauerkraut is a great food, should be eaten every day. Also kefir, yogurts. You know, you can buy very nice coconut yogurts today. Have you tried the coconut yogurt from Aldi? Very, very nice. So these are cultured foods that help to maintain the proper microbe balance in the body. Number 5, we also use, especially with cancer patients, we use ormus. This is orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements. They're basic minerals that have been dropped out of seawater in a monoatomic form. And in a monoatomic form, they're easily utilized bodied. So when someone comes to us with cancer, basically this is the program that we use. And I'm going to give you the story. May not. She came to us 5 years ago and she had 3 big tumours in her abdomen. At the time, I think she was early 60s. And the doctor said, you got to do chemo immediately. These are fast-growing tumours. She didn't like the sound of what the doctor wanted to do with her. And a friend of hers gave her a DVD of mine on cancer. So she rang up and she booked into Misty Mountain Health Retreat. And Elizabeth said, anything you say, I will do. Elizabeth was on a sleep apnea machine. She was on a variety of other medications. So we got her to stop all sugars, all fruits. So she ate a lot of legumes and vegetables, nuts and seeds, a little bit of grain. We were giving her herbs. In fact, every 2 weeks she would alternate the herbs. The body gets used to things, as you can see by my illustration here. Because our body and the microbes have the ability to adapt and adjust, you keep changing them. You keep changing them. And we did, at that, when she came to us, we didn't have the hyperbaric chamber, so we did the sodium bicarbonate wraps every day. We gathered wild greens, blended them and strained them, blended with water and strained them, and she drank her green water, about a litre a day. Gave her the probiotic in the morning, and she had the little drops of the mineral supplement Ormis. She was with us for 2 weeks. She went back to the doctor 3 months later, and he said, come back and see me in 6 months. Now, what did he say to her at the first visit? You got to do chemo immediately or you're going to die. Because all her cancer markers were normal. Everything was back to normal. Now, I can't remember exactly how long it took. I think it took about 14 months and her first tumour went. I think it took about another 6 months and the other tumour went. All her levels are back to normal. In fact, if she goes to the doctor today, the oncologist there, the specialist there, they're just looking at her. They can't understand her. She said, Barbara, I feel better now. I think she's about 70 now. She said, I feel better now than I felt in my 40s. She's off the sleep apnea machine. She's off her medication. She feels very good. She gives meetings now. She gives cooking classes showing people how to do it. It's a remarkable story. And it's one of many stories that I could give of people who've had incredible turnarounds with cancer. So when someone comes to me with cancer, saying, Barbara, what can you do to help me? I say, I'll tell you what I can do to help you. I can teach you. I can teach you to give your body the conditions for healing. If you come to our retreat, there are special things that we can do that can zoom the process along. So when Elizabeth went home, she didn't do the hyperbaric. She didn't do the sodium bicarb wraps. At first she would do the green drinks. So what she did at the retreat zoomed her along. So if someone says, what can you do for me? I say, I can teach you. And if you come to our retreat, we can do these programs. And this is what I have seen. I have seen people conquer their cancer. I've seen them turn around from cancer. I've seen some people who've been given 3 months to live another 6 years. I've seen some people who are in the advanced stages die with dignity and comfort by doing the natural remedies. So basically, whatever stage you're at, the natural remedies are a positive. One lady said, I've only got 3 months to live. Doctor says if I take that I should be on chemo for palliative care. I said, palliative care? You'll vomit, you'll get diarrhea, your hair will fall out, you'll lose all the feeling in your feet and hands. To me, that's not palliative care. Palliative care means making life more comfortable for you. I believe, and my husband believes this, that in another 10 years they're going to look back and say we were in the dark ages with the chemotherapy. The people that survive chemo are usually the ones that change their lifestyle and are the ones that aren't too advanced when they start. The fact is that we've been given a body that can heal itself. So all we really need to do is give it the right conditions and healing will happen. A man rang me recently. He said, my brother's 70. He's got lung cancer. Can you cure him? I can cure no one. It's only the body that can heal. I said to him, oh, how old is he? 70. Has he ever smoked? Oh, he smoked for 40 years. See, there's no wonder cures, and people want the wonder cures. If you would ask for a wonder cure, I'd have to tell you it's the human body. I said, if you'd come to us 20 years ago, we might have been able to do something. But even if he did come to us, it's quite possible that the natural treatments would help to subside the discomfort he has and give him a little bit longer life. But some people that I think, I'm not sure if they'll make it, they turn around. And other people who I think they've got a good chance, sometimes they don't totally turn around. There are so many aspects. And of course, one of the aspects is the mind. We have a very powerful mind that can almost talk us into everything. So my lecture tonight was designed to show you the true role of genes in disease, to show you the true role of microbes in disease, and also to just touch, which is all I've been able to do tonight, is on cancer, is the turnaround with cancer. Now, when people have different types of cancers, there's different specifics that can be done. If a woman has breast cancer, she can do poultices, especially the castor oil compresses on the breast. She can take creams that will balance the hormones. Also, a man with prostate, he can take creams, apply them that will balance the hormones, and there are herbs specific for that area. So with each type of cancer, there are specifics, but no matter what the cancer, this basically is the baseline, and then depending on what it is, the age of the person, how advanced, as to other things that can be done. So I thank you for your attention tonight. Tomorrow night, we've got something very exciting. It's diabetes and high blood pressure. Everyone that has a heart should be there. And if you don't have diabetes, I'm going to show you how to prevent it. And if you do have diabetes, I'm going to show you how you can turn around from it. And the second lecture tomorrow night will be on the liver. And the liver is your project manager. Cancer cannot get a hold on the body if the liver's working well. So tomorrow night I'm going to show you how the liver works. And if you know how the liver works, you know how to treat it. So thank you.
All the way my Savior leads me, what have I to ask beside? Can I doubt His tender mercy, who through life has been my guide? Heavenly peace, divine His comfort, near by faith in Him to dwell. For I know whate'er befall me, Jesus doeth all things well. For I know whate'er befall me, Jesus doeth all things well. All the way my Savior leads me, oh, the fullness of His love, perfect rest to me is promised in my Father's house above. When my spirit, clothed immortal, wings its flight to realms of day, this my song through endless ages, Jesus led me all the way. This my song through endless ages, Jesus led me all the way. by day, and with each passing moment, strength I find to meet my trials here. Trusting in my Father's wise bestowment, I've no cause for worry or for fear. He whose heart is kind beyond all measure, gives unto each day what he deems best. Lovingly is part of pain and pleasure, mingling joy with peace and rest. Every day the Lord himself is near me, with a special mercy for each hour. All my cares he was to bear to cheer me, he whose name is Counselor and Love. The protection of his child and treasure is a charge that on himself he laid. As your days, your strength shall be in measure. This the pledge to me he made. Help me then in every tribulation, so to trust thy promises, O Lord, that I lose not face sweet consolation offered me within thy holy word. Help me, Lord, when toil and trouble meet me, there to take as from a father's hand. One by one the days, the moments fleeting, till I reach the promised land.
The year 2019 has been a very interesting year, but it has also had some difficulties and challenges. In this study, we'll be looking at some of the challenges and also looking at the future plans and also what it takes to make a video for Even at the Doors.
The narrator purchased a Sony camera a couple of years ago to improve the quality of work, and when working on a future project on creation, filmed a number of creatures in London's Natural History Museum that have become extinct over thousands of years, that included species like the flying reptile, the pterodactyl, the woolly rhino that once lived in Europe, the saber-toothed tiger that once roamed Afro-Eurasia and the Americas, the flightless bird endemic to New Zealand, the moa, the mastodon, a distant relative of the elephant found in North America, a woolly-mouthed skull found in England, the Arisnotherium of Africa, the best preserved skeleton in the world of a stegosaurus discovered in America, the Mantellosaurus dinosaur discovered in England, the giant elephant bird egg of Madagascar, the heavily armored Glyptodon of South America, the huge relative of the armadillo, the giant sloths of South America that just towers over modern man, and the largest creature that has ever lived, the blue whale. And the narrator will be researching how these enormous aquatic mammals that roam the depth of the ocean ended up at the highest point above sea level in both the Andes Mountains in South America and the Himalayan Mountains in Asia. Researching was running smoothly. Then the LCD screen of the camera stopped working, and the frustrating technical problems of 2019 started to begin. When the narrator completed the filming for the study for geoengineering, it was a roller coaster ride from there. After the editing was complete, the narrator tried to render it into video format, and for some strange reason, after 3 attempts over a number of days, it wouldn't come out. And the video had been completed since June 2019. Frustration started to kick in. This was on the laptop. The narrator had to now transfer it to an iMac with a more up-to-date 2019 edition of Adobe Premiere. And if you don't know how to work the settings, you're stuck. And one had to go through many different tutorials online, and the video was finally able to upload in October 2019. Then there was more dramas. The narrator went to put the video on the website and did not renew the domain page. A company brought it, and the narrator had to go on a bid to buy it back and repurchase it. GoFundMe also wouldn't allow the narrator to collect his funds, and a few people who send funding via PayPal to even out the doors were also having problems sending money. And even after the study of geoengineering, many of the YouTube to MP4 sites were blocking videos from being downloaded, which someone across the Atlantic said they were also experiencing the exact same thing. This is why 2019 has been a challenging year. Now, the narrator is not sharing this with the viewers to feel sorry for him and to play the violin. As annoying and discomforting as it is, this is the nature of the game, and when you invest into large projects and controversial topics, you will get problems. And sharing and standing for truth is beginning to get a lot more problematic. The narrator has been telling people for years that the main objective of social media is to acquire your personal data. For Freedom House, a US government-funded NGO, published a study titled Freedom on the Net 2019, and it confirmed that social media has become a conduit for surveillance and electoral manipulation, where governments harness big data for social media surveillance. And of the 3.8 billion people worldwide who have internet access, 71%, that is almost 3/4, live in countries where individuals are arrested or imprisoned for posting content on political, social, or religious issues. The same study showed a picture of a Punjabi police officer monitoring social media channels at the Punjab Integrated Command, Control and Communication Center in Lahore, Pakistan. And this surveillance of social media is slowly building up to a global shutdown on free speech.
YouTubers beware. Beginning December 10th, your channel could be removed, access revoked, and effectively banned at the sole discretion of YouTube, which of course is owned by Google. A new terms of service was sent out by the video platform just a few days ago, and in it, there's a line that reads, YouTube may terminate your access or your Google account's access to all or part of the service if YouTube believes in its sole discretion that provision of the service to you is no longer commercially viable.
You know, there are many ways we work and collaborate, with the U.S. government. We care about our national security as well. We wouldn't be able to do what we do as a company if we didn't enjoy the freedoms, that we get and cherish. Just last week, we had significant revisions to our hate speech policy. At YouTube, we are very focused on removing harmful content and reducing the spread of what we think of as borderline content. Just last quarter, we removed over 9 million videos. And so it's an ongoing process, but there's more we need to do, and we acknowledge that.
The CEO of Google and Alphabet Inc. openly admits to CNN that Google works with the US government and that they have removed 9 million videos at the time of that interview, which they have labeled as hate speech, that also includes videos from the platform of Even at the Doors. In the video on the Balkan Wars, the narrator received messages from Serbian people all around the world who said it was one of the very few videos they have seen that showed the Serbian side of the Yugoslavian conflict. It has now been removed. They have put warning signs on other Even at the Doors videos, but 2 of them have totally been removed. That includes one that covers the State of Israel. Though the study documented that the top Israeli general compared the State of Israel to Nazi Germany, and even if NGOs say they torture children and violate human rights, the Jewish lobby group, the ADL, has played a significant role in purging free speech, and now the US government, in the middle of December 2019, will remove federal funding from any university in the United States that speaks out against the State of Israel, which they have called and labeled anti-Semitism.
But today we're taking another historic action. In just a few moments, I'll sign an executive order to combat anti-Semitism. This action makes clear that Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits the federal funding of universities and other institutions that engage in discrimination, applies to institutions that traffic in anti-Semitic hate.
While President Trump signs away free speech in line with YouTube's new guidelines, there is one outspoken Jew by the name of Norman Finkelstein whose parents survived the Holocaust, who the narrator has never seen anyone beat him in a debate because he presents raw facts and data. And he tells us what is the real reason of shutting down free speech, especially against the State of Israel.
If you look at the history of this, what's called new anti-Semitism, since the 1970s, every time Israel faces a public relations debacle, they start up with the new anti-Semitism. I read the polls. I read the data. It hovers between 6 and 8% are hardened anti-Semites in British society. It's nothing. So morally, it's unacceptable to try to police people's thoughts, and politically, it's a complete disaster.
So as you can see, there's a very intense global war to shut down free speech. And as YouTube has taken down 6 videos of Even at the Doors, it is time for a plan B. So I'll be working on 2 very intense studies. One will be looking at the past, and the other will be covering things taking place in the present and preparing you for the future.
Freedom Under Siege is a study in the making. It wants to explore the covert plans that have been in the pipeline for years to totally eradicate long-cherished freedoms. It will start with the Protestant Reformation in 14th century England and the attempts to completely crush free speech by English monarchs, men like
You will not topple this King Henry V of England you so underestimate.
This king not only used his army to make war with his neighbour France, but also used it to destroy any public meetings in England of people who wanted to worship freely, especially a group of reformers called the Lollards, the followers of John Wycliffe. There is a pub in central London in England in memory of the most famous Lollard, a soldier and nobleman, Sir John Oldcastle, a former friend to King Henry. But when King Henry warned him not to publicly preach, he refused and put God before King. It cost him his life, and he became the highest ranking Wycliffite or Lollard martyr to die for his faith in England, and this was as a result of the laws of the state. Moving centuries into the future, we are living in a closely surveillance world where freedoms are intelligently being removed under the guise of fake news. Children are being used as pawns, as an emotional weapon to alert people about global environmental damage, and even the religions are getting drawn in. Is climate change a concern, or is it, as one top government advisor said, nothing more than a cleverly designed, well-financed movement that is being used as a front to distract us from the true plans of total government shutdown on every civilian worldwide? The narrator spent 5 years of his life in both college and at university studying media. It was one of the best years of his life. You were taught the influence of the media over the civilian mind that includes newspapers, magazines, music videos, films, and the global power of the internet. The efforts institutions make to sway our worldview is interesting and sometimes frightening. And even when researching, the narrator has to be careful not to get too enticed even by the very things he is observing. There are many studies that are being published on the influence on mass media, public opinion, and its effects on foreign policy. And films are desensitizing young people to violence and are cleverly training them to submit to the government and not fight authority. And they are slowly desensitizing us while secretly preparing us for the not too distant future.
Guy, this world, it's a video game.
The world's moved on, Commander Bond.
You were 00.
2 years.
The world is arming faster than we can respond.
The world is arming faster, and even in a time when many states struggle to feed their civilian population, they seem to find money to buy arms, the biggest sales since the Cold War. But while these nations are morally crumbling, there is something that gives us the greatest insight into world affairs. In the closing stages of the 7th century BC, a Babylonian monarch had this weird dream that really freaked him out and deeply troubled him. It was an image in the form of a man that comprised of 4 different metals, and this image was eventually destroyed. Unbeknownst to him, it was a panoramic view of human history that chronicled 4 major world powers. As it was written in symbols, today we can break down the coded language of that dream and clearly understand the closing stages of that vision and what it means to us today. In the prophetic book of Daniel, chapter 2, verses 34 and 35, there are some key words that are highlighted in red: stone, shaft, wind, and mountain. 4 different things that took place at the closing stage of the prophecy. The stone symbolically represents Christ, as he confirms in Matthew, and seconded by Peter. The shaft symbolically represents the ungodly. The whirlwind represents destruction and desolation, and a mountain symbolically represents a kingdom. This is how you unlock prophetic language. The man who received this vision was a brilliant architect whose engineering skill still stands in Iraq today, even amongst the 21st century's destructive US-led imperial wars. His name was King Nebuchadnezzar II, the founder of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, and even though his eternal destiny is secured, at the time of the vision he was scared, but still very big-headed. In the British Museum in London, England, his name has been preserved on bricks, where a couple of years before the vision, he defeated the 26th dynasty pharaoh, Necho, to secure his place in history, as recorded and preserved in the book of the prophet Jeremiah. His Babylonian kingdom was symbolically described as a head of gold, like this gold helmet from Ur of the Chaldees in the British Museum. Also in the British Museum is the Babylonian deity Umdugud that has a head of a lion and wings of an eagle, that was also used as a symbol of Babylon to represent the first of the 4 world empires. The Medo-Persian Empire in neighboring Iran succeeded Babylon, and the oldest petroglyphs in Iran and the oldest pottery in Iran has the indigenous animal imprinted as an insignia of that country. And there are also artifacts of the ibex in the Iranian section of the British Museum, where that second kingdom is symbolically described as the ram with 2 horns, years before it became a respected world power. Greece is known for its naturalistic art and its buildings with huge columns to support its framework. This kingdom succeeded and overthrew Medo-Persia and was the 3rd kingdom. The man who fit that prophetic calling has a coin in the British Museum. He is Alexander the Great. And the horn that is on his head is a very fitting description to how he has been described in the prophetic book of Daniel. The fourth and last kingdom is Rome. But there are many who think that China and Russia, with its pipeline deal, will rise up and become the world's dominant global players. And as the papacy is being rocked by sexual scandals, there are many who think that there is no way it can recover. But the fourth kingdom will get a big help from a much younger power.
America is the greatest and most powerful country on earth. Is that understood?
Who will use its economic and military strength to make the entire world give it complete homage. But how have people come to this conclusion? Who revealed this to them? It is one who has feet like brass, face as lightning and the sun, eyes as fire, adorned with a golden girdle, and has a distinct voice, the true author of both of the books of Daniel and the Revelation. Revelation was written on this small little island called Patmos. But how can you understand it? One man gives the best description. The Apocalypse is, in brief, J.A. Wiley said, a history of the church, written in grand symbolical characters from the ascension of Christ to his second and glorious coming. The key of the Apocalypse is to be sought in the Old Testament scriptures. This is the briefest and perhaps the best rule that can be laid down for the interpretation of this book. What does he mean by that? In Genesis, man lost the tree of life. In Revelation, he gets it back. In literal Megadon in the Middle East, God intervened in a battle. In the global battle of Armageddon, God will again intervene. The plagues that fell in Egypt will be repeated worldwide. The hail that was dropped on God's enemies will again be poured out worldwide. Ancient Babylon literally fell. Modern Babylon will spiritually fall. In ancient Babylon, a death decree was passed on those who didn't worship the image. In Revelation, there will also be a global death decree passed for those who do not worship the image. In Genesis, there was death. In the earth made new, there will be no more death. So amidst all this global madness, the book of Revelation not only forewarns you of what's to come on this earth, but prepares you for the restoration in the earth made new. And this is what the narrator wants to cover in the study, Freedom Under Siege. This is just a quick newsflash. But as the narrator has always looked at the world as a big jigsaw puzzle, trying to fit the missing pieces together, there is another study that will take us right back to the beginning of time. The dream project of the narrator is a study on creation, and clearly showing how this earth came about and the detail and intricacy it took to create every size, color, and shape. Though it will cover the vegetable kingdom and the animal kingdom, the focus will mostly be on man, the crowning work of creation. Men and women come in all different hues with different hair texture and different hair color and different color eyes, showing the diversity of a very skilled designer. Wouldn't it be boring if we just all looked the same? Scientists are beginning to closely examine how intricately designed man is, and deep down inside, he marvels. He can see that when he is not either criticizing or killing each other, he is just scratching the surface on the detailed makeup of the human body. But how advanced were the earliest of men? When a small number of men and women migrated from Ararat in Asia Minor to repopulate the entire earth. On the continents of Afro-Eurasia, there are many different artifacts that are being discovered whose engineering genius clash with the official accepted academic view of early man. The River Nile in Africa is the longest river in the world and the primary water source of both Egypt and the Sudan. West of that river is the Great Giza Pyramid Complex. It is known as the biggest archaeological puzzle on the planet, for no one knows when it was built or how it was built. It is geographically located exactly in the center of the land mass of the Earth, comprises of 2.3 million stones weighing a ton each, covers 13 acres, it is 481 feet high, 756 feet long on each side, the most accurately aligned structure in existence. It is so advanced that the Great Pyramid of Giza, even with modern technology, its construction would be a challenge to both engineers, workers, and geologists, according to Forbes magazine. In Renaissance Italy, according to modern standards in measuring the whole of mankind, Leonardo da Vinci has been described as the greatest genius who has ever lived. While closely observing the horse, the most domesticated of all animals, he would draw some very detailed sketches of this creature, from its hooves, forelegs, tail, and head. But he was thousands of years behind, for the earliest Ice Age art of Europe on ivory and stone shows how advanced the earliest inhabitants of Europe were. They were so advanced that scholars have had to admit that not even Leonardo surpassed this level of expertise, according to the London Guardian. In the Indus Valley civilization in modern Pakistan, ancient India, were discovered some pieces of metal. They didn't look like anything interesting when they were discovered, but scientists took them to this lab, the Synchronoton Soleil, near Paris in France, and when they closely examined it with the most advanced modern-day technology known as photoluminescence imaging, they discovered that the earliest inhabitants of South Asia made these objects with technology that is still being used today. And it was shown that this is the earliest example of lost wax casting in history. And the amulet was created with technology that is still used by NASA today. And these artifacts in Afro-Eurasia confirms that the earliest of men were more advanced than us today, which is a very big challenge to those who believe that we are the most advanced since written and oral records began. Many of the most respected academics come up with all sorts of opinionated theories on these early artifacts, but the narrator is not interested in wild speculations, but deeply respects honest men who can closely analyze subjects with a trained eye and a balanced academic skill, who do not leave people with doubts. At the Imperial College of Science and Technology in South Kensington in southwest London, at the opening of the 20th century, one of its top lecturers who taught at the Royal School of Mines, an English mining engineer called William Goland, published a book in 1912 titled Metals in Antiquity, and even at a lecture in memorial of one of the strongest advocates for evolution, this trained engineer allowed the facts to outweigh the theory. And he said that it is often assumed that before man became acquainted with metals, he was a mere savage, but little superior to the wild animals of his time. But that this view is entirely erroneous. Certainly as regards late Neolithic man, is incontestably proved by the evidence presented so clearly to us by the vestiges which have been laid bare of his culture and mode of life. He was a farmer, kept domestic animals, was acquainted with the art of weaving, the manufacture of pottery. His dwellings were constructed with considerable skill, and at his death buried with ceremonial rites. Such were the men who were the discoverers of metals and the first metallurgists. They were, in fact, men possessing greater intelligence and a higher culture than is usually attributed them. And if we ourselves were deprived of metals, I hardly think that we could surpass them in the exigencies or even the arts of everyday life. The Bible in Genesis chapter 4 and verse 22 is clear that the earliest of men who walked this earth knew how to construct and work with different metals. But where did he get that wisdom from? In a book titled History of the Negro Race by George Washington Williams, a 19th century African American Civil War soldier, politician, lawyer, journalist, minister, and historian, he wrote and said, "It is fair to assume that God gave all races of mankind civilization to start with. We infer this from the known character of the Creator." So this is just a taste of a project the narrator would just love to complete. Now, whether it would be accomplished, only God knows. As tomorrow is not promised to any of us, we just have to live each day by faith. I'd really love to spend hours just working on the study on creation, but I'll be solely focusing on freedom under siege. That's of more importance. And when my website is back up and running, you can download it just for a small fee. For the women who are complaining that the videos are too long, they'll be breaking down into 4 parts. Now, in this next study, I'm going to show you how I produce and make videos. And for those of you who English is not their first language, when I say the words "don't ramp with God," it means don't play around with God. And when I say someone is being blazed while getting a trim, it means they're being criticized while getting a haircut. To put together a video for Even at the Doors does take quite a lot of time, for the research is quite intense. There are always ideas racing through your head constantly, and when you start a topic, you are always wondering how you're going to get through the end of that vast maze, how you will get to the finish line, and sometimes it's difficult for the mind to get rest. As the narrator has a biblical worldview, he uses a divine mandate to assess every topic, and the Bible instructs that he use 2 or 3 witnesses as a balanced approach to measure any topic. One source isn't valid. From a humanist approach, this is known as qualitative research, one of the best, if not the best method of approaching a topic, which is where you use a variety of different original sources to support your case. When the narrator was researching the Caribbean island of Haiti, to better understand its history, he spoke to a friend of his who is a Haitian American who could give a first-hand account. When the narrator produced a study on the Ukraine, he went out into the march in central London that included demonstrations outside of the Russian embassy. The narrator also stumbled across young people from Hong Kong protesting in Parliament Square in the summer of 2019 against laws to be imposed on them by China. In order to understand the background to that conflict, the narrator in recent years came across the works of a British journalist called Mark Curtis and purchased 3 of his books that gives probably one of the best background insights into British colonialism and its impact it still has on the modern world. A 19th century Protestant historian said, "To understand the present, we must know the past." This is a biblical principle, for it teaches that history has a very strange way of repeating itself. Man never seems to learn from the mistakes of the past. He does the same thing over and over again. And one of the reasons it is important to know the past, because an English statesman famously said, "History is written by the victors." So the narrator will spend time in different museums to study the cultures of different civilizations. The narrator has also built up his own personal library since a teenager. But research never ceases, so one still has to go into second-hand bookshops on Charing Cross Road, comic bookshops to see the world from an entertainment perspective, socialist bookshops to see the world from a communist perspective, New Age bookshops from an occult perspective, Catholic bookshops from a papal perspective, and Protestant bookshops for both a religious and a historical perspective. A Protestant writer was researching the reign of the English Tudor monarch Elizabeth I, and saw that Catholics were rewriting history so that the world would view them as martyrs. So he wrote a book titled Jesuit Plots, and he said, "Never trust a historian that does not quote from official, authentic state records." So since the late 1990s, the narrator is a member of the British Library that has the second largest book collection on earth, and the National Archives in Kew, southwest London, that holds the official state documents of the UK. The narrator also looks through the many different channels for interesting documentaries to get a different angle on a topic the narrator is researching. One has to daily look through newspapers, not only in the shops, but also online, to see what is going on in the world from different perspectives. And he also looks at the different news channels to look at the world through a mainstream Western colonial lens, and other news channels that approaches a pressing global story from a completely different angle. The narrator likes people to stop and think, and one thing he will never do in his research is hack into anyone's personal private files to acquire data. It is unethical and disgusting. If a journalist wants to produce a story and humiliate another person, that is up to them, not the narrator's style. The Bible teaches that you should never attack a man when he is low, vulnerable, and down, for God would not be happy with it. You never rejoice when someone falls. Why? In case you end up falling yourself. You have to always be mindful of that. If God is merciful unto us, where his mercies are renewed every morning, we have to also be merciful to others. Before the narrator uploads a video, there are a number of things you have to consider. You have to know how to study and counter arguments. The church institution will avoid social issues and will not train you for the everyday reality of the real world. And you have to be able to confront fierce opposition and carefully study what has happened to people before who have spoken out. Pat Tillman was once one of the most famous American football players. He abruptly left the game after 9/11 and joined the military. While on duty in Iraq, he became disillusioned at what he saw. This was the highest profile individual in the whole of the US military. After his duty in Afghanistan, he planned to return to the USA and meet with Noam Chomsky and expose the US-led wars as documented in the London Guardian. But before he could leave, he was killed. That is the price you pay when you want to do an expose. Whether you agree or disagree with WikiLeaks' founder Julian Assange and his expose of the US's secret classified government data, they are going to make an example of him as a warning to others not to speak out about the atrocities the Western governments commit around the world. But these things, honestly speaking, do not bother the narrator. If there is one thing you cannot worry about when on the battlefield for the Lord, is death. That should be the least of your worries. You should also never let the attention get to your head, for you can easily lose focus of your mission. And God warns that the people who are praising you the loudest in the church will be secretly scheming to topple you. You have to be a tough militiaman for the kingdom of heaven. And you not only have to study secular history, but daily drink from the fountain of the Holy Scriptures to renew your strength. For the number one attack will be against the Bible, not only outside the church, but inside the church also. When did this assault begin? These manuscripts discovered in Nag Hammadi, Upper Egypt in 1945, and the gems on the top left and right hand side belong to a sect called the Gnostics, from the Greek word gnosis, which means knowledge, who have been traced back to the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. As this book documents on page 31, they try to mythologize the Bible, saying that it is nothing more than an allegory. They believe that every religion was one secret doctrine, and they rejected sin, miracles, devils, and taught that man couldn't overcome sin until that humans can achieve salvation through their own strength without any outside divine assistance. In a nutshell, look to man and not to God. This ideological system was to reach its full potential and zenith with the rise of the papacy, a system that exalts mortal man above God. The 16th century English statesman Sir Thomas More, whose statue lies in Chelsea in southwest London, would torture people in his own house who put the Bible in higher esteem above the Catholic Church. But he had a nemesis. And in Whitehall Gardens in the Victoria Embankment is a statue of an English martyr, William Tyndale, overlooking the very river that smuggled in his Bibles from off the continent, the River Thames. He put the word of God above the authority of the Catholic Church, and it cost him his life. But the struggle continues. Italian Jesuit and Cardinal Robert Bellarmine taught that the Bible contradicts itself, but the 16th century English author, theologian, and Cambridge professor and Doctor of Divinity William Whitaker responded to his argument and said the Bible only contradicts itself to those who clearly don't understand it and read it properly. French professor of medicine Jean Astroc, a Protestant convert to Catholicism, is credited as being the father of textual criticism. But a German biblical scholar, Johann Gottfried Eichhorn, expanded upon his hypothesis and reintroduced that neo-Gnostic argument, the rationalistic crusade against the Bible, a phrase he coined and titled higher criticism. But don't ramp with God. For Dr. Francois Samuel Louis Gosson, a 19th century Swiss Protestant scholar and apologist, counteracted the Gnostic and higher criticism arguments in his famous work, The Plenary Inspiration of the Holy Scriptures, where he skillfully dismantles each argument. But one man took it even further. The 19th century English politician, archaeologist, and author Sir Austin Henry Layard wanted to prove the Bible not only intellectually, but visually. And he is not only responsible for reintroducing the Assyrian Empire into the British Museum, but he records two famous kings in the Bible in his famous work, Discoveries in the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. The first is Tiglath-Pileser III, who was an 8th century BC monarch that founded the Neo-Assyrian Empire. His name is mentioned in the Bible because of his invasion of the northern kingdom of Israel. The second is Taharqa, who was a 7th century BC black African Nubian king from the Sudan, who also ruled the 25th dynasty of Egypt. He is known as Africa's most famous king, and he formed an alliance with King Hezekiah when his Nubian army protected the kingdom of Judah against the brutal Assyrian army of Sennacherib. That is why Isaiah preserved his name in the Holy Scriptures. Augustus Caesar founded the Roman Empire, officially in 31 BC, and it was under his reign that brought peace and stability in ancient Rome, and he is also mentioned in the New Testament in the Holy Scriptures. But despite this overwhelming evidence of these artifacts in the British Museum, millennials are leaving the churches in their record numbers, disillusioned with organized religion. And the worst people you have to deal with as a Christian are bitter Christians who leave the church with a bad experience. When the hurt hasn't been healed, they strike with a vengeance. And if you're weak in your faith, they will cripple you in a debate. And when an actor starts their career promoting Northern European occultism, they also pioneer this Gnostic anti-God movement. Famous men in academia are lecturing on it. Bitter scientists are advocating it, and entrepreneurs are also drawn into it. When Pew Research, one of the most famous think tanks, surveyed who classify themselves as atheist or agnostic in the USA, 78 to 79% of them are white, and many of them are using social media to share their views. In a study on Christmas, one man commented, "There is no God or gods. Never has been, never will be. Grow up." Now, true science is about investigation and observation. And if you have never left this earth, gone out into space, and toured every galaxy, star, planet, meteorite, and black hole to see what's out there, then you have no argument. People don't even know who are their neighbors at the end of their street, but want to lecture you about what is not in space. But don't think that this movement of unbelief is just targeted to the white community.
So, you see, the reason why people are moving from religion is because they realize they've been bamboozled. They realize that they've been taught symptomatic thinking. That means I just tell you stuff and it's not based upon nothing real. We know that the Bible and the Quran and all of them are not history books. It has nothing to do with history. It's somebody's personal philosophy. And what people are finding out is that what they thought they loved about Christianity, what they thought they loved about Islam, is ancient Kemet, the teachings that's coming from ancient Kemet.
When a lot of black men are on lockdown, they get exposed to these views, and once they are released, they aggressively share them. And the number one debating arena for these views is the barbershop. And the narrator has been told that many black Christians are blazed while getting a trim and are told that they are following a white man's religion. Many of these post-slavery black movements started in the 20th century and are geared to give blacks a so-called new religious and racial identity so they can connect with their long-lost African roots. When the narrator has told blacks to research where these ideas have come from, when you tell blacks to read a book, how do you think most of them respond? They don't like to read, but all of their ideas come from Europeans. The later John Henrik Clarke was one of the most revered black intellectuals. He was one of the first to advocate that the Bible was borrowed from African religion, and he embraced the Gnostic worldview that the Bible is an allegory. But where did he get these ideas from? Gerald Massey Macy, the highly discredited 19th century English poet and writer, was the first to teach, with no evidence to support his claims, that Christianity had its roots in ancient Egypt. And this school of thought crept into the corridors of academia. The first two of the Ten Commandments clearly instruct to keep far away from pagan idolatry. But James Henry Breasted, a US archaeologist and Egyptologist, while excavating the vast idolatry of ancient Egypt, insisted that the Ten Commandments was borrowed from ancient Egypt. He believed it was taken from the Egyptian goddess Ma'at, which is very laughable. But blacks admit that all their ideas are from whites. These are their own words.
Well, I recall James Henry Breasted, who was a famous American Egyptologist at the University of Chicago, established the Oriental Institute in, I think, around 1935. James Henry Breasted got in trouble for saying that the Ten Commandments were derived from the 42 admonitions of Ma'at.
Many still embrace views that are not based in facts. And their next attack is Jesus.
Black Jesus premieres Thursday, August 7th at 11, 10
You
Central.
really gonna extort your boy Jesus Christ, man, your Lord and Savior.
What are agnos?
Man, we can't front you no more, dog. You do realize I died for your sins, right? That was 2014 years ago.
Yeah, that's old.
I like messing with Christians, man. Because they easy to get. You can get on their skin quick, you know. Telling me Jesus died on the cross. I don't buy it. Jesus could feed 1,000 with a loaf of bread, walk on water, raise the dead. You telling me he couldn't handle 3 nails?
Jesus was born under strange circumstances, and she had to be put away privily, as the Bible teaches, because if she were seen pregnant, the law was, where's the husband? Where's the father? Well, you say Holy Ghost, but we know there's no human being born without the agency of a man. That's real.
The greatest hindrance that black people have is white Jesus.
The real reason why I believe black people truly won't fight back with white folks is because of religion. In our mind, we keep forgiving white people because in our head, subliminally, we see Jesus.
Many blacks have now rejected the ticket into eternity and are now delving into witchcraft with the belief that they are now reconnecting with their ancestors. And they think that they are now woke. Sadly, they are about as woke as a colony of mammals going into deep hibernation during the winter. For whites are also rejecting the ticket into eternity and are also embracing witchcraft. And Asians are also doing the exact same thing. It is a global pagan revival. And anytime there is a new interest in spiritualism, paganism, or the occult, there's always this one power that embraces the modern trends of the times and then subtly leads out in this rebellion, preparing the world for the final showdown on Earth. None of these individuals are aware that they are following the philosophy of the son of the morning, the father of lies. And what took place in the beginning of time will repeat itself at the end of time. God gave our first parents clear instruction that if they obey, they shall live forever. But if they disobey, ye shall surely die, God said. This warning was challenged, and one word changed the course of human history. Ye shall not surely die, the serpent said. And to this very day, man believes that lie.
Once we escape this tomb, which some people call death, which doesn't exist as it relates to how they define it, but let's just use that term.
Death is a fiction. It doesn't exist.
As you can see, men will believe a lie far quicker than a truth. And what many within the Black conscious movement think is a teaching distinctly unique to their community. It is nothing more than a pagan teaching that can be traced right back to Eden that you can find in all cultures around the world, especially the belief that mortal man is a god, the second error taught to our first parents.
You are the deity. You are the God you've been looking for. You are the God.
We are the gods now.
Not only has the narrator have to deal with Black militants, but has received complaints by enraged people who believe that even at the doors shouldn't be a platform to address Black issues. And individuals have also made personal attacks to the narrator of a racist nature. On a video on slavery, a person commented, "You give tree monkeys a little schooling, the pseudoscientific colonial-minded belief that whites have civilized blacks, and they come up with all sorts of bleep to fit their pathetic narrative." Now, how do you respond to a comment of that nature? By following the divine mandate of not lowering yourself to an individual's ignorance, but rising way above it. You'll have to go back in time to trace where that mindset came from, and the archives of Germany will hold a clue to a famous humanist philosopher who has influenced modern secular thinking. Africa, Hegel says, is no historical part of the world. It has no movement or development to exhibit, the land of childhood. The Negro exhibits the natural man in his completely wild and untamed state. Now many will say, well, those were the views of his times. But at the same time, a Christian scientist from Scotland viewed Africa in a totally different light. And real men of God do not see one race as better than another, but gives each race their rightful place in history. And Thomas Dick said, "The woolly-haired Negroes of Africa are distinguished by their black color, their flat noses, and their thick lips. Africa comprehends the following kingdoms: Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, Egypt, Zara, Negroland, Guinea, Nubia, Abyssinia, Kafrara, Dahomey, Benin, Congo, Angola, and various other territories." He obviously knew something that Hegel didn't. When Europeans came to Africa, they knew about Nzinga, the Queen of Angola. They knew of the Nubian queens of then Christian Sudan. They knew about the kings of the Congo, who had a highly developed state at the center of an extensive trading network. They also knew of the huge Christian kingdom of Abyssinia, what today we call Ethiopia, and its richly embroidered attire of its highly educated kings and their afros. But there has been an attempt in Western academia to erase blacks out of the records of modern human history. no other ethnic group has received such treatment, and many hold on to the ideas of their Western heroes. Thomas Jefferson said, "But never yet could I find that a black had uttered a thought above the level of plain narration, never saw an elementary trait of painting, and highlighted in red, sculpture." In the 20th century, they discovered these metal sculptures in West Africa. They were made from a style called lost wax casting. But what shocked people was the skill that went into this naturalistic art, and the British newspaper The Independent in 2010 gave a review of this medieval art and said, "Sculptures discovered in Nigeria and neighboring Benin, created by African hands indigenous people, is now accepted by the curatorial community that the advanced artistic techniques used to create and highlighted in red the sculpture were more advanced than those of Renaissance Italy and comparable to those of the artist Donatello." Scholars are now producing journals, slowly admitting how civilized Africa has always been, from the largest stone structure ever built, the Walls of Benin, other unknown kingdoms in Nigeria, a lost civilization in the Sahara Desert, the richest human being in all history in Mali, West Africa, Mansa Musa, and the oldest illustrated Bible in the world in Ethiopia, formerly Abyssinia. When scholars closely examined this priceless gem, London's Telegraph newspaper said, "The Garima or Garama Gospels were written on goat skin in the early Ethiopian language of Ge'ez and are thought to be the earliest example of book binding attached to the original pages." For the blacks who call Christianity a white man's religion, and for the whites who believe that they have civilized blacks, they should both pay a visit to Ethiopia and see some of the most beautiful churches that have ever been built from solid rock. And thinking of churches, where do you think the narrator receives his most fierce criticism from? There are Christians of different denominations who watch the studies and earnestly look for some theological or historical error, and when they can't find fault, they use an unbiblical strategy called ad hominem. Texas State University gives probably one of the best descriptions of this cunning, intelligent attack method. It says that instead of addressing someone's argument or position, you irrelevantly attack the person or some aspect of the person who is making the argument. The fallacious attack can also be direct to membership in a group or institution. The narrator also receives covert attacks from people inside the church institution he is a member of, and like all the other Christians, they provide no scriptures, but like to pressure an individual to be like them and not like Christ. There are many individuals in the corporate, academic, and in the religious world who cave into this pressure and put the tribe before the truth. This psychological method has been titled in 1976 as groupthink. It is when a group allows no independent thought of any individual within that community. Though it exists in the corporate world, it is far worse in organized religions, especially inside the churches, and they use two unbiblical methods to keep their members from straying from the flock: deep apocalyptic fear and emotional guilt. And many are going through counseling and weekly therapy, recovering from the deep psychological trauma of groupthink and its strict, ungodly Gestapo-like methods. You see, a church is meant to provide help, support, guidance, and relief. And Jesus said you should never run a church as a religious dictatorship, for heads of autocratic governments exercise dominion and authority upon their subjects. And Jesus makes it clear what he thinks about groupthink. He said, It shall not be so among you. The reason the narrator does not cave into groupthink, because Jesus said you cannot put any institution or any individual before him, because under intense pressure, the same institution, as well as family and friends, will eventually sell you out and hand you over to the authorities to be killed. The narrator knows there is only one true tribunal in this universe he has to give an account to for the things he has done on this earth. As this study comes to a close, as the narrator was born, raised, and lives in London, England, to complete a video, one has to find new locations to film in, and you are led to Hyde Park Corner, Trafalgar Square, St. Paul's, Marble Arch, Vauxhall, and Westminster, just to name a few. And when you are filming, you have to make sure that people do not walk into a shot. You then have to get your hundreds of video footage and label them. Once that is completed, you have to write your script for each study. When that's completed, you have to do a voiceover, and sometimes 1 minute can take 1 hour. You then have to edit, and most of it is really drop and drag. Then you have to get your different music genres and sort out your sound levels so that the music does not drown out the sound of the narrator's voice. And before, during, and after, you have to constantly pray. For the warfare is not won through debates and arguing, but when you are on your knees. You then upload the video and pray that it reaches to the four corners of the earth, and that individuals who are searching and seeking for answers will be exposed to the true God in heaven and secure their place in eternity. So this was just a quick emergency study, just in case YouTube and its digital AIs decide to play the Inquisitor General and shut down the channel of Even At The Doors. If not, I'll still continue doing videos. But I'd just like to say again, for those who have supported myself through words of encouragement or finance, I want to just say thank you. For those who have been very, very critical, I'd like to say thank you as well, because the more criticism is the more deep my research gets. In the meantime, as I always encourage you, please research everything that is presented in all the videos of Even At The Doors.
Prayer is the key to heaven, but faith unlocks the door. Words are so easily spoken,
but prayer without faith is like a boat without an oar.
Have faith when you speak to the Master. That's all he asks you for. Prayer is the key to heaven, but faith unlocks the door. God's word is the key to knowledge, and faith unlocks the door. If you can grasp what is written,
when doubts crowd your mind and it's too hard to trust His word.
Have faith, God will show you the answer in time when He sees best. God's word is the key to knowledge, and faith unlocks the door.
Hey guys, thank you so much for watching our video. Please don't forget to subscribe down below and hit the notification button so you can see any new videos that we post.
So the title, when I was asked to give this presentation, they wanted me to talk about mainstream media and what kind of an effect this has on families. And it was kind of an interesting idea because I had sort of looked into it, but not really. So I want to read a couple Spirit of Prophecy quotes to put this in perspective for you. And this one, if you read the description of this particular talk, this is what I actually had written on there. The greatest evidence of the power of Christianity can be presented to the world is a well-ordered, well-disciplined family. This will recommend the truth as nothing else can, for it is a living witness of the practical power upon the heart. The family unit is an amazing tool that God is using to teach the world these various different truths. The father, what is the role of the father in the family? He's the lawmaker, the priest. All the members of the family center around the father. He is the lawmaker, illustrating in his own manly bearing the sterner values: energy, integrity, honesty, patience, courage, diligence, practical usefulness. The father is, in one sense, the priest of the household, laying upon the altar of God in the morning and evening sacrifice. And if you continue to read on, a lot of these quotes are coming from Adventist Home. If you haven't read this book in a while, I suggest read it. There is some amazing information here in the light of the television and things. You'll see things pop out that are amazing. And I'm recently a father. I have a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. And just after this quote right here, she talks about the father being the priest of the household, needing to pray for the sins that your children have committed. I had never really thought of that before. And I said, that's interesting. It's interesting that the mini model that God has given to us is even just a microcosm of this great model of Christ being our Father and God being our Father. The mother. So if the family centers around the father, don't get ahead of yourself, men. The queen of the home is the mother. The king upon his throne has no higher work than that of his mother. This is amazing. The mother has almost a more important role. The mother is the queen of the household. She has in her power the molding of her children's characters, that they may be fitted for a higher immortal life. An angel could not ask for a higher mission, for in doing this work, she is doing the service of God. Let her only realize her high character of her task, and it shall inspire her with courage. Let her realize the worth of her work and put on the whole armor of God, that she may be able to resist temptation to conform to the world's standards. Her work is for a time and eternity. The role of the mother to teach the children and instill in them the characteristics that are setting you up for an eternity. The children, Proverbs 6:20 says that the children's, what are they supposed to do in this role of the family? My son, keep thy father's commandments and forsake not the law of thy mother. Bind them continually upon thy heart and tie them about your neck. So the children, the way that God set this up is that the mother and the father teach the children learn from them and take on these characteristics, and the cycle continues. And thus that's what describes God's character to the world. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. I found this that was pretty interesting to me. In the marriage vows, they have promised to be as one. The wife covenanting to love and obey her husband, and the husband promising to love and cherish his wife. If the law of God is obeyed, the demon of strife will be kept out of the family, and no separation of interest will take place. No alienation of affection will be permitted. What this is telling me that is in the family unit, if we are sold out to God, sold out to Christ, teaching our children in the model that God has set up, do you know that she goes on to say it's almost impenetrable by Satan to enter into our families? But you know what every single one of us has as a family member inside of our families? A window, a portal. Something that allows the thoughts and things of the world to be channeled into our lives. So this is why I believe it is very important to understand what proper use of media is. Is there good media? Is there bad media? You know what? I make media productions for a living. I love media. I believe that it's a beautiful tool and can be used for God. I'm not against all media, but there is a proper use of it and a way that it can be used so it's not hypnotic and not putting people into altered states like a lot of the mainstream media. So that's why in the title of this, it was mainstream media is what destroys family. You know, in television, they're flipping the model that God has set up. Ellen White talks about the father must not be as a child or moved merely by impulse. He is bound by his family's sacred, holy ties. Here you see constantly, over and over and over again, from television shows, from movies, how do they always portray the father? He's this dumb guy. He's always this, like, moved by impulse. He doesn't think things through. How do they always portray the mother? That she's so caring about the material things of this world, not about the character, not about what's inside. It's about the outside. They're taking the model of what God is setting up and flipping it upside down. And so by taking this apart, they're ultimately dividing and conquering against our families. The Modern Family, this is a CBS television show that has come out recently. I'm not going to go into a big explanation of this, but here you have like marriages that have been broken apart and pulled together. Here's two gay guys that are entered into a marriage relationship, and it's basically this real dysfunctional look at families together, but they're putting this out to the public as this is what the modern family should look like. And if you just take a step back and analyze, how does mainstream Hollywood portray a family, and then look at what either Spirit of Prophecy or the Bible says about it, you start to see a stark contrast between the two. I want to show you this because I think this is pretty interesting. The United States Labor Board did a study on what people are spending their time with. Okay? So this is the average person, the average American that has a job, and what are they doing with their time? Notice here, people sleep 8.91 hours out of the day. I thought that was kind of high, but this is what they're finding out. Eating, you only eat for an hour out of the day. Household activities, caring for others in the household was only 1.6 hours out of the day. Nurturing a child, whatever it is that you got to do. Purchasing goods, leisure time and sports. Now this is interesting, 3.63 hours. So almost 4 hours out of the day we spend doing whatever it is that we want to do. Now, civic and religious activities, 20 minutes out of the day. 0.2 out of the entire day is actually spent reading your Bible or doing anything for your church. So I want you to notice these stark contrasts. Notice how the leisure time often is spent in television, and of course, people go to work for 5.7 hours out of the day. So this tells you right here what people are spending their time with, average persons. Here it is in children, 15 through 19. even far less in the religious department, but still 3.9 hours watching television, Facebook, internet. These are what has our children's attention. This is what has our nation's attention, is the television. This comes from Our High Calling. Life is short. The things of this world must perish what they're using. Let us be wise and build for an eternity. We cannot afford to be idle away our precious moments or engage in busy activities that will bring forth no fruit for eternity. I want you to think about that for a second. I often get a question in mind all the time. Just give me a list. I want a list. Give me what movies I can watch and what television shows I can watch and which one's okay and which one's not. You'll never, ever hear a list come out of my mouth because it's not a list that I'm trying to get everyone to understand. It's a principle, what I'm trying to get everyone to understand. The more that you spend time getting to know God, the more the time that you spend diving into your Bible, the more you watch television, the more you go, I don't want that in my life. So this is what I'm talking about, spending time. We live in a time frame right now in the end of the world where we don't have time to waste anymore. Maybe this was fine 200, 300, 400 years ago. Maybe it was fine that you could spend a lot of this leisure time. But since 1844, since this investigative judgment has come about, we now have a specific task as a church, as a people, to do. We don't have time to be wasting on things of not eternal value. Okay? Let the time hereto be devoted to idleness, frivolity, worldliness, be spent in gaining a knowledge of the Scriptures, in beautifying our lives and blessings, and ennobling the life and characters of others. This work will meet the approval of God and win for us the heavenly benediction of well done, thou good and faithful servant. When I get to heaven, do you want to know the greatest thing that I'm looking forward to hearing from my loving Savior when I meet him? Thank you, Scott, for what you did. Well done. Well done. You know what the worst thing I'm going to hear? Why didn't you open your mouth to that guy? Why didn't you spend more time witnessing over here? This person could have been here, but they're not. Those are the worst things I'm going to hear in my ears. So let's talk about your brain. A lot of you that have seen our other presentations, this may be review for you, but I want to put this in perspective because as we start to dive into some of these other people's perspectives on what's going on inside your brain, you need this understanding. You have a left side and you have a right side of your brain. Your left side is your analytical, critical, logical side. It's what compartmentalizes every piece of information that comes in your brain. You think about it, your brain makes decisions about it, and it puts it away and files it in different places. Your right side of the brain is your creativity, your artistic side, your emotional side, and what it does is it basically reacts to things in a different way than the analytical side does. They have found out, if you want to read studies by either Jerry Mander, Herbert Krugman, any of these guys that have studied the television for a long time, they found out in less than 29 seconds, your brain, when you watch television, flips from the left side of your brain into the right side of your brain. Because it's so much information, it can't compartmentalize it all at one time. So to compensate, it reacts emotionally off of things and doesn't think about the things at the time that it goes in, okay? You have brainwave patterns inside of your brain, delta, theta, alpha, and beta. Delta is when you're asleep, theta is when you're in light sleep, alpha is when you're kind of in that dream state. You can walk around in alpha state all the time. These are states that God designed our brains to work in. I'm not saying that any one of these states is an evil state, but what I am saying is that when you're in these different states, different things happen inside your brain. When you're in alpha brainwave pattern, you are in your optimum amount of suggestibility possible. Now, when you sit down and you watch television just staring at a blinking light, you could be watching 3ABN, anything. Stare at a blinking light, you go into alpha brainwave pattern. Your brain is very suggestible at that state because it has to process all this information, okay? So when you put yourself forcibly in that state, it's where it becomes dangerous on what you allow into your mind. Now, when you Go into the state of hypnosis, they put you in alpha brainwave pattern. If anyone in the occult talks about doing spells on people, you read any sort of occult literature on how they put spells on people, they always want you in alpha brainwave pattern because it's the most suggestible state. Now, we wanted to get a perspective on how does the television affect our minds. So what we did was we went all the way back to the very beginning. How does it affect a child's mind? Is there good things? Is there bad things? This guy, Dimitri Christakis, is from Children's Hospital in Seattle, Washington. And it was a very interesting interview. I think he was rather annoyed that we were taking up his time. So he was rushing through things, but nonetheless, he's not saying any of this information because he's a Christian or wants to tell you anything positive about the television. These are just hard, cold facts. He spent 10 years studying the television. And listen to what he says about it affecting a child's development.
The concern I had was that exposing the developing brain to the rapid sequencing of television programs, particularly baby DVDs, which are more rapidly sequenced even than normal television, would precondition the mind to expect high levels of input. And that would lead to shorter attention spans later in life. Reality couldn't, if you will, keep pace with the expectations that have been created by watching too much fast-paced programming later in life. And we found just that the more television that babies watched before the age of 3, the more likely they were to have attention problems later in life. Specifically, for each hour that they watched on a typical day before the age of 3, their chances of having attentional problems were increased by about 10%.
Oh my God!
So put that another way, a baby who watched 2 hours of TV a day before the age of 3 would be 20% more likely to have attentional problems at age 7 compared to a child who watched none. And we followed that initial study up by looking at what children watch, because as you might imagine, not all shows are paced the same. And if our hypothesis was right, then the more fast-paced programs they watched, the greater their risk would be of having attentional problems. And that's exactly what we found. The more fast-paced programs they watched, the higher their risk. Slow-paced programs, particularly those that took place in real time, didn't appear to increase the risk at all. So that was part of a series of early studies looking into what I call the overstimulation hypothesis, that you can overstimulate the developing brain.
So here's what he's saying, and this is why I want to show you this and why I want to bring this out is because he brings up an excellent point. What they noticed is fast-paced programming affects your mind in a different way than things that take time in real time. So that's why if you watch 3ABN or something, it's not as damaging. In fact, they found that there's no damage that happens and occurs at that point. It's the things that are like cut, 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 cut. And if you watch television in today's modern world, you notice real quick how fast they're moving your mind through things. So you have to be careful of that. Now here he is talking about children. This is actually my son here. I took a video of him because I wanted to show you this. This is him just really playing. He's playing with balls. He's playing with little things. He's constantly putting things in his mouth. When you're born, you know you're born with all the neurons you're ever going to have. Did you know that? And did you know that the neurological connections that you're able to make as a child is unprecedented throughout your entire life? You have more ability to make those neurological connections than you do at any other time in your life than when you're a baby. It is fascinating. And that's how you can throw 6 languages at a child and he can learn it like this. Try learning 6 languages. There's no way. It's impossible. But here's what is happening. God created us this way for a reason. Because when he gave us the start of life, he said, you can do whatever it is that you want to do. And your brain has the ability to do amazing things. And what happens is you have these neurological connections here in between the neurons where you have a sheath that's placed over those connections. Every time you make a connection over the axon of the neuron, there is a myelin sheath that is placed over that connection. And over and over and over again, you have this sheath, and it strengthens and builds and grows better. But when you're about the age of 10, 11, and 12 years old, your brain releases an enzyme that dissolves all poorly myelinated connections. So like the old saying goes, if you don't use it, you lose it. That's how and why children, and the reason I showed you my son playing there, they need to experience the world. They need to taste things, touch things, look at things. Their brain is making billions and billions of neurological connections about the world. Who's who? What's what? How does this work? How does that work? That's what a child's mind is doing. When you place them in front of a television, guess what a child does? They don't do anything. You're robbing them of this important time for them to make all these connections. And by the time they get to be 10, 11, 12, and they haven't done anything, they've spent 3, 4 hours out of the day like children are spending today. Now all of a sudden, you've robbed them of that precious time to build those connections in their brain. So here, he's talking about a little Einstein. How many of you have heard of those? Lots of people. Did you actually know?
Which brings us to Baby Einstein. Now, many of you probably have not seen Baby Einstein, but I will show you a random 20-second clip from Baby Einstein Day on the Farm, and here it is. In that 20-second clip, there were 7 scene changes about the most exhausting day on the farm since John Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath. And of course, it's nothing like being on a real farm, right? Adults watching this find it discombobulating because you're trying to make a coherent narrative out of this, and there is no coherent narrative. It jumps all over the place. But babies aren't trying to make a coherent narrative out of it. They're not actually engaged in the screen. So, which is that prolonged exposure to this rapid image change during this critical window of brain development would precondition the mind to expect high levels of input, and that would lead to inattention in later life. So you watch enough Baby Einstein Day on the Farm as a baby, and when you go to a farm as a school-age child, it's boring. It's too slow. How come there's no sheep suddenly popping into my face? How come there's no marionette going back and forth? Why do I have to walk from here to there? That's the general idea, that you're conditioning the mind to that reality, which doesn't actually exist.
Now I want you to think about that in spirit. Watching all these exciting movies and then read your Bible. Wait a minute. Nothing's blowing up. Nobody's changing colors. The pastor isn't jumping around and exploding. You condition your mind to accept high levels of excitement, and then when you want to sit there and you want to watch a pastor preach, it's boring. We have to be careful overstimulating our systems. It's an interesting time that we live in, and I believe that you can have creative productions. I'm not saying that they have to be just boring like Mr. Rogers, one shot for 5 minutes. Soaps and everything, and it says method on it. Here's the guy that created that. He's going to talk about what advertising is to him. What is marketing? What is art?
Marketing is about creating emotional responses. And I mean, that's the go to a museum. It's why art influences, inspires us. And applying that to marketing is something we've always thought, very heavily about. It's about bringing
someone, right? That's a basic understanding of art that any artist will tell you. I don't make art. I make art to influence or affect people. Every artist says that same sort of thing. Here is another guy who's talking about what marketing is. Sell things to people. I want you to notice a become very important emotion pop up in all of these guys' talks. And why is emotion important to understand in the context of movies?
Wait, who in this room has ever bought something they didn't really need? Yeah? Okay, some people have got 2 hands up. So you're standing in front of it, you're going, I don't need it, can't afford it, it's not practical, and you walk out with it. Why? Because of the emotion it makes you feel to buy it. My favourite business writer, and I'm sure some of you share this, is a guy called Tom Peters. Now, I was reading an interview he did with an executive from Harley-Davidson. So he's interviewing their top executive. And he said halfway through the interview, yeah, but you just sell motorbikes. And the executive said, Tom, you have missed the point. He said, we don't sell motorbikes. And Tom Peters says, well, what do you sell? He said, we sell the ability for a 43-year-old accountant to dress in black leather, drive through a small country town, and have people be afraid of him. He said, we sell an emotion. We sell a feeling. He said, if you use logic to buy a motorbike, you'd buy a Japanese one because they're awesome. He said, you buy a Harley because of how it feels, not how logically you think.
And it doesn't take a lot of time to watch commercials. Pay attention to commercials and how they portray products. Every product, Apple, one of the greatest people ever, what they're doing is how do you feel when this is in your hand? How do these Nike shoes make you feel? Can you run that million-mile sprint in 10 minutes? No, probably not. But they make you feel if you have these products, you can do these amazing things. Feeling is the very basis of how they sell things to you, okay? Any marketer will tell you that. Now, I want to talk about subliminal advertising. Some of you have seen this from our previous presentations, but it wants to illustrate a point. The word sex is written in the flowers. When you take it away, you'll always see the word sex written in there. Subliminal advertising. It's always there. It's right there in the middle, okay? So here's the example of them using it in real life. Here's Skittles. They put these things together. Your mind is very brilliant. It puts these things together. These are very real products. You can go to Target. You can look at it. Axe. Notice how the S is written in smoke, E-X. There's also another one, totally same thing, S-E-X. And I've even seen other products that are body washes and stuff that have little images in the corner that say 33% more, and then has a picture of a girl. Psychologically, what does that tell a boy? That I'll get 33% more what? Soap? That's interesting. So be careful of this. This is how they're selling products to you. They're attaching things to you emotionally. In fact, if you've seen any of the latest Kia commercials, you see that they use this dream guy who he's like walks in, tiptoes into the room when they're sleeping, and he spills the magic dust on him, and he goes into this dream and dreams that he's driving down the road with these beautiful girls driving by and all this, right? So why do they sell a car with a beautiful girl? Because they're pushing those pleasure buttons in your head and then attaching their product to you. So that's what they're doing. They're basically emotionally selling you things and emotionally getting you attached to them by just saying, who here does not think pleasurably about this beautiful gift that God gave us? And then they're selling you these products. Another thing that we looked at, which is very interesting, is a little chemical inside of all of our brains. Mostly, we hear about it from a woman's perspective called oxytocin. And oxytocin is a hormone that's released in a woman's brain when she has a child. And high levels of oxytocin is released because it's what is associated with bonding to the children, bonding people together. And we all exude oxytocin at some levels, but this is meant, and God gave us this hormone to basically bond us together. So what Hollywood has done is they have commissioned and looked into this neuroeconomist named Dr. Paul Zak. He's actually from Loma Linda University. We went down to Loma Linda University and we asked all the neurology department if we could interview anybody. And this was one of the guys that said he would let us interview him. And he's done research into this oxytocin. He's been on Dr. Phil, he's been on Oprah, he's been on all over. You can look this guy up. It's pretty interesting information. But listen to what he says about oxytocin and what he says about the advertising industry understanding about oxytocin, because what they want to do is they want to release oxytocin in your brain when you watch their commercials so that you're bonding to their commercials like you would bond to a child.
Discovered that this hormone called oxytocin facilitates trust between strangers. Because when someone trusts you, your brain releases this and it motivates you to reciprocate, to be trustworthy. So this led us into a variety of studies where we both measured and manipulated oxytocin in the human brain to figure out why we had so much trust between strangers. So since we've done that, we started looking at trust in other things, like in people you don't know, politicians, the government, advertisers. So for advertising, we asked this question, which is, why are there puppies in toilet paper commercials? Puppies don't use toilet paper. They have nothing to do with toilet paper. Unless you're really out of toilet paper, you might use the puppy. So what's going on with that? So we all know intuitively that advertisers want to grab our emotions. They want to engage us in this product. They want us to trust them, to trust this product. So we started thinking that maybe this has something to do with oxytocin. So let me describe an experiment we ran to test that. So we had an experiment where we had people view public service advertisements, like don't drive drunk, here's what can happen to you. And we put half the people in the experiment on oxytocin and half on placebo. So we can infuse oxytocin into your brain through your nose, and oxytocin will get into your brain. What we found is that when oxytocin was raised, that is when you're in this trusting state, this empathic state, people did say they cared about the people in the commercials more. And more tellingly to me, when we gave them an option to donate money to these different causes, people on oxytocin donated more of their own money that they earned for this experiment to these particular causes. So it seems like advertisers have figured out how to get our brains to release oxytocin and make us trust, want, identify with their project. Things like during a wedding, we measured oxytocin during wedding vows recently, and the bride had a 28% increase in her oxytocin. The groom had an increase, family members had an increase. So we have this chemical that below our conscious awareness is bonding us together as a human family. And so it plays on a variety of the things that we see on TV and the movies. So an example of that is...
So basically, have you ever heard somebody talk about a movie actor or something and say, I love that guy. I love that movie, right? Do you really love that person? Do you really know that person? But you know what? We have these chemicals inside of our brain that bond us to things. And usually, he goes on to say that it's formed in familiarity. So the more you've become familiar with something, the more bonded you become with it. Think about that spiritually. The more familiar you become with sin, the more bonded you become with it. It's very interesting when you really look at the scientific evidence of what's going on inside of our brains. So here is an example. Another thing that they're using in advertising a lot is the trick of hypnosis. And so what you'll see, and this is a simple example of Virgin mobile phones, okay? And what you'll see is all sorts of hypnotic tactics being used. And I'll explain this in a second.
You deserve Virgin Mobile, but something in your brain is afraid to switch. It's time to retrain your brain. Retrain your brain. Retrain your brain.
Virgin Mobile.
All the phones you want. Get 1 or 8.
Now, question. I'm not going to show you the whole commercial just for the sake of time. What does a shark have anything to do with your phone? What does a little brain jumping across the table want anything to do with your phone? Let me tell you something about hypnosis that I have learned. Your brain does not like to be confused. Do you know that? If you know how stage hypnosis people put you in a state of hypnosis, there's a thing called pattern interrupt. And what it is our brain has various different commands in our brain that are built into our brain. Here's a perfect example. Why did you just hold out your hand? Because you have a program in your brain that tells you when somebody holds out your hand, your brain goes, oh, I'm going to hold out my hand and shake his hand. He didn't think about it. He just did it. So now what a hypnosis or stage hypnosis person will do, how they interrupt your brain is if I were to do this and then go sleep or something like that. Then his brain's confused. Why did he tell me to sleep? And what your brain does is it goes into an interruption state, and in that interruption state, they're able to throw a command at you. And at that command is how they can put people to sleep or do whatever it is that you want to do. So a simple example of when they show you a TV commercial like that, where it absolutely has this randomness to it, your brain goes into an interrupting state, and you try to make sense of it. And when you make sense of it, they throw you a command. And you'll notice they'll say things like, buy this Virgin phone, or whatever they tell you. That's a command, buy the phone. Okay? These are all tricks. So what it caused us to do is to say, you know what? I want to understand this hypnosis thing because, and I'm going to tell you this right now, I do not condone hypnosis at all. Okay? I believe that God is a powerful, all-powerful God, and he could do anything under the sun. To have somebody hypnotize me to achieve a certain goal is saying that God cannot do that. I need man to rewire my brain so that I achieve whatever goal it is to do. Okay? But I went to a hypnotherapist and interviewed him to understand how hypnosis works because I don't really understand it completely. And here is one of the hypnosis therapists that we went to. Really nice guy. In fact, if you just met him on the street, really great guy. But here he's going to explain how hypnosis works a little bit.
What they'll do with hypnosis, and this is where people become susceptible to it, is they'll overwhelm you with information. So you look at a commercial and you see all this information that comes all in at one time. And you see this goofy stuff and you go like, what is going on there? So what you've just done now is go into a questioning part of your mind. You've got a ton of new information and you're trying to figure out what it is. So they want to get you into an emotion. You think about the commercial. Does the commercial get you an emotion? Not really. They rely on the TV show to get you into the emotion. The cliffhanger, they go right to break. And you go, oh, wow, I can't wait. It's going to be over. The commercial comes on. You're in state. Pavlov's dog, remember, ringing the bell, the dog salivating. And then all of a sudden, they got this new information that comes in. And the information is meant to get you into using that state that you're now in, that curiosity, that cliffhanger, that anxiety, so to speak, of what's going to happen next and associate their product with.
So did you hear what he said? I know it's kind of hard to hear. And I turned up the volume all the way, but anytime you want to put somebody under a state of hypnosis, it always boils down to emotion. Anytime they put you in a state of hypnosis, they're attaching things to your emotions. So just like what he said, does a commercial really get you into an emotion? It doesn't. It's the TV show that gets you into the emotion. Now think about the Super Bowl, okay? One of the greatest commercial times that we have, that people love to watch the Super Bowl just to watch the commercials, and why they're paying umpteen millions of dollars for 30 seconds of time. Is it because everybody's watching the television show? It's because everybody's in a heightened state of emotion. Anytime you want to change anybody mentally, you heighten their state of emotion, and then you can change them. And that's why they're able to sell that advertising time at a greater rate. So that's what's going on right here. Everybody watches these games and they're so excited about the games, and then all of a sudden they cut to the commercial. And then it's confusion. The brain's confused, and it wants to make sense of the confusion. And all of a sudden they get everybody in a state of hypnosis and hit their product with you. And notice the dings and the dongs that happen during these commercials. Taco Bell, free to think about, or think outside the bun, dong, and they show you the Taco Bell. McDonald's, I'm loving it. All these things are little jingles and tricks to sell you their products. Now, here is an example of neuro-linguistic programming, okay? This is programming somebody's brain using language, and how it works is you're basically giving people commands that are different than what you're saying out of your mouth. Here's a perfect example. If I were to tell you I like smart people, and I'm touching myself like this, what I'm really telling you in your brain is that I'm smart. By accentuating myself and saying I like smart people. It tells your brain a different piece of information. This guy, Darren Brown, is going to take this guy right here, Simon Pegg, who he had him write down a few weeks prior it's your birthday coming up. I want you to write down a birthday present. Anything you want to write down. Seal up the envelope, put it in your pocket. Show up a month later, and I'm going to change what it is that you think you wrote down on this thing, okay? So he told him to write down what he's going to write, and then by neuro-linguistic programming, he's going to change what he thought he wrote down.
Thank you very much. Excellent. So we spoke on the phone a few days ago.
Yes.
And I asked you to write down something you'd like for your birthday.
Yes.
I also asked you to sign the back of it when I spoke to you and gave you these instructions so that basically when you brought it with you today, which I hope you have done, you know that no one's going to steam it open or switch it or do anything with it.
Absolutely.
All kept secret?
Very much so.
Excellent. All right. Well, I have bought you a present. Now, don't get overexcited. It is in the big box behind you.
Right.
Right? It may be a small present in a big box.
Right.
Or it may be a big present in a big box.
Okay.
The size of the box will not necessarily give you any clues.
Sure.
All right. When you walk into a shop and you see something that you know you have to have, what is that feeling like? Describe it for me.
I guess it's quite sort of sudden, and you sort of you have a definite positivity about it, and often you'll go away and see other things, but then you come back to the thing you saw first. And
Excellent.
It's like, you know.
Well, just take that feeling and just sort of amplify it a bit for me, because it is a really good feeling. It's important to understand that feeling of positivity that you describe. Okay. And also, very nice to meet you, and thank you for coming on the show. Let me explain to you how I buy gifts or presents for people, all right? And this is the best way to handle, bar none, the problem of, what to settle for when you're going to buy gifts for somebody that's a little bit difficult to buy for, all right? Now, what I do is rather than recycle the same sort of two-tired bottles of wine or box of chocolates, which are no fun to receive, I go out and I buy anything, and then I make that person fall in love with it, all right, by creating a strong feeling of desire for that object. Does that make sense? Yeah. And it absolutely works. They get all sort of pumped up, they get that feeling of that positivity you were describing. They beam excitement for it. And, it's a win-win thing because they get a present that they love and, I get rid of some stuff out the back of my kitchen cupboard or whatever. But what I want you to really understand about this, because it's important, is that feeling is so strong, can be so extreme that it can replace the memory of what they actually wanted. So even though 2 days before they may have said, I want X, whatever that is, like a really nice car, like a BM or an Xbox or something like that, something they really wanted, suddenly now they think they always wanted what I got them. And they're like, well, why would I want another car or an Xbox? That'd be useless to me. And suddenly this thing is useless to them because they're so delighted and surprised by what I got them that they forget what they originally wanted. Does that make sense? It actually replaces that memory.
Yes.
Yeah. Excellent. Cool. Good. So you can have anything you like. What's your dream present?
The BMX bike.
A BMX bike?
Yes.
That'd be fantastic. And that would make you feel great, wouldn't it?
It would fulfill a childhood dream.
Really? Is it a childhood dream to have one?
I never got one when I was
You never got one when you were a kid, so it'd be great to have one. Okay. Do you want to have a look?
Yes.
Yes. Excellent.
So he says a BMX bike. If you were paying attention to what he was saying, he was accentuating the B's, the M's, and the X's. And instead of him saying, I buy something from somebody, he actually said, I bike something from someone. But see, because you're kind of not really paying attention and it's so much information coming in, it just goes right through your head and you're not paying attention. So he then says, I wanted a BMX bike. So then he takes him out and he shows him what it is. It's a BMX bike. And he says, now I want you to pull out that piece of paper in your pocket and I want you to see what you wrote on it.
I'm genuinely a bit freaked out, in a nice way. I came in here thinking, if I can suss this out, if there's some kind of thing going on that I can work out logically, I'm going to play along. And but I'm stunned. That's definitely my right, and that's my J. And I've got no need for a leather jacket, and I don't know what's going on.
He wrote on the piece of paper he wanted a leather jacket. And he's so confused at this point that he's like freaked out. And he almost is just like, what's going on here? I don't understand. That's my handwriting. But he wrote down, I wanted a leather jacket. So just by words and saying words in the right way and accentuating the right parts, we know neurologically we have the technology to change what you think. We have that technology. It's called neuro-linguistic programming. Now, let's move away from this sort of fun little thing right here and let's bring it a little bit closer back to home. What if they were to use neuro-linguistic programming in a movie? What if they were to take this same technology and instead of telling you little words here and there, they were to apply it to a different movie and place it in different films? And that's exactly what he did right here. He wanted to see if I tell people and subliminally put things in there in a little tiny commercial before a movie called Ocean's 12, would people actually walk out of the theater and forget the movie that they just watched? And here's what he did.
Can I have a look at where it says forget the film over the girl with the rose in her hair? I think that's a frame too long. Can we get that down to one frame? Let's see how that works.
This is the Genesis Cinema in East London, which kindly agreed to include our ad amongst the trailers for a screening of Ocean's 12, a carefully chosen film which, if the ad works, the audience will not be able to remember. Not a bad thing. For legal reasons, patrons were told that some filming would happen, but our cameras were hidden in dark corners and people had no idea of the experiment. Obviously, I didn't expect the ad to make everyone forget the film, but I hoped a few would.
So then here he comes back. Oh, I didn't show the end of this. You actually have to see the end of this. I'm going to have to show you the end of this.
But they could remember.
Why don't you tell me about the film you just saw?
It's a bit weird.
So how often do you go to the film?
I don't go much, about once a month.
Is there a particular genre you like or don't like?
I like foreign movies.
But this one you...
And I don't remember anything about the movie.
It's about a heist that goes wrong. And then it comes together because the guy's got a contact with his mother.
If I try to picture the actual scene, I see like a sieve. It's going to sound even worse, like just a sieve.
I remember the whole thing. Yeah, whole thing, yeah. Wicked. Awesome film.
So here, I'm not going to play them all, but time and time again, a lot of people forgot the film. Not everybody, but a lot of people did. Now, here's another media expert at the... he's a director at the Children's Hospital in Boston, and he wrote an article. I just went on the internet and I typed into the internet, what happens in your brain when you go and watch a 3D movie? Just want to know. And here's one of the articles that popped up, and I think you'll find this pretty interesting. It says, so what does your brain do when you're sitting in a theater looking at a giant screen wearing 3D glasses, swimming in surround sound, and processing 24 images that flip by per second? Your brain dutifully processes those stimuli, and it does little else. In fact, your prefrontal cortex, which is involved in impulse control, future thinking, and moral choices, is basically inactivated during this process, and that is why you get lost in the movie. It's shut off. I want you to think about that spiritually, because when you go to a movie and you sit and you stare at this bright light blinking at you 24 frames per second, so much information is flooding into your system, and then putting a three-dimensional mathematical problem to your brain that has to piece it back together spatially, your brain stops using the frontal lobe. You know what's interesting about the frontal lobe? When you pray to God, where do you think you pray to God? The frontal lobe. When you drink alcohol, why do you think you do stupid things when you drink alcohol? Because it affects your frontal lobe. So what you have now done is placed yourself in a situation where you're in a dark room listening to these crazy thoughts of these directors, which I'm not even going to go into their belief system, opening your mind into alpha brainwave pattern and shutting off your ability to think about or communicate with God and consciously think about the information that goes into your brain. The devil is brilliant with the technology that he's creating that is manipulating people's minds. And many of our kids, brothers and sisters, I can't even begin to tell you how much this crushes my heart time and time again. I go to our youth groups, our colleges, our universities, and 95% of our youth and everybody are watching all of these movies. It's not what our church is supposed to be focusing on. How many of you have heard of neurocinema? Do you know what an fMRI is? A functional MRI. It's medical technology that they can go in and they can actually see what's going on inside your brain. And what it's doing is as your hemoglobin, which is iron rich, is traveling around inside your brain, this big gigantic magnet is tracking where the hemoglobin is bringing oxygen. So what it can do is it can track what parts of your brain are being active during this process. And by default, what they can do is they can monitor exactly how much a movie is affecting you. And guess what? Almost every single film today is run through an fMRI machine where they're testing and honing and shaping the movie to give you the maximum amount of mental interaction with the movie. And here's a director that's talking about doing that.
With neurocinema technology, filmmakers can now look inside your mind to make better movies. I'm Peter Katz. I'm a film producer. Studios rely on people to accurately fill out questionnaires after a test screening. The problem is, it's difficult to remember specific details of a film and what you felt about each scene. We will scan the brain of our test subject, Bridget. She's going to watch my horror film Popsicle inside a fMRI machine to measure her fear. Bridget will watch 2 scenes in a Siemens 3T MRI. The data from the scan will be converted into a real-time view of Bridget's amygdala and other regions of her brain to be analyzed by the team.
Okay, we're going to get started, Bridget. Are you doing okay? All right, here we go. What we're looking for, the amygdala, is right here. So after we analyze this in about 2 weeks, we are hoping to see activation here, the amygdala.
So you could see fear. Like if she's scared, like if she's actually scared, you could see that right on the brain.
The amygdala controls fear,
Yeah.
anger, rage, anything that's fight or flight. So if she's having any of those emotions, I think that's pretty good for a horror film.
So basically, they're starting to test these. There's tons of information on this. If you want to check it out, go see what movies they've run through fMRIs. Stanford University cuts all of their trailers from Hollywood. They send them up to Stanford and have them put people in fMRIs so that they can study what scenes would be the best to put in trailers to make people come and watch the movies. And neurocinema, right here, it talks about at the Topanga Film Festival in Southern California, which will include a number of neuromarketing features. 7 neuroscientists will discuss the film imagery and its effect on the conscious and subconscious processes of the viewer's brains. Even at the film festivals, they're having neuroscientists come and tell you this is how you make your movie better so that more people will be invested into your movie. They're technologically advancing so rapidly that they're tapping into the best parts of your brain and shutting things off, and they know what it's doing. Here's an example of this. This is a real fMRI study of the trailer for Avatar. Okay? So as you'll notice right here, or no, I'm sorry, this isn't Avatar, this is Alice in Wonderland, okay? So I want you to notice, remember what I said, in 29 seconds or less, your brain frontal lobe starts to shut off? So when you start watching it, you have some activity going on in the frontal lobe. And I want you to notice, in about 29 seconds, all of a sudden, you're going to start to notice all of this disappearing and basically going into the back part of your visual cortex. And you are then, vroom, sucked into the movie. Visually, we know and we can represent exactly what's happening inside your brain. Now, other technology that's emerging out of this whole thing is eye tracking technology. Here's an actual trailer, and what they're doing is they're tracking your eyes to see what you're looking at on the frame so that they can put in the frame various things because they know exactly what you're going to look at. You're going to look right there, you're going to look right there, and then guess what? I've studied this thing long enough to know that there is a ton of things placed in the background of movies. They know what you're going to look at. They know what your mind is going to subliminally look at in the films. So here, back to this hypnotherapist. Listen to what he says about hypnosis.
That's really, really important here. And that's the conscious, what we call the critical factor, those 7 plus or minus 2 pieces of information. The critical factor is what you were taught as a child growing up when you said, don't run out into the road. You want them to stay in the driveway, look both ways before they go across the street. So you've got all this stuff set up by your parents, by your teachers, by your community to protect you, to make you safe. And what we're looking for in hypnosis, what TV, what commercials are looking to do is to interrupt that process. They want you to get past the critical factor is what it's called.
So the critical factor, all of us have what they call a critical factor in our brain. And here's a simple explanation of what a critical factor is. How you feel about your mother. How you feel about your mother. I could never walk up to you and actually change how you feel about your mother. Why? Because I don't know your mother. I've never met your mother. And all of a sudden, you've grown up with your mother. So that's a critical factor. Guess what else is a critical factor? How you believe about God. I could never really stand up here if you've had a whole upbringing about God, and all of a sudden you have all of these thoughts and preconceived ideas that you've built a lifetime understanding. There's not much that I could say that can change that. But guess what? There's a way around your critical factor, and it's through your emotions. So instead of changing how you feel about your mother, guess what I can do? I can change your emotion about your mother, and I can start to change how you feel about your mother, which will ultimately change how you actually perceive your mother. And if I give you enough negative emotions about your mother, you will negatively view your mother. Let me tell you about our God. If you hear enough movies over and over and over again, slam our God, left and right, over and over and over again, guess what? It gets past your critical factors and can affect the way that you believe and feel about God, because they're attaching negative emotions to your feelings.
Yeah, in the movie Inception, they used a lot of time distortion. Time distortion in hypnosis and NLP is huge. Again, people can follow time for so long, the 7 plus or minus 2, before they lose it, and then they can't keep track of time. So back to television, back to the movies, when you start to have a belief change or you think it's a certain way and you say, hey, don't watch that or don't do that yourself, people go, nah. They have reasons, a whole bunch of them, just like with the shoe and saw, of why they can't be hypnotized. So in a movie, like the Inception, when you're playing with time and you're playing with time distortion, now you can, and if you notice, they went to different levels of time. And that's what I was talking about in the video that you saw. They go to different levels of time, then they close it off. Now they got the cognitive dissonance, they get the memories. So they're not only taking the movie through it, they're taking you through it. I mean, I had to go back and search to remember about the old Chinese guy. I mean, you forget about him because they open a loop, they close a loop, they open another loop, multiple embedded loops, and then you'll have amnesia for them. So what you want to do as a hypnotherapist, when you're doing it on the positive side, is to get people into those trance. Open so many of them. Don't close them. You open them. You open them on one side. You start to tell a story. You don't finish a story. You go into another story. You start telling a story. You don't finish a story. You go into another story. And then when you get at the core, and the core of the Inception movie was what? They got this guy to go into the room with his father in a made-up scenario about what was going to happen to the father. So now if you engage the imagination at that point, that depth of trance, there's no critical factor there. There's nothing blocking from anything you can put in there. So if you could change people's feelings, that changes beliefs, that changes convictions. They'll do all kinds of different things, which the guy in the movie did. But what did they have to first do? The belief that held it, and that's why they had the psychologist there, the belief that held it together was that his father did something nasty to him as he was dying.
I know you were disappointed. I couldn't be you.
You can't quite hear what he's saying, but I'll explain it. This is the scene that he's talking about. You're in the deepest state of hypnosis.
But when they found out really he was doing something beautiful to him, what did he change? It was his emotions that changed. It was like, oh, I got to look at it differently now.
So here in this movie, I did not see this movie, But the reason that I went and actually interviewed this guy is because I was looking on YouTube and I found him. He lived up in Shasta, and I was looking at different films and I was typing in different films and just the word hypnosis. And this guy has a whole bunch of things on YouTube that talks about, he thinks it's wonderful, great idea that they're using hypnosis in films. We can change the world doing this. And he talks about how they do this. And what he talked about, the U-shaped storyline, is what they call opening loops in hypnosis. How they put someone in a state of hypnosis is they start a story over here. Then they don't finish the story, they start another story. Then they go back to the first story and they move down the line a little bit. And they keep moving back and down the line until they converge the two stories together and you are in your deepest state of hypnosis at that point. And what he says is at that point, there's no critical factor. You have shut down people's critical factor. You can tell them whatever you want to tell them. And the scene that you just watched right there was a scene between a guy and his father. And what his father, he walks into his father, and he had thought his whole life that his father had done something terrible to him. And he goes, "I'm sorry that I was not more like you." And his father turns around and says, "No, I'm sorry that you tried to be like me." And I thought about that, and I went home and I went, that's really interesting. The deepest state of hypnosis is between a father and a son, and it's sitting there telling him, you shouldn't be like me, you should be like your own person. And so I thought about that spiritually, and I said, my Bible is full of Bible texts that want me to be like my Father, want me to learn to constantly mold and shape and give my life over to that of my Father. What could this possibly be teaching people? So all I did was I looked into different films. I thought I had put this in there. In fact, I'll come back to this in a second. No, I'll show you this in a second. I thought I had put in there, but I guess I didn't. If you just type in that movie, Inception and Gnosticism, some of our other videos have talked about Gnosticism. I'm not going to go into a big explanation of it. But Gnosticism is taking the same stories of the Bible and inverting the hermeneutics of the Bible. So what they do is they make Satan look like God. They make God look like evil. They take Judas, the disciple, and make him good, and they make all the rest of the disciples bad. They just take the same stories in the Garden of Eden and everything, and they make the snake in the Garden of Eden good and everybody else bad, and they flip it all upside down. But they use the stories of the Bible. So just type in that movie, Inception and Gnosticism, and every single thing that comes in Google, this is Gnosticism, this is Gnosticism, this is teaching Gnosticism, this is teaching Gnosticism. Do you know how many of our youth went and watched that movie? I was just at a youth camp this last week, and I just asked, how many youth have seen this? Educating our own church, the teachings of Gnosticism. How often do they use hypnosis in movies? It's over and over and over again. You'll start to notice these things in the background. This is the opening credits to the Wizard of Oz. This isn't a very far stretch. I'm sure you could probably think of this. But think about all the different things that they're throwing at you. They put you in a state of hypnosis before the movie even starts. What are they teaching you? I want to show you this clip. Some of you have probably seen this clip, and some of you will be shocked by this clip, but I want to show you because I want to illustrate a point. I was at one of our Adventist colleges, and I was talking about this movie, Fight Club, and I wanted to ask everybody in the room who here has seen this movie, and you're going to see the video of everybody's hand go up, and then I asked, where in the movie do they speak about God, and listen to what they say. I want to ask a quick question. I have seen this movie probably 20 times, maybe more. This was one of my favorite films. How many people in this room have seen this movie? Look at how many hands just went up. Can somebody tell me in this movie where they speak about God? You got one person. What scene? One person. All of you people raised your hand, and only one person told me when they talk about God. And here's what was said about our amazing, loving God that we serve. And this is said to our Christian brothers and sisters that nobody, myself included, could remember. And I had seen the movie 20 times, and this is what God was said.
Our fathers were our models for God. If our fathers failed, what does that tell you about God? Listen to me. You have to consider the possibility that God does not like you. He never wanted you. In all probability, he hates you. This is not the worst thing that can happen.
It is.
We don't need him.
We don't agree.
Damnation, man. Redemption. We are God's unwanted children. So be it. Listen, you can run water over your hand to make it worse, or look at me. Or you can use vinegar to neutralize the burn.
Please let me have it, please.
First, you have to give up. First, you have to know, not fear. Know that someday you're gonna die.
You don't know how this feels.
It's only after we've lost everything that we're free to do anything.
Is that a sobering thought? People ask all the time, why do we have to focus on all this negative stuff? Why do we have to talk about this thing? None of us have a problem with this. I've spoken at some of the most conservative churches where everybody looked like Ellen White in the church, and they're coming up to me going, I've seen every movie you're talking about. And I'm like, what? You don't even look like you own a TV. I used to think it was so weird that God asked me to do this ministry and asked us to go around and speak about this weird thing in churches, until I started to really dive into the Bible myself, and I realized before a reformation ever happened in the Bible, God said, tear down those idols. Get rid of them so that you can focus on eternal things.
So the bottom line of basically NLP, any change work, any conditioning, any brainwashing, it goes down to emotions. You can just think, I'll just use something really basic. Think of something in your life that at one time you didn't believe in or didn't think about because you felt a certain way about it. And then you change that. Why was it? Because all of a sudden you got a different feeling, and that different feeling then started producing different pictures in your head, different internal dialogue, how you talk to yourself, and different feelings. And that together, enough of those forms a belief system, and that changes everything.
So all of it is boiling down to emotions, and what you just saw is a heightened emotional state. In that movie, pay attention to that. In the heightened state of emotion is when they slide these things in there. You know what? You have to consider the possibility that God doesn't like you. It's in a heightened state of emotion that happens in, and it happens time and time and time again. Oh yeah, here, I just got it in the wrong place. There's Inception, Gnosticism. Anybody can Google all this stuff. Here's a bunch of Gnostic websites. Here's what's really interesting. Dark City, Matrix, Inceptions are Gnostic manuals. And these are all the movies that all of our kids are watching. If you really want to change the world for real, let the Gnostic religion let you know how. And all these movies are coming from this Gnostic perspective. Gnosticism. Here's the top 10 Gnostic stories of 2010, and there it is right there. I'm going to maybe skip through a couple of these just for the sake of time, because I want to show you something. Thor is a movie that is extremely popular amongst young people. And notice, actually, I'll play this for you so you can kind of get a sense of the next clip that I'm going to show, and I might just show one or two more. But I want you to notice something. In this is just the trailer. I've never seen this movie, don't want to see this movie. All I did was look at the trailer. Notice how it's a very heavenly, angelic-looking place. It's sort of this Gothic-looking building, but it's very reminiscent of a world somewhere else. And notice how the scene takes place in a large golden room. Notice how in the large golden room there is a throne sitting on the end of the thing with two what appears to be angel wings over the throne. And the dialogue is between the good guy and the bad guy. Thor is supposed to be the hero, and so it's between Thor and his father. And listen to what is said.
I have sacrificed much to achieve peace. For, through your arrogance and stupidity, you have opened these peaceful realms and innocent lives to the horror and devastation of war.
You are a vain, greedy, cruel boy.
And you are an old man and a fool!
You're unworthy!
Father.
I now take from you your power! And I cast you out!
Please open your eyes.
Oh, no, this is Earth, isn't it?
Where he comes from?
So I know a lot of you can't hear it. Maybe you can turn it up just a little bit back there. Here's what he says. When he's talking to his father, he says, "You're a great, vain, greedy, cruel boy. You traded peace for war. I now take from you your power, and I cast you out in a bolt of lightning down to earth." Let me ask you a question. Who is full of vain, greed, traded peace for war, created this whole mess that we're in the first place, and was cast down to earth in a bolt of lightning? Do you know how many of our youth are watching this? Ask them. It's sobering. When Jesus was speaking to his disciples, and they were gloating in the fact that they could cast out demons, and he said, no, don't gloat. Don't gloat, because I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning. That's where we get that from. And just look at the titles of these movies. The Dark World. It does not take a far stretch to understand where they're coming from. Iron Man. Here you've got a picture. This is their real movie posters and stuff of a guy falling from what looks to be like heaven burning. It does not take a far stretch. If you know your Bible, you know the truth, you can easily see what the counterfeit is doing. This you cannot see very well, but any of you that want to look this up for yourself, right here, this is the bad guy of the new Iron Man movie. And as I was watching this trailer, that's all I ever do is analyze trailers anymore, because I don't even have to see the movie. They tell you everything about the trailer. And the bad guy here, he says, he calls everybody his sheep, his children, and that he's not a terrorist. He considers himself a teacher. So let me ask you a question. Who's a teacher that calls you children and sheep? That's Jesus, right? So all of a sudden in the trailer, I pause on this point where he's out here. Anytime I see words written in the screen, I pause it because I say, I want to know what they're writing on the screen. Everything in the screen is put there for a specific reason. And guess what it says right here? Redeemed through blood on his shirt. You look at any of the other Iron Man stories. The first evil guy in Iron Man was named Obadiah. Obadiah means servant of the Lord. You look at the pattern. When I see a pattern over and over and over again, you know what that denotes? That denotes intelligence, and that denotes that was put there for a reason. Transformers. Another one of the most popular films that has sucked many of our church members into. You have two different sides. One called the Autobots and one called the Decepticons. The Decepticons are the ones that they're saying, look, this is their movie poster right here, and I'll point this out because I want to show you how deceptive even the movie posters are. It tells you psychologically to destroy the Decepticons. It tells you psychologically to protect the Autobots, okay? So these are the good guys. Before I start that, what you're going to hear is this guy right here. This is the supposedly good guy of the movie, and he's explaining what the entire Transformers story is all about. So listen to what he says.
Before time began, there was the cube. We know not where it comes from, only that it holds the power to create worlds and fill them with life. That is how our race was born. For a time we lived in harmony, but like all great power, some wanted it for good, others for evil. And so began the war.
So the information that's told to you in the very beginning of the film, this is the opening scene of the film, is there is a war in the galaxy. There is this thing called the cube that has the ability to create worlds and fill them with life. My Bible only tells me there is only one thing on the face of this entire universe that has the ability to create a world and fill it with life, and who is that? That's more specifically, Jesus. Here is the entire premise of the entire Transformer series right here.
Freedom is the right of all sentient beings. You all know there's only one way to end this war. We must destroy the cube.
Psychologically put into everybody's mind. The only way to end this war is to destroy the very thing that has the ability to create worlds and fill them with life. Now does it make sense why it says protect them and destroy the bad guys? The whole thing is built upside down. You wonder why we have so many youth leaving the church, myself included. Do you know that I'm no different than anyone else that has sat there and filled my head with so many of these movies? I left the church, brothers and sisters. I moved to Hollywood. I started working for this industry because I thought that that's what would give me happiness in life. And I stopped reading this. I stopped my relationship with God. If you watch more movies than you read your Bible, I want you to pay attention to that. I want you to pay attention to that. Megamind, I'm just going to show you this real quick, and I'm going to end on this point. When you start to look, you start to see all these elements. When hypnosis is brought to your attention, these are real posters. This is not something I made up. You notice all these things. Giving bad a good name. Flipping the model upside down. Here's the story. Basically, you have a good guy and a bad guy. And the good guy ends up on Christmas Day. And the bad guy ends up at the prison for the criminally insane. So they're telling you right here, one of them is Jesus, one of them is Satan. In fact, they even illustrate the Jesus character as walking on water. But the entire premise of the story is thus.
A new threat has come to Metro City.
Consider yourselves under new management.
And Metro Man is nowhere to be found.
He'll destroy the whole city.
I'm sorry. I'm finally free to get in touch with my true power. Making awesome music.
You're kidding, right?
When the world needs a hero,
You need to be that guy.
Well, this is a strange turn of events.
we will answer the call.
So guess what? When Jesus wants to stop being your Savior, guess who has to step up and be your Savior? Wow. They even tell you in the end of the trailer, this, people, is the battle between good and evil. It will blow your mind. And they play these two songs together.
I make bad look so good.
DreamWorks Mega Mind.
You're kidding, right?
The two songs that they blend together is Highway to Hell, I'm Loving You. Together, back and forth, psychologically implanted into people's minds over and over. I could stand up here and show you example after example after example. Any of these new movies that are coming out, I don't even have to look very far. All I do is look at the movie poster. I don't even got to watch the trailer anymore because this entire movie is about when the world needs a hero they call the villain. Brothers and sisters, we are engaged in a full-blown war. And this war is to replace your relationship with Jesus Christ. Ephesians 5 tells me, redeeming the time because the days are evil. Time is so precious to us, brothers and sisters. Time is as gold. If we would at last share in the reward of the righteous, we must wisely improve the time of our probation. Moments are more precious to us than gold. Put on that armor of God. The night is far spent. The day is at hand. Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness and let us put on the armor of light. And you know what I think is so beautiful about the armor? What is the armor? Is the armor to do battle? Is it really? Because the armor, it is the belt of truth, the helmet, a hope for salvation. All of these things, these are Christ. The true armor is just putting on Christ and having Christ's character. This, I pray, is my hope for all of you, that you seriously consider everything that you put into your mind. Be not wasteful of those precious moments in idle things that have no bearing on eternal things. We don't have the time anymore.
I saw one weary, sad and torn, with eager steps press
One I saw with sword and shield, who boldly braved the world's cold frown, and fought unyielding on the field to win an everlasting crown. Though worn with toil, oppressed by foes, no murmur from his heart arose. I asked what buoyed his spirits up. Oh, this said he, the blessed hope.
While pilgrims here we journey on in this dark vale of sin and gloom, through tribulation, pain and storm, or through the portals of the tomb, till our returning King shall come to take his exiled captives home. Oh, what can buoy the spirits up? 'Tis this alone, the blessed hope.
The people were eating out of the garbage cans, sleeping on the street, any place that they could sleep. They had a blanket they could spread in the bus station, train station. They would spread it in a corner, any place they could see. That's where they would spend the night. With no money.
I'd heard this commotion out in the hallway one time, and it was winter, and this family was being evicted out of the building. They had 2 children, and we used to play with the kids, and they were the same age. And I went downstairs with my cousin, and here was all their furniture out on the sidewalk, right on the edge of the street, not on the street, but right on the curb, where people could still walk by. But there, I remember seeing their dressers and their couch and different pieces of furniture, and the 2 kids were sitting up on top of one of the dressers, and it was snowing. And I said, my mom came down, and I said, "Mom, what's going on?" And she said, "Well, they couldn't pay the rent. You know, they got evicted." We suffered a little bit in a depression for lack of food. Food was scarce. The 4 adults weren't working. My mom found a job working in a hot dog stand, and she was able to bring some of the buns home, and once in a while some of the hot dogs. But my uncle did menial labor now and then, and he was able to bring home some food. I can remember my uncle getting some of the older potatoes from the Mark guy downstairs that we got to know, and bringing them up and making a potato pancake for us. And we were lucky to get an onion in it ground up, but he would make a good potato pancake. And us cousins would sit on a towel on the center of the living room floor. We didn't have much furniture, and that's what we had to eat for the whole day.
In the city, you had to buy everything you eat. Everything you eat, you had to buy.
We're all probably familiar with these stories and images from the Great Depression. But it's an often forgotten fact that many of these heart-rending accounts have a common denominator: location.
The city, but they had food lines, and people would have to, I don't know how often they went or what they got, but it kept them alive, and we didn't have that problem. We always had things on the shelf, and even now when I shop, I got more on the shelf than I probably, eat.
We were a very poor Depression family, but we lived on a farm, and we had food, and they canned. And I can remember them getting up in the middle of the night to put wood in the fire, always on a wood stove. They're just, as poor as we were a very self-sufficient, happy family.
What would happen to this nation if some event or series of events plunged it into a depression like 1929? What would be different now? Would it hit us harder than it hit them? Are we more vulnerable than they were? Back in the Depression era, a little more than half of America lived in an urban area, a city. Now that number has skyrocketed to around 80%. And as a sure result, we become much more dependent for our necessities of life. Take food, for instance. During the Depression, 1 out of every 5 people in the workforce were involved in agriculture. Now the number that produce our food is only slightly more than 1%. At first blush, this appears to be a good thing. But the only way this has happened is through major dependence on heavy equipment, fuel, chemicals, and other products which may or may not be available to the farmer in hard times. Without these modern devices and products, would our food system be able to produce enough food for the more than 300 million people in this country? And even if the farmers can produce enough food, are we assured that it will make its way to our grocery shelves and that we will be able to buy it?
And you need to know that in our large cities, there's about 3 days' supply of food. Now, those supermarket shelves may look really full, and they are, because when you're taking it off, the clerks are stocking the shelves. And if they didn't stock the shelves just at the rate that you take it off without a panic, all those shelves would be empty in about 3 days, because the trucks need to keep running to keep those shelves full. What if the trucks didn't run? There are a number of things that could bring about situations where there could be really serious civil unrest in the cities.
Manufacturers, they make to order. And so when the order comes in, that's when they manufacture. A lot of manufacturers just don't warehouse anymore. Again, that's money. So having product tied up in a warehouse is money sitting there. And they aren't to tie up their money like that. The stockholders don't like to see that. But that supply, if you had a disaster anywhere in one of these major manufacturing areas, it would stop the trucks, it would stop trucks coming in with the supplies, it would stop trucks from going out to supply your major chains. And the major chains have their warehouses, and again, that product is turning over and over daily. And so it's not like they have half their warehouse full of flour. Flour has a certain slot within that warehouse. And to keep flour in that slot, they have to have trucks coming in all the time to replenish that. So you stop those trucks, you stop the supply of products to the stores. One of the things I think of is in the event of a disaster, what do people do? They flock to the stores. They buy up all their staples and water. So your store will be empty faster than it's ever been empty before.
Unfortunately, though, food is not the only problem.
Beyond the well-known issues of air pollution and water pollution, I think today an even larger concern relate to the political and the social arena. I think we have all, as Americans, have been aware since 9/11 that the cities are going to be the targets for terrorists. The terrorism involves not only destructive weapons, but bioterrorism.
One of the experts in this area, who was in the Pentagon, this was about 8-10 years ago, told me that if the average citizen knew the potential for mischief in this area, that they'd be really frightened. Just one little example is smallpox. Nobody's vaccinated for smallpox. And I have a scar for smallpox, but only people who are near my age, I'm 82, my next birthday, are going to have a scar for the smallpox vaccination. And as the smallpox got loose, and there were only two sources of that organism. One was in the Soviet Union and one was in this country. And I am told with considerable assurance that the one in the Soviet Union has gotten loose, and it's now in China. It's now in a lot of different countries.
A rural area is not a fruitful area for terrorism. The terrorists are going to be looking for the biggest bang for their buck they can get, the highest yield of death. And that's exactly why they mention such things as malls and stadiums, and where there are going to be large concentrations of people. But there are other major biological threats outside of terrorism. The most recent example, of course, was the bird flu. And while I was at the Hanford site, we were making preparation for what we would do if there were massive outbreaks of the bird flu. And at that point, we were even planning on how we would handle the large number of people who could possibly become infected. The fact that the hospitals would immediately be overwhelmed. What buildings and sites could we use to quarantine perhaps hundreds of people? And what we would do as a medical team to deal with this public health national emergency and crisis. And so there again, outside of anthrax, this has been another recent lesson for us to look at where it's very much a possibility and not just something of science fiction.
The more people there are around, the faster this epidemic will spread. If you're not in the cities, you're just by distance and space, you have some meaningful measure of protection.
As disconcerting as bioterrorism and the pandemic threat is, one factor has contributed more to the utterly dependent state of this nation than any other: electricity.
If you just think today about the world we live in and all of the creature comforts we have, you will recognize that essentially none of them would be there without electricity. It is the power source for almost everything out there. You can't communicate. If the electrons don't flow in your car, the gasoline won't explode in the cylinders and you won't go down the road. So if you cut off the flow of electrons in our world today, it's just a whole different world. And the grid upon which we depend for almost everything is very vulnerable. It is just at the tipping point, is the way that the experts will characterize it. Our demand has grown, and the grid has grown just barely enough to keep up with demand. And it is really almost a Rube Goldberg kind of thing. And the least little perturbation can bring parts of the grid tumbling down, as happened in Florida not very long ago. The great Northeast blackout of several years ago. A tree limb fell on a wire out in Ohio and caused a great blackout half a dozen years or so ago. Any little thing can bring down large parts of the grid. It is very vulnerable to terrorists. I am told that there are a dozen substations in the country that are so critical to the function of the grid that if terrorists took out those dozen substations, the grid would come down. And could have events in the future where the power grid will go down and it's not in any reasonable time coming back on. For instance, if when the power grid went down, some of our large transformers were destroyed, damaged beyond use. We don't make any of those in this country. They're made overseas. And you order one, and 18 months to 2 years later, they will deliver it. Our power grid is very vulnerable. It is very much on the edge. Our military knows that. And sometimes it's very difficult to do what they call a black start. That is, to start without electricity. Many of the things that produce electricity need electricity to start them spinning. If you don't have electricity, how do you do that? They call it a black start. And many of our big power-producing turbines and so forth cannot do a black start. They've got to have electricity from somewhere else to charge them and get them spinning so that they can then start making electricity. If you go do a Google search and go on the web, this isn't some strange knowledge that the Congress has and nobody else has. It's out there. This is pretty widely known that our grid is very vulnerable. And if you just think about all the things that are important in your life, how many of them wouldn't be there if the grid has gone down? You can get some measure as to what the world is going to be like, what your country is going to be like, what your community is going to be like if we don't have power. So there are a number of events that could create a situation in the cities where civil unrest would be a very high probability. And I think that those who can and those who understand need to take advantage of the opportunity when these winds of strife are not blowing to move their families out. I'll tell you something else about this. It's just plain fun. When you're looking at the challenge of what do I have to do so that I'm independent of the system?
But I think that you have to have, you would have to have some like farming skills. You should be out on your own little piece of land or with several friends or something and raise your own food, have your own fruit trees and have your, your water system and how you're going to get along if all these utilities are cut off,
The banking situation, when this thing all falls through, we're going to have to be ingenious in making things work and dependent upon God. Because when this thing falls through, there won't be anything to rely on. I read a book one time that said that when this thing happens to this country, all financial support will be taken away from us. There'll be no financial support. We have to learn how to live without money. And the guy in the country is the one who's going to do this. People in the city are going to be cutting each other's throats. Well, there are cutthroats now, but your garden in the city is not going to be yours. It's going to be everybody's. So we'll be like kings and queens living out in the country where we can have a garden to supply our family's needs.
It says here, warning, this book is the property of the United States government. It is unlawful to sell it to any other person or to use it or permit anyone else to use it, except to obtain ration goods in accordance with regulations of the Office of Price Administration. Cooperate with your local salvage committee. I don't believe this is over. I believe that in the future, because what I saw happen in Katrina, in New Orleans with Katrina, I think that was a wake-up call to people that live in the cities. Those that have their eyes open and are listening and maybe reading their Bible will understand what is going to happen in these cities, things are going to happen that are going to be a lot worse than what happened in New Orleans. I believe we'll go back to rationing of some kind. And at that time, I would want to be living in the country with fruit trees and a garden and have my food and water sure.
So I think that provident people who understand, who have a responsibility to their families, will be looking more and more to getting out of the cities. And it's a huge challenge. There's no exhilaration like the exhilaration of meeting and overcoming a big challenge. You stop and think about, gee, what do I need to do so that I can be independent out there? That if the world fell apart, it really wouldn't matter for me and my family. That's really an interesting challenge. By the way, one other reason for doing this is it's a really patriotic thing to do. Because for all of our citizens who aren't dependent on the state when an emergency happens, we're going to be stronger and stronger, aren't we? So as a member of Congress, I'm concerned. I would like everybody to do this. I would like everybody to have a year's supply of food. I'd like everybody to have some plan so that they can make do if any one of these emergencies occurs. But it's going to be easier to do that. And you avoid the problems of civil unrest if you're out of the cities and out in the country.
We need to get out.
A storm is coming, relentless in its fury. Are we prepared to meet it? Many feel that a viable solution to hard economic times includes relocating to the city. But not everyone is moving into town these days. A counter-migration out of the cities is now in full swing. Not of the same magnitude that has populated them during the last century, but a growing migration nonetheless. What could have precipitated this? The reasons are as many and varied as the people who have been impacted by them. They come from all walks of life, but their goal is the same: looking for a better way to live, getting back to their roots. While difficult times surround us on every hand, they are seeking to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem. This is their story.
We bought the property here in the fall of 1980, and that same fall we built the cabin. As a matter of fact, we started building the cabin before we closed on the property. At that time, it was solid woods here. There was no lake in, and we had to walk through a little path kind of to get down here, and most of the lumber was carried in on a cart. It was a very dry year. We didn't know that. But it was a very dry year, and we had a little trailer we pulled behind the car to bring the material in. The next year, and for 10 years after that, you couldn't drive in because it was very wet. Now, of course, we have a good stone road coming in. When we first came to the mountain here and preparing to build our house, we were staying in a tent. And I noted that, gee, wouldn't it be nice if we had a little cabin to stay in rather than a tent? I originally hadn't planned on one quite this large, but that's how it came out. When I built this in 1980, it cost just about $1,000 to build the cabin. And it was livable. We lived in here for quite a while, really. And then we built our house, and the cabin was kind of left deserted, and the mice moved in, and it was a question of whether we would continue to maintain the cabin or simply tear it down. Then my wife said, gee, why don't we rehab the cabin? And so we did that. It's really a very interesting challenge to try and build as much livability as you can into something as small as this. This is 16 by 20 feet, and it will sleep 10 people, every one of them in a bed. One of the beds is here. It's the kind of a thing you have in a motorhome, a bit larger than you have in a motorhome. And the table goes down to form the bottom of the bed, and the cushions slide out. So you have a pretty much a full-size bed there. The center, of course, in any cabin like this is the cook stove, and you see that here. And as they say, it does 4 things for you. It cooks your food, and it bakes your bread, and it warms your house, and it heats your water. In a moment, we'll go around to the other side so we can see how it heats your water. Of course, in the summertime, even here on the mountain where it's quite cool and you don't need air conditioning, you still don't want a fire in your stove. And so we have a little propane stove here. As long as propane is available, why we will do our cooking in the summertime on that propane stove. And in the cabinet under it is a 20-pound cylinder, which should pretty much last you quite a long while in the summertime with the limited cooking that you would do. Let's walk around to the corner here and see the heating system. There is in the firebox in the stove here, there is a stainless steel U-tube, and you can see the stainless steel U-tube here. And this is called a thermosiphon system. And out the back of the stove are 2 pipes. One is the bottom of it, which brings the cold water in, and the other is the top of it, where the hot water runs out. This is the cold water, this is the hot water, and you can feel a big, big difference in temperature. And hot water is lighter and it rises, and cold water is dense and it falls. And there's a tank upstairs, which we'll look at in a few moments, and that stores the hot water. Now, it does not have a cover on it, so we can see how the tank works. You could either leave it uncovered if you want the heat up there, or if you want to maintain more hot water, you would put covers on the tank, and we have 2 covers here to put on the tank. The water system in the house is this a special kind of a cistern pump. If we open this valve and close this one, then we're pumping out of a spring, which is under the house here, under the cabin. And if we close this valve and open this one, we're now pumping up to a storage tank in the attic through this hose. And when the storage tank is full, it's not quite full now, but when the storage tank is full, why, the excess water will run out here, and you know the storage tank is full. So a little exercise in the morning, and then you have running water all the rest of the day. Because we're pumping water up, a bit of force is needed. We built a little extension here that we could put onto the where you can pump more easily. And now you've got some leverage, and so you can easily pump the water up to the storage tank, which is up in the gable right up in the very top of the cabin here. There's a little refrigerator here, and be very careful in refrigeration when you're out in the woods like this with power that you're getting from the sun or from a wind machine. And we looked and looked until we found one that had a very high efficiency. It's very small. It's very interesting how small a refrigerator you can get by with. If you think about your refrigerator at home, they really ought to make refrigerators. They're only about 6 or 8 inches deep, because that first 6 or 8 inches that you use, and the rest of it, you just store food in it until it gets old enough that you have a clear conscience and you can throw it out. So with a small refrigerator like this, you don't have that problem, because everything in it is going to be usable because it's small. If you plan your meals, you won't have all that much left over, and so a refrigerator that size will serve quite adequately. Let's take a look next at the Murphy bed here. This doesn't have the springs and stuff in it, but it's light enough that it doesn't matter. It's easily manageable. Well, maybe we ought to go upstairs. To get upstairs, there's no stairway here. There's a ladder on each end, because there's a bedroom on each end, and you'd like some privacy. I'd like first to look at the water system here. This is the hot water storage tank. And as I put my hand on it, I can barely hold my hand on it. We've had a muted fire down there that will get so hot you can't hold your hand on it. Now we have 2 blankets that you can put around that, the regular blankets for insulating around your hot water heater. If it's cold wintertime, you want heat upstairs here, you might not want the blankets on it. They easily come on and off. Just leave this here. Now it's a big radiator. Be assured that that stove will produce more hot water than you need. As a matter of fact, you can have a luxury bath every night and you still will have hot water left over. The pressure for the system is this tank right above us here. And the cabin was just large enough I can get the tank in and walk under it, as you can see. And this you fill by pumping up from the kitchen sink down there with that unique kind of a cistern pump that we have down there, which is also a force pump. I also have in the basement, which we'll go into a little later, a electric pump down there. But I'll tell you, it's very comforting to know that you can live well without electricity, because it might not always be there. And so we have the force pump down there, and I have not used the electric pump yet to fill the system. Let's look at the beds here. 4 can sleep. We built this for our sons, and their friends would come down with them, and so we can sleep 1 here, and we can sleep 2 in the bed under it, and we can sleep 1 in the bed over here, so you can sleep 4 here. I want to show you something very unique about under the bed, and let me pull this out. Oh, those are the 2 blankets for the. But notice how big that drawer is. There's no dressers here, but you have more space in these drawers than you would have in dressers, because there are 3 drawers under this one. And if I pull the drawer out from the other side, that drawer will be even longer. See how deep the drawer is. It goes back still further than this. So there's more storage space under these beds than you would have with conventional dressers in a bedroom. In a small cabin like this, very much like a motor home, you've got to make sure that you use all available space as efficiently as you can. We also have a half bath up here. The bedroom here was the bedroom that we stayed in for a number of years while we built the house, and it has larger than the standard bed here. It is as wide and a bit longer than a standard bed. I just want to show you again one of these enormous drawers underneath. In addition to the shelves there for storing things, we have these drawers, and it pulls out and out and out. See how large the drawer is. These have a very interesting, it's like Teflon nylon material under the drawer. There are no slides, but it really slides quite easily. And you can feel the air coming out because it fits in a pretty tight box. You can feel the air coming out as you shut the door. But it opens and shuts very easily. This is where you come up. As you see, it takes no floor space. I'm walking here on the little trap door. You open that up, and there is the ladder that goes downstairs. Our pioneers frequently had in their house a secret place that it wasn't obvious it was there. It wasn't intended that our cellar, our basement would be that way, but it turned out that way. If you move this wood box back like this and set this kindling box on top of it and move the rug, we will open up into the basement. The house is built over a spring, and you'll see the kind of a basement floor that we put in to accommodate that. Let me go down now into the basement and turn the light on, and then we will move down into the basement so we can see what's there. We're now down in the basement. I'd first like to note that wherever you're building over anything is going to be damp, always use treated wood. It has 2 advantages. One is it's treated and it won't rot. The second advantage is, in the east at least, it's always a southern yellow pine, which is a very tough wood, so you're going to get more strength from the same size board. So this is all treated. We also have a rigid insulation here, which serves somewhat as a vapor barrier, because it's going to be moist down here. If you're going to use this as a root cellar, you want it moist. And here you see some shelves where you could use this as a root cellar. Since I dug all of this out by hand, I simply dug down as far as what's convenient and then put shelves in. It's a whole lot easier to store things on a shelf than it is the floor. Anyway, you're not leaning over to pick it off of the floor. This is interesting here. There was a stump here, and it was going to be very difficult to get the roots out, and so I just built around it. The black that you see there is 20 mil PVC, and this is a pond liner or swimming pool liner, and I put this here to protect the spring because we're built over a spring. You can see electric pump back there that I mentioned earlier. I've never used that pump. I always simply use the hand pump. And you can see there the hose going up for the hand pump. By the way, at the bottom of I have a one-way valve down in the spring. So to drain the system, you'll see a silcock there. And when it's going to freeze, I simply put a bucket under that, and I get out maybe a quart or so of water that runs out of that hose up to the pump. This can be conveniently used as a root cellar. We protect the spring by putting the PVC over it, and then to protect the PVC, this floor is just loose laid half-inch treated plywood. If you have the luxury of having a spring above you, by all means capture that spring and have automatic gravity flow. We didn't have that option here because the spring was right down here where we were building our cabin. So we did the next best thing. We built the cabin over the spring. And originally we had a simple little cistern pump, and they cost, well, I bought one for $19.95 recently. If you buy them on sale, they're really very cheap. If you're not pumping it up to a tank like we have in the attic, they serve very well. And you simply pour a little water in them, and they are kind of self-priming, and you can pump out. And when we lived in the cabin here, that's what we used. But if you can't have gravity flow, which is certainly desirable, capture the spring above you, flow down by gravity, then you automatically have pressure. Do the next best thing, build over the spring. And what we do here is so that you have the convenience of running water for your day. After the inconvenience of having to pump it up in the morning, we'd simply have that tank, which you saw earlier up in the attic, which stores the water, and then everything runs by gravity from that. So during the day when you're using it, it's gravity flow, and you simply turn the faucet on, the water comes out. You're not going to get the explosive pressures that you have in the city where you're running 60, 80 pounds pressure. Here we're running, it's a half pound per foot, and we're 5 feet, so we have 2.5 pounds pressure. But the water does flow, and you can take a shower, and you do get enough water to wash your hands and so forth. By the way, if you aren't familiar with the root cellaring, you really do need to become familiar with that. Our forefathers used that extensively. You go to Europe today, you go to Russia particularly, and they just don't trust the system. And they aren't sure that there's going to be food on the shelves all winter. And so whether you're rich or you're poor, you probably have a dacha. And you go outside the city, and if you're have some means, you'll have a nice summer home there, but you will grow your garden there. And if you're poor, you'll have something there that's not much bigger than the 2 by 4 feet in which you store your hand garden tools. But everybody that I know in Russia has a dacha, and they raise their food, and they use root cellars, and they pickle it, and they dry it. There are all sorts of techniques you can use to preserve your food. We don't really think of those today because it's so convenient to go to the supermarket. But you're planning because the supermarket may not always be there. And we'll show you a little later a root cellar that's built into one of the other homes here on the lake. And you'll see the potatoes that were put in there last fall. They come out this spring, not even a sprout on them. And nobody was living in the house all winter. The house is just being built, but yet the potatoes were perfectly. In fact, you can plant them. You never need to buy seed potatoes. Our forefathers didn't buy seed potatoes. There weren't any to buy. They kept their potatoes in a root cellar, and when spring came, there were the potatoes, and they could go out and plant them. So it's a self-perpetuating kind of thing. And what you really need to do is to plan so that in an emergency, you could do that. It may be convenient to go to the store and buy the seed potatoes, but you will always have next spring, if you have a root cellar, you will have potatoes which will have made it through the winter, which you can use for seed potatoes the next spring. This is the downstairs bathroom. This bathroom is quite small because it's in a cabin, which is only 16 by 20 feet. On this end is a lavatory. The tub is obviously recycled from a motor home. Okay, let's take a look now at the rest of the accessories of the cabin. Obviously, you need a wood supply, and we have designed the wood supply so that it is accessible without going outside. A little greenhouse on the cabin here with the windows facing south. And there are 3 cords of wood stored here. And that 3 cords of wood should be more than enough to last for a full season in heating in the cabin. And then next is a little shop here, and it's amazing how convenient and necessary a little shop is. This is really very rudimentary. It has just the basic economical skill saw and a sliding miter saw, vise, and a grinder. And the last little thing I need in here is a simple drill press. And then next is a barn in which one time we had chickens and goats. Now it's primarily storage. In the wintertime, it's very inconvenient to go outside to get wood, which is covered with snow and ice. It's very nice to have it under cover. It's even nicer if you don't have to walk outside to get it. So something which is attached to your cabin that has the wood in it with a covered walkway to get in the door is very convenient. And then when you have something like this, there's not only do you need the shop when you're building it, but there are always things you will need to do, and a simple shop setup like this will pay for itself many, many times over. As you can see from the construction here, very little expense was involved in this. Matter of fact, this barn is built out of local rough-sawn lumber. It's built out of white pine. It may seem strange to build a building out of white pine, but it's a very common material here in the mountains, and so this came from a local sawmill. Of course, anything that touches the dirt is treated wood. The white pine will rot in a couple of years if it touches dirt. So make sure that anything that touches dirt is treated wood.
That's all there is to it. Hello, welcome to our country home. Why don't you come on in? Well, we started praying about moving to the country about 4 years ago. And we had been to a family camp meeting for several years, and we had seen the benefits that other people had derived from moving to the country. And I remember reading the Country Living pamphlet. And one thing that really struck me in that pamphlet was that it was 10 times easier to raise your children in the country than it is in the city. And I thought, well, you know, why wouldn't I want to take advantage of it being 10 times easier? I mean, it's hard raising children, you know, even if you have good children, it's a hard job. And so we talked it over as a family, and we decided it was something that we wanted to do. So we started praying, as I said, and, you know, I knew from reading the counsel that it was what the Lord would have us to do. And that really set the tone for our attitude, I think, because if you know that you're in the Lord's will, then it's easy to go forward. And for us, we knew that it was an advantage for our family to live in the country like it is for every family. And so we started praying. And we prayed for quite a while, and then we decided, we know that the Lord will lead us and He will do His part, but we also need to do our part. So we started thinking, what can we do to get ready to move? So we started having garage sales, and we started weeding through our possessions. We decided we needed to simplify because we would most likely be moving to a smaller home. And so we started going through our things. And I actually had to kind of put the brakes on my daughters because they were ready to get rid of everything. So we, like I said, had garage sales. And we just had that mindset that it wasn't if the Lord would move us to the country, it was when. And so we prayed, we looked at property online, we talked to other people that had made the move, and just really the key, I think, was to keep praying and keep believing that in His time that the Lord would do it for us too.
Alrighty, this is our woodshed, and as you can see, we've got our winter supply of wood in. And we had some friends and neighbors help us get our wood in, but we did a lot of this ourselves. And it was a new experience for us. We had never used a chainsaw before, but we learned how, and this is the result, the fruit of our labor.
One thing that I really appreciate about our move to the country is we took some time off from homeschool when we first moved here because we were building or helping to build a house. Our house was actually built by friends, people that actually we didn't really know till we moved here, but became friends with. They also are members of our church. And there were opportunity for us to help as well. So we, I think the first thing we did was stain the siding. And that was quite a big job. And we also helped insulate the house, which was a very itchy job. And we learned how to pull wire. We didn't, do all the electrical work, but we learned how to install the sockets and pull the wire. And trying to think of what else did we do.
This is a project that my daughters and I worked on earlier this fall, and we'd never done any kind of siding before. We had stained all the siding for our house and our garage, but we hadn't actually put any up. But some friends were nice enough to show us how to do it. And so we took on this project, and we are not quite done yet, but we learned how to do it, and we had fun doing it, and we found out that we were capable of doing something that we'd never done before.
I don't know, it was a real education in and of itself to build the house. And that's something, we wouldn't have had the opportunity for before, but to be hands-on on the job site every day, it was a great learning experience for Emily and Ashley, and for myself as well, but especially for them to see what it takes to build a house from the ground up. And, although we discontinued our formal education at that time, I think the education they got was invaluable. And anytime you work together as a family, it's something that you can't compare to any book learning or the traditional learning. It's something that we all grew together. We had our moments of frustration and times that things seemed hard, but we also learned that we're capable of a lot more than we ever thought too. One thing that we really enjoy since we moved here to the country, like I think we mentioned earlier, was learning new things. And one thing that we've learned how to do is can. This year we canned peaches and pears and salsa. And Emily and Ashley have more time now that we are out here in the country. Sometimes when they're not doing school, they'll be working in the kitchen with me or even on their own. They'll make bread and make salad for dinner or come up. They've both done more cooking since we moved to the country, definitely, than when we lived in the city. When we were considering a move to the country, when I was praying about it, there were several things that I prayed for more than just the move. And one of them was that we would move somewhere in the mountains. I've always enjoyed the mountains and the woods. And so that was one prayer. I also prayed that wherever we moved, that we might know at least one other family, that we weren't completely out in the middle of nowhere all by ourselves. And I also prayed that wherever we moved, that there would be godly men, that I guess more godly husbands and fathers that Emily and Ashley would have as role models, because it's just the three of us. We don't have that influence in our life day in and day out. And I prayed that we would live in a place where I would be able to continue to homeschool them. The Lord really blessed us in our life that once I decided that homeschooling was something I would like to do, again, I felt there was an obstacle because I was a single parent that had to work full time. And the Lord opened up a way for me to take Emily and Ashley to work with me every day. And they homeschooled for almost 4 years in my workplace. And, that alone was a huge miracle. And I think that knowing that God worked that miracle for us made it all the more easy to believe that He'd worked the miracle of moving us to the country as well. So, I prayed all these different prayers, and the Lord blessed, and He answered all of those prayers in this one move that we made to the country. So, I think we limit Him sometimes by our lack of faith. And I would encourage anyone that's thinking they would like to move to the country, it doesn't matter what the obstacle is, because God is bigger than any obstacle you can even think about. So, I would just encourage people to pray and trust Him and know that He will do what He says He will do. And He's obviously interested in our best good. And if our best good is for us to be in the country, He will make it happen.
$64.2 DC volts. 64.2. It'll probably dance around a little bit, but that's free electricity, and that is exciting. Why is it free electricity? Because this 64.2 volts DC is coming from that big fiery ball in the sky that God created. Now, how is that happening? It's because of these solar panels. These solar panels are collecting energy from the sun and sending that DC electricity down through this combiner box where all the wires from these solar panels are combined, and then it sends it into our cabin, into the power room, where it charges our batteries. Let's go inside and see what our alternative energy system looks like. Here's our power room. As we built our alternative energy system, we built it in 3 different phases. Phase 1 consisted of a generator. Now, I don't recommend starting out with just a generator. Why? Because the only time you have electricity when you're using a generator is when that generator is running, and that can be very cost prohibitive. So as soon as we could afford it, we advanced to phase 2, and that's when the fun really began. We were able to purchase an Outback inverter charger, Outback DC disconnect, and then 4 L16 batteries, which made up a basic battery bank. Now, this is a basic alternative energy system. It's, I think, quite affordable. Now, what does this inverter, or I call it the brain of an alternative energy system, what does it do? As the generator is generating or creating AC electricity, this brain or inverter charger will take that AC electricity and convert it into a storable electricity called DC electricity. It sends it down to the batteries. Then when that generator goes off, within a nanosecond, this brain will reverse the flow of electricity and start pulling that stored DC electricity in the battery box up into this box, where it inverts it into 120 volts AC, which is the typical electricity used in your home. Then we were able to advance to stage 3, which included solar panels and a charge controller. I just showed you the solar panels. They are absolutely wonderful. Our electricity is free from the sun. And as we can afford it, we're going to buy more, so we'll get more of that free electricity. Here's our battery box. We have 4 L16 batteries in a battery box. I built the box large enough to be able to hold 8. Maybe someday we'll be able to have 8. You'll notice that I built the box where the lid is on a slope and the lid is hinged with a piano hinge. The reason I wanted to build this on a slope is because during the generation cycle, hydrogen gas is given off from the batteries, and it's lighter than air, so the gas will rise to the highest spot in the box, and then we have an exhaust fan that will pull that gas out into the outside.
In the summertime, I sometimes feel like I practically live outdoors. It is so nice and cool and balmy in the mornings, and then it gets sunny and warm in the middle of the day, cools off again in the evening. I spend quite a bit of time in the garden. I have a flower garden, a little cottage garden that I love to work on also. And come midsummer, I start huckleberry picking. Huckleberries are the first thing that becomes ripe in our area, and we have lots of huckleberries. Last summer, I picked about 20 gallons of huckleberries and preserved most of them. Of course, we ate lots also while they were still fresh. After the huckleberries, we picked cherries, and our fruit trees are not producing yet. We have learned the hard way that you plant your fruit trees in full sun. And so last summer we cleared out an area that was about double the size of what our garden already was, and it was a big garden. And that extra area is going to be our orchard, and we planted 7 fruit trees there already, and we want to add to them. But they're not producing yet, and so we go to an orchard and we pick cherries. And if you've never picked cherries, it is an incredible experience. You just pick them by the handfuls. Your 5 or 6 gallon bucket is full before you know it. And they're so beautiful. And then we eat them fresh, or I dehydrate them or can them. And I love canning cherries. They're just a joy. They're so simple to do. Then after the cherries come apricots, pears, peaches, and we have dear friends that usually give us apricots, and then they give us apples at the end of the summer. And I also can tomatoes. Most of the things that I can, that our family uses, are fruits and tomatoes. And all of these are very, very simple to can. They all use the water bath method, which it's not pressure canning. Pressure canning isn't really hard either, but the water bath is extremely simple. And so if at the end of the summer you're busy canning other things, you can store your apples. Apples store very, very well and last for months. And so then you can kind of eat on them during the winter or can them if you see you're going to have plenty. Our family likes applesauce. We love to have toast with homemade almond butter on it and then applesauce on top of that. So I have some apples that came from our friends. Their orchard is, they don't use harmful pesticides, so I feel very good about using their apples. And I just wash them. I'm going to can some today. I washed them already and quartered them and cooked them in a small amount of water. In a big pot like this, I used about 1.5 to 2 cups of water with the apples in here. And they're all cooked and soft. This is called a Victorio strainer. It's a very simple device and it's not expensive, and it makes canning applesauce or any fruit butters very easy. It strains out all the seeds and the core material, so you do not have to take the time to peel or core things. You just quarter them, put them in here, and then I'm going to take a pot to catch the applesauce in. And here's a bowl, I'm going to put it here because this is where the seeds and the core material is going to come out. That'll make wonderful compost for our garden next summer. And I'll put my rings on. Now you'll probably hear a little sound that happens. It's kind of the fun part of canning. And it happens when the vacuum seal is formed. We'll see if we hear it pretty soon. There's a little bubble in these lids here. When that is pulled in, it makes a certain sound that everybody who cans loves to hear that sound. It lets you know that you've been successful. Close the door gently. And I'm going to put the timer on for 30 minutes. What can I say? They're done.
Hey, no, Mabel, this way. Come here, pretty girl. Come on. Hi there. We forgot to bring you apples. Maybe we should have brought you some apples, you know?
We wanted to be in the mountains. And like many people who want to move, who want to make that move, we didn't have the means, we didn't have the resources. And what we decided to start doing is downsizing and packing. You know, when you want to do something, you have to start working on it. So we started downsizing, packing and looking, but all the property we saw, you know we couldn't afford it. But anyway, we were still doing it because we know that the Lord will provide for us somehow, and we knew that was His will. So one Friday afternoon, we were all in the yard. It was a family project. We were bringing in clothes from the line, myself and Denise and the children. And I thought about it and I said, honey, you know, we don't have the means to make this move, but God has it. Let us ask Him. So we got down on our knees right there in the yard, and our prayer was, Lord, we want to head to the mountains. You know we don't have the means to make the journey. We don't have the means to make the move. But we know you own everything, and we trust in you to make a way for us. And that Sunday morning, about 7:30, the phone rang, and I was wondering who would be calling so early. Usually people would not call that early on a Sunday morning. And the person on the other end of the line said, good morning, are you ready to move to Montana? Well, you know, a question like that usually comes when there are plans in the making. But there was no plans. And so I hesitated for a few seconds and I said, yes. And then I said, well, fill me in on the details. What are you talking about? Well, it so happened there was this family who was they were house sitting, and while they were looking for property, eventually they found some property and they needed another family to replace them, and we were recommended. So anyway, we spoke to the folks, agreed that we were going to make the trip, etc. But again, so it was 3,000 miles, a 4-day journey, 4 or 5 day journey, and you know what that required? A vehicle, a reliable vehicle, money to travel, money for hotels, etc., etc. So our next prayer was, Lord, if it's in your will, if this is your plan, then we need such and such and such. Well, a few days later, we got a call. Someone called and asked for my wife's full name and address. And the person said, I would like to, the Lord has blessed me, and I would like to share some of that with you folks. Well, before I could ask any questions, I heard click. She hung up. And a few days later, we received most of the money that we needed for our journey in the mail. And I think by the end of 3 weeks or so, we had everything and we were ready to make the journey.
Yes. He's the driver.
Now, this is our fuel for heating and also for cooking.
Yes.
And it costs us nothing but a little effort. Well, of course, we use a chainsaw to cut it down, and that requires a little fuel, but nevertheless, it is nowhere the amount it will cost us for heating and cooking if we were living in the city. Okay. Okay. Now this wood here, this amount here, will keep us warm through the night and will get our breakfast going. And so it doesn't require a lot of wood to heat nor to cook with. I will say roughly about $30 a year for gas for the chainsaw for cutting the wood. And if you need an extra chain or sharpen the chain, and if you want to go higher, you can save not more than $50. The chainsaw doesn't require a lot of gas for powering the saw and cutting the trees and cutting the wood. You really don't use a lot of gas for that. So even if you want to go $100, that would be 1 year's cost for heating and cooking. And I like that. It means I can spend more time with my family, enjoying the things that we can enjoy out here in the country as we work together.
This whole field out here, this is part of what we are renting right now. We are just renters. We had a wonderful summer. This was all alfalfa. Yeah. Alfalfa growing out here to this tall as far as you could see. It was all alfalfa to the back of those trees, acres and acres of alfalfa. And someone that has machinery helped us cut it. And we did some haying. And it was a wonderful father and son project. I would say Mommy provided the water and stayed nearby and encouraged them because hay is heavy.
Very heavy.
But it was wonderful. And we, brought it in and stacked it up in the barn before the rains came so that the horses and people with other farm animals could have the hay for them when the ground became covered with snow. So that's another industry. People wonder, how am I going to make it out here? Well, you don't need the amount of money that you need in Brooklyn, New York.
You might be wondering why, what's said about this area for storing food? Well, this is actually what we call our refrigerator. That we pay no fuel for. It's down here in the basement. We have our water down here, and we have our cooling area also where we store our food.
Yes.
And
it stays nice and cool year round. It's not as cold in the warmer months, but it's cool enough to keep your fresh produce from going bad. And over here, all this food that you see here was wonderful things that I learned just this summer.
You just learned to can.
Yes.
This is just our landing ground. This is not permanent. And you know, there are things that the Lord is opening. He has brought us here, and He's already begun to open doors for us to have a more permanent situation. And again, with very limited resources, but a lot of trust in God's promises.
Thomas Jefferson's dream for his new country was an agrarian economy with just enough cities to provide the manufacturing necessary to support the agriculture. He wanted that because he didn't want his new country to be blighted by the problems that cities had in the countries that he came from. Oh, could he be resurrected and see us now? We have become exactly what he didn't want. And that is a largely urban society. Now, less than 1 person out of 50 provides the food for the rest. What a tragedy. I think that there are moral and spiritual values to living close to the soil.
Hi, I'm Edwin, and this is my brother John, and we want to welcome you to Bountiful Blessings Farm.
We really are bountifully blessed to have this farm, or small organic farm here nestled in the hills of Middle Tennessee, where we farm just under 4 acres. And if you look behind us, you can see part of that. You can see some of our hoop houses and the winter fields snuggled under their blankets. And then in the distance across the road, you may be able to see some of our summer fields. That's where we grow our sweet potatoes and Irish potatoes and winter squash. But this is our life, and we want to share it with you.
We're not only growing vegetables on the farm here, we're also growing families. My family, I have 3 grown children. The eldest is married, but they're all here on the farm with us, and that's really, really exciting to me. John has 4 children. They're all here. Our parents are here. And we have 4 generations on the farm. We just feel so blessed to be able to be here on the farm, to have this life, this occupation, this lifestyle. And we're just so happy that we have this chance to share the blessing with you as well. And we hope that you're blessed.
And we hope that maybe you will be inspired, if nothing else, to grow your own garden year-round. We believe it can be done almost anywhere in this country year-round. But then maybe even some of you might be inspired to go into this as an occupation. We would love to see more Christian farmers out there sharing what the Lord teaches them on the farm with those around them.
Living the life that God gave Adam to live.
So we invite you to join us as we take you around the farm and share what the Lord has been teaching us here.
Certainly we feel that the Lord led us to this property 14 years ago. We set up household here, my wife and I alone. We had dreams of children joining us and how the Lord is blessed. You can see that our quiver is quite full, and most of them right here on the farm.
We got into this later in life, never dreaming that we would do this. My wife and I are both teachers by profession and felt a calling to education and youth ministry. But when our children came along, we felt the Lord calling us to do something a little different, where we could invest more time in our children. And through a series of miraculous leadings, we ended up here doing this, and we have no regrets. It's been a very difficult learning experience, learning from scratch. You know, we knew nothing about gardening, and it's been a hard time. You know, financially, things have not been easy, but I think you could ask any one of our family members, and none of them would trade it for anything. Our children love the farm. This is their favorite place to be on earth. They don't ever want, well, they would rather people come visit us than us go anywhere, because there's more to do here. They enjoy it more. Anyway, it's just a wonderful life, you know, having said that it's hard and difficult, but it's also wonderful. And to walk into a greenhouse like this on a cold winter day is very therapeutic. And as a book we have is aptly titled Walking into Spring. You walk through the door and it's like walking into spring. So it's lots of fun to work in here when the weather's cold outside and dreary. And it's a wonderful place to commune with the Lord. We believe that in the last days, the Lord is calling us to a life like Enoch had. And one thing that we know about his life was that he had a lot of time in solitude with God. And I used to wonder how he could take that time. And it finally hit me that he was probably a farmer, and his solitude with God was in his work. And so that's inspiring and encouraging to me, that I can be communing with God and having solitude with him even in my breadwinning. So I recommend it.
Okay, this is our life source for our farm. This is our spring. We have a little collection box there that collects the water. We have a 2-inch line that takes it down to a holding tank here. And the runoff that is not collected in the box forms a little creek, and it goes down to a pond that we're going to show you in just a minute. And then we irrigate from the pond. The water that we collect from the spring box here in this 2-inch line is the water that we use for our houses. It's actually providing water for 4 households on the farm. This is our pond here. We feel really, really blessed to have this pond. It was on the property when we bought it. But it's a very well-designed pond. Somebody's told us that it was made by the Army Corps of Engineers. We're not really certain about that. But you can see we've made a few improvements to the pond. We have that floating dock, and you see this cable. There's a cable that goes across the pond, and you can see a yellow thing hanging from it. That's a real important innovation to us. That's part of it's a cooling system for farm workers. The way this cooling system works is, you can see a platform over here right under a tree. You just climb up the steps on that platform,
and wrap your legs around this yellow disc that's hanging from the line over here that'll be pulled up there to the platform, and you sit on it and you launch and you ride through the air until you're over the pond in the right spot, and then you let go. And it's a lot of fun.
We have lots of fun times too, like playing soccer and riding wagons down the hills.
In the summertime, swimming in the pond.
Yeah.
Going off the zip line.
In the country, there's a whole lot less juvenile delinquency. Carrying out the trash, kids are bright. They understand that's not meaningful work. If that's all you have to do is carry out the trash, that really isn't a meaningful contribution to your family.
Well, we're learning young here.
And I think that we have more juvenile delinquency because more of our people live in cities.
The beauty of agriculture is that it really challenges you in many areas, and I think as a young person, young people need to be challenged in life, and to have the neat thing about agriculture is you have to use your mind and talents in many ways. Even if you think you don't have very many talents, you develop talents here. And so that's beautiful, and you use so much of what you've learned, like math and science and biology and chemistry, all sorts of different things. Everything is combined on the farm, and so it's exciting because you realize things you've learned in school actually can be applied in real day-to-day life.
Another main reason that I chose to come to the farm is family connectedness, because I saw in our world how families have been so pulled apart and dispersed and so unconnected, and the results of that. And so that was one of the main reasons, is I desired to have that family connectedness. And for anyone that's wondering, I'd like to say that having a connected family is one of the greatest joys that you can have in life, but it takes effort.
Yeah, and I'd like to say that when I was thinking about coming to the farm, I was really praying about what God would have me do with my life and my future. And one of the things the Lord really laid on my heart was a need to develop a really close relationship with my father, and the importance of that father-daughter relationship. And I was really inspired to come back and work alongside my dad, and to have his visions become my visions, and to learn to cooperate with him and learn the role of a true woman of God in the family circle.
I say that it's really amazing to have your kids working beside you, because Caroline puts on a lot of meals, especially breakfasts, and helps. And I know that Pam's kids help her tremendously. And it makes everything possible when the kids are part of the family firm for things to run smoothly.
One thing that I have, I guess has been a bit of a struggle, is that in the early years, when it was just our family, and I was very involved with the workings of the farm and trying to homeschool and being a teacher, I sort of had that preconceived idea of what homeschool should look like. And it was really just bringing school home.
And it really took me a long time to realize that when life is an education, it's a much more balanced approach. And the book work has been a lesser part of our life than the practical work. But as the children grow older, I'm really seeing the fruits and the blessing of that and their ability to problem solve, like the carrot washer. And just that farm life provides a really excellent education.
There's so many distractions in the world today that, out here you don't have those distractions. So you can get, closer together as a family. You can spend the time with God that you need to. Just all around, I highly recommend it.
And with the way things are going in our world today, we never know when we're going to come upon a time when we cannot provide for ourselves, even in the city. If your electricity goes out, how are you going to stay warm? A lot of cities don't allow you to burn wood. What are you going to do? And when you're out here like this, you have hope of being able to still survive. It'll be a lot of work, but you can do it with the Lord's help. And He gave us in the beginning the ground to till, and we're just going back to our roots.
This is our pump house. We've put it in the ground so that it won't freeze because it's down below the frost. It's our 12-volt pump that's running down here, straight down. And it will run off these solar panels right here when the sun's shining. And if we have a lot of cloudy weather like we have in the wintertime, we've got a switch in the house we can just flip on and it runs off the batteries. We also have a 110 volt pump, which is what we originally were using in here before we got the 12 volt. And I just left it hooked up. I've got a couple of valves I can switch, so if we run a generator or if something went bad with the other pump, we can run that 110 volt pump. What it's doing, it's pulling our water. Our water is about 400 feet, our spring is about 400 feet away, and we've got a 2,000 gallon cistern in the ground, and it's about a quarter. Our spring puts out about a quarter of a gallon a minute, so it's not a lot, but with the cistern we've got plenty of water because 24 hours a day it fills that tank. And then this is pumping it, it's pulling it from the cistern, and then it's going up on the hill about 85 feet elevation above us, and we have another tank up there, about a 1,200 gallon tank, so we can fill the the tank up on the hill, and then if we don't have sun for a while, or and it doesn't pump, then we've got gravity flow until we get low, and then we can pump it again. If we have to, we can run the generator, or the 12-volt pump runs directly off our batteries. The other one will run off of our inverter or off our generator. One thing I like about, living out here, a lot of times in this area, especially in this area, I mean, I'm sure other areas have the same problems, but the power goes out, Well, one thing we can say where we're living, our power never goes out because we own the power company. Yeah, I guess it was last summer we just bought these 6 solar panels. It's 1,080 watts. And I built my own frames out of bed frames. So they're adjustable. Right now they're almost straight up and down, so the snow doesn't stick to them too well. In the summertime, we'll lean them back quite a bit. Since we put those solar panels up, though, they really made a huge difference. Also, when I was designing this house, adding on to it, back over here by where that vent comes up, you see a couple of water things coming up. That's for my solar hot water eventually. Since it's winter time here right now, about the most sun we have in a good day, if it's sunny all day, is about 2 hours at about this time of year. And the sun, being we're clear north here, the sun is pretty low on the horizon, so that's another reason we have those solar panels almost straight up and down, because the sun's just out here. We've had a little bit of sun here this month, not all day, but a little enough, and it's we've only had to run our generator. I think it's probably been about 2 weeks ago, probably since 2 or 3 weeks ago since we ran it. So they're actually keeping up, the batteries. In the summertime, we didn't have to run our generator at all. Didn't even run it once. Here we are down in our root cellar. This is nature's refrigerator. Right now it's 39 degrees. We also have a thermometer up above that tells us our temperature without even coming down here, and our humidity. But here we have apples. Keeps them nice and fresh. We've got potatoes. Well, here's some onions. We've got carrots and potatoes over here. We've got lots of apples. We also use this as a refrigerator for keeping milk or whatever you need to keep cold, because it's cold enough right now. So we use this in the winter time. Nothing freezes, but it keeps about the same temperature, between 38 and 42. And it's pretty well an essential thing to have when you're needing to store produce.
The cabin needed a lot of work. It was just a shell, but Randy he'd done a little bit of stuff here and there, but not much. He'd never built cabinets before, and as you can see, he built the cabinets and they look beautiful. And we've just put a lot of hard work and elbow grease, but you can do it. And if you have some friends that can help you out and give you some pointers here and there, I think just about anybody can do it. It's just a lot of work, and the whole family, we did it all. We all did it.
Yeah. It was just a It was a like 24 by 32 cabin shell. It was insulated and it had sheetrock, but it wasn't taped, and some little bitty windows and just kind of dark. And so we shopped around and we bought a lot of windows for just next to nothing that were, maybe had been ordered but weren't used or something, and we got them cheap and nice big windows, and we just went through it and remodeled and taped and textured, added a bedroom. It was just one room. And then later we actually added on an addition with another bedroom and a bathroom and office area and laundry. And it's a lot of work, but a lot of fun just designing it and changing our designs.
A lot of times.
A lot of times. But we're really happy with it. We're really glad to be out like this.
It's been a blessing from the Lord.
Yeah.
We're going to be canning some green beans. You use a pressure canner for green beans. We already have the pressure canner set up with 2 quarts of water in it, but each pressure canner is a little different. You'll just read in your instructions. It'll tell you how much water to put in. I have my son helping me. He's been doing this since he was 3 years old, and he's 12, so he'll be fine. He's going to fill the jars, and then I'll get them ready to can, and you'll see how simple it is. You just tap the green beans down in the jar so you get it good and full. Then I have boiling water, and I'm filling it with boiling water. First you'll put, if you're doing pints like we are, you put a half teaspoon of salt in. You don't have to put any in, but that's how we usually do it. Pour the boiling water over the top. Wipe the rim really good to make sure that there's no particles of salt or anything on it. Put the lid on. Get a ring, put the ring on, and you don't want to put it really, really tight just until it's on there. And then we put it back here in the canner. Okay, we're going to put the last jar in the bottom. We're going to put this on so that we can put the next row on top, and we only have 1 more jar. Now, this is a canner has got the gasket, and this gasket is an older gasket, but I found that I can get it to seal just fine if I soak it in some hot water before I put it on there. So I just soak it in hot water, get it warm, stick it up on top. There's things where you line up the top, you turn it. This is a Miro pressure canner, and instead of having the gauge that you have to sit there and watch, this one has on its little rocker here, it has a 5-pound, 10-pound, and 15-pound pressure. You'll look in your book, it will tell you what pressure you need to use for the elevation that you're at, and then you will stick it on where you need to be. For here, I need to be at 15 pounds pressure. For green beans, at 3,000 feet elevation, and turn the heat on to high, and then we wait until it comes to a rock. It takes about 20 minutes until it comes to a rock, and then we let it rock for 20 minutes. This jar that we had that cracked, I set it in the sink so that when the water was draining out of it, that it wouldn't go all over the counter. All we do with these beans, they could have some glass particles in them, so we're just going to throw those beans away and put them on your compost pile to fertilize your garden next year. And that's it until it rocks. Okay, the canner has now started rocking. You can hear it jiggling every little bit, and you will follow the instructions for your particular canner. It will tell you how many rocks it needs to rock in a minute and how you need to, what temperature to set it at, and that's all you do. Okay, our timer went off. Now we're going to turn off the heat to our canner, and we're going to let the pressure go down on it, and then we'll remove the jars and we'll get to see the fruits of our labor. Okay, the pressure's gone off the canner now. We can tell because we push on this little pressure spot on the top, and it doesn't let off any steam when we push down on it. It's flat against the top. We can remove this, no steam comes out, and the lock is off of the canner so that we can open it, because when the steam is on this particular canner, when there's steam in it, it's locks and you can't open it. So we'll remove the lid. And here's our first jar of green beans. Everything's hot, so I'm using a jar lifter. You can buy at a canning supply store or probably your hardware store. And we'll put the jars over here. Don't they look nice? I love to look at the fruits of your labor all shining in the jars. It took about probably 30 to 40 minutes for the pressure to go off on the canner, so you can expect it'll take a while. You don't want to speed up the process by putting it in a cool place or anything like that, because if you do, you'll boil more water out of your jars. So just let it take its time. It'll be worth it when it's done. And here are the fruits of our labors from all our hard work. There's nearly 1,000 jars here, and we can easily use that up, through a season until the next harvest. And we've got pears and applesauce, nectarine sauce, tomatoes, nectarines up there, pear juice over there. Pear juice is great for using in different things. We have peaches. I even tried some eggplant this year. Green beans. This is what we just did. We've got some carrots and cherries, and then we even have wild mushrooms. And a lot of this produce that we got, we were able to glean this year. A lot of the orchards, if it's a large orchard, they go in, they get some stuff, and then they get what they want. But if it's not just the right size or has maybe a tiny little blemish on it, they won't keep it, and they won't sell it. And so we can go in, and we got most of this fruit just cost our time and gas to go pick it up. And it's a lot of work, but it's so worth it.
If I had a choice between my old home, it was suburbs. It wasn't too near the city. Or here out in the boondocks or the sticks. I'd pick out here in the boondocks or the sticks.
Never get tired of that view. Another one of God's gifts. Haven't always lived out in the mountains, but have for several years now, and been living with family, and it was like I came to the realization that the time had come to get my own place, and there was one slight problem though. I was totally invested in other projects that I'd been working on and didn't have any money to speak of to get it. And there's something that I've learned for the last several years, that when you hear God calling you to do something, you don't let a lack of resources hinder you from doing that. And so I decided that even though I didn't have any money to buy a place with, I would go ahead and start looking. And so I went out and even looked at properties and everything, all of this with virtually no money that I could purchase a piece of property with. And the Lord has amazing ways of doing things. This place that you see here is a miracle place for me, because the Lord has provided this place, at least for now, with me having virtually no resources. I'd heard about this place, that it was for rent, and I really wasn't terribly interested in renting because it's such a temporary situation, and I was looking for something that's more long-term. And so I approached the owner and asked if the owner might be interested in doing a lease, more of a long-term lease, and the owner was interested. And so the bottom line is, with virtually no resources, I have a place, at least for now. You know, it's not as good as owning, but when you don't have the money to buy a place, I'm not complaining. And so I virtually have a place now, at least for the time being. And what a blessing. What a blessing to be in the mountains, out in the quiet, where you can hear God's voice. Well, here we have the wood cook stove. This, to me, is one of the most important pieces of equipment on a homestead. Wood cook stove is so multi-purpose. Not only does it heat your house, but also you can cook your food on it if you need to. Some people like cooking on it even now, and I don't mind doing that, although I'm not much of a cook, so I don't do a whole lot of cooking, but I've used it for simple things like toasting bread and things like that, and I plan on learning to use it even more. But it's excellent to have it as a backup. I do have a propane stove that I can use now for the time being, whenever I want to, but really in the wintertime when I have this thing fired up anyway, might as well use this. And then also I can use it to heat my hot water. And take a look at this range boiler over here. I got this, once again, I'm not even living here right now, because I just acquired this place this fall, and my work takes me on the road quite a bit in the wintertime, so I haven't had a chance to get it fixed up to where it's livable. It's a bit of a fixer-upper, but not a tremendous amount of things to do. But there are some things here and there, like the hot water system needs to be hooked up. But I have my range boiler. I brought it in this fall, and the way this works is there's a water coil inside the firebox that heats up the water, and it starts what is called a thermosiphon, where the water just naturally circulates and keeps this entire 40-gallon tank of water nice and hot whenever the stove is going. So that will be my hot water system. And I just am really happy with a wood cook stove. This, may not be the ultimate wood cook stove, but it's been working for me fine so far. I want to be in the peaceful, quiet environment as close as possible to the way that God created us in the Garden of Eden, out in the quiet where we can hear his voice. But there's another reason that is a very important reason, I believe, why I've decided to do this. And it has to do with the predictions in the Bible of what is going to take place in the book of Revelation, particularly relating to our day right now. And we read in Revelation chapter 13 about there's coming a time when no man will be able to buy or sell save he that had the mark of the beast. And when I read that, it brings some very interesting issues to my mind, because I think about how most of America is set up today, where we are totally dependent for our every necessity of life, for our heat, for our water, for our food, for these basic necessities. And I think about how people lived back 100 years ago. They lived totally different. Most of the people were in a rural environment, and they took care of these basic necessities. They had their own independent water system. They had their own heat system. They used wood. And of course, with their water system, they had some sort of, drop a bucket down their well or spring or a creek or something like this. And of course, they grew their own food, most of them canned, a lot preserved. And so I've been thinking about these things, and it seems to me like a house of cards right now, America, just ready at the slightest interruption, whenever the right interruption comes, to interrupt the major infrastructure in this country. It's just going to fall like a house of cards. And so I see that coming with disasters potentially, but even more importantly than that, I see what we know is going to take place, because the Bible has predicted that if we are true to God, we are not going to be able to buy or sell. And that is concerning to me, because I believe that that is a call that God is giving us, that we need to be preparing for these issues that are ahead. One of the things I need to work on is my well over here, and it has a pump in it that's not the right size, and so I'll be putting in a very efficient water pump that will run off of my alternative energy system and give me a good water setup that uses not very much electricity. And there's all kinds of different options that I'm looking into for doing that. We have a duty to our family, but we also have a duty to others. And so this is not a thing about me and mine. This is about doing the part that God has given us, doing our human part, and doing our part to prepare for others, so that those who are less fortunate or may have not had access to the same information that we have had access to, so that we will be able to prepare for them. One of the things I really like about living out here is this is where it's happening. Instead of having to travel somewhere to go backpacking or to go canoeing or this or that, I'm here. I mean, I'm just several miles from what I think is one of the most gorgeous lakes in this country. And we go canoeing there every summer, or we try to. Sometimes we go more often than once. And, there's excellent backpacking and rock climbing and of course skiing. I mean, all winter long, got wonderful skiing opportunities. And so it's an incredible opportunity to just practically live in nature. And I'm just so thankful for this opportunity. And I'm thankful so much for the opportunity that God has given me with this place here. I'm looking forward to the challenges of getting it fixed up and doing my part to be part of the solution.
when we first thought about leaving the city and leaving, we had actually a fairly nice situation. We had a home, nice home. We were close to the beach. We really felt like we had it made, and we were actually talking and looking at getting a bigger house and getting an ocean view and all these things. And then as we kind of saw the events going on and we started reading more and just deciding that, you know, maybe it'd be nice to have a system where you could be independent, where you didn't have to depend on, you know, trucks and city water and city electricity and all those types of, you know, infrastructure. Wouldn't it be cool to have a place where you could have everything, you know, self-sufficient? So this is our spring box here, and we're in a dried creek bed here. In the spring, this is really flowing as the snow is melting. There's a lot of water here. Right now, it doesn't look like there's much here, but there's actually water underground, and this spring box actually extends down far enough to where it's able to capture that underground water. And this is able to provide us with more than enough water for household use as well as for irrigation of some of the plants we have. And we have a hydro that in the spring is able to take water from this. Right now, because we're at low water levels, we're not able to use it, but hopefully in a couple months here we'll get enough water and we'll be able to use that as well. So this is our water cistern or water reservoir right here. So the water goes from the spring box and flows here. There's a valve that controls the inflow to this, and then it flows into the cistern here. So this is the water reservoir, and as you can see, we've used water for irrigation, so the level's down a little bit, but it'll come back up. That's where the water flows into and is stored here, and from here it can go to all the places we need it at the house, whether it goes to the house or whether it goes to the water spigots that we have out in the out in our garden area, or whether it goes to the hydro. It all comes from here. So we've walked down the hill where our water cistern is, and as you can tell, the house side is over here, and so that difference in elevation gives us enough pressure.
This water comes from the spring up on the hill that you just saw. The pressure is provided by gravity, and we don't need any electricity to run our faucets, our toilets, our showers, which makes everything much easier. And the best part about it is the taste. No chlorine, no fluoride, no bacteria. This is wonderful.
So you see all that pressure there. There's no pumps or anything. That pressure is strictly due to gravity flow. Obviously the holding tank is above the level of our garden area here, and so the nice pressure you see there is due to the difference in height.
And it's fun work. It's work that you do yourself, and it's really relaxing. I mean, chopping wood is relaxing. Doing anything outside, planting trees, planting the garden, working in the garden, it's all relaxing.
That's true. A friend of mine once, talked about, getting out of the city, and he said, yeah, and we could put up a little gym. And I kind of laughed. I'm like, a gym? You don't need a gym out here, because, when we're chopping wood and loading the wood into the truck and then putting it into our little, wood shed there, and, we're digging holes and putting trees in there and planting. I mean, it's so fun. And actually, it's so rewarding. We came from the city very much. We both grew up in the city, and we pretty much thought we were going to always live in the city, but there's just something magical about taking like a seed and planting it, and then we're not very good at gardening, and we probably made a lot of mistakes, but just watching it grow and produce a fruit, it's just incredible. And then eating it, you appreciate it so much more. We're like, wow.
We don't throw away food anymore. You learn that.
paid $5 for one of those yesterday.
And I also think it's easier to feel closer to the Lord when you're in this kind of a environment, when there's nature all around you. It's so easy to just go outside and think, who created all this? And this is all for me to enjoy. Whereas in the city, all you see is cars and freeways, and that doesn't really lead your thoughts to heaven. It kind of keeps you level. But when you're out in nature, you just start looking up, and then you think about Christ.
So we're standing in the room here of our micro hydro. As you can tell, the water comes in from our holding cistern up at the top of the hill there. It goes through this pressure gauge here. As you can tell, we have about 45 pounds per square inch pressure. It goes through this tube and into the Harris micro hydro generator. And actually what this is this water jet over here. It strikes the Pelton wheel and spins this. And this alternator here, which is actually an alternator from an automobile, this alternator here at the top creates the electricity, and it goes to the transformer here and then goes up to the house. So this is our micro hydro system, and this creates about 2.5 amps at 48 volts. So this gives us about 125 watts. So we're standing here below the solar panels. As you can see, there's 10 separate solar panels here. From the house, it looks really small, but when you get up there, you actually see how big the structure actually is. And it's actually high enough off the ground because in the winter, you may get snow that comes quite a bit ways up here. It could be 5 or 6 feet up. So the panels have to be up higher in order to be above the level of the snow in the winter. And also, it's at a fairly steep angle, so generally when the sun hits the solar panels, any ice that may have been formed on there, snow usually melts off and slides right off to the area right in front of the panels here. These 10 panels are all wired together and go into this combiner box, which obviously combines the wires and makes the wires from the 10 panels go into these 2 wires which go over to the house. Each panel is 110 watts. And during peak sunlight, you can get up to 1100 watts, which is quite a bit of power and more than enough to charge the batteries and to power most devices which you'd want to use in your home. So this is our main source of energy right here, which is our solar panels. So we're on the side of the shop here, on the side away from the house, so it reduces the noise coming from it. And this is a Perkins diesel engine that is our generator and is one other source of power. So say we have several cloudy days and just don't have enough power, or say we're using some power tools or things that require more electricity, we can turn this guy on and we can charge up our batteries or run whatever power tools, compressors, anything we need. And when you turn the switch to auto, it starts a series of relays that warm up the glow plugs automatically. So it automatically decides on how long the glow plugs need to work on, and it just turns everything on automatically. I'm no diesel mechanic, but I am capable of flipping the switch, and this thing just starts right up and gives us all the power that we need. So we're standing in our power room here, and this is the room where all the electricity from the hydro, from the solar panels, and from the generator, it all converges in this place. This is where it all happens, okay? So you got the solar panels are going into this little box here. It's called a maximum power point tracker. You can see right now we're producing 11 amps. So that's a 48 volt system. So that's over 500 watts that we're putting out right now from the solar panels. And that electricity is going through this device into the batteries that are underneath here. So here we've actually got 16 batteries that store all the electricity for the house. And all these devices here, they help control that. Now this system may seem a little overwhelming at first, and it was to us. we didn't put the system together. We bought the house, and that was one of the selling points to us, that it came with all this stuff ready installed. But and this system may be more than most people need, in that it has, you know, more inputs and more devices, and some of these things are a little bit bigger than your standards. This is actually a 48 volt system. So, and you can get a 12, 24, or 48. So this is actually one of the bigger systems. But, you know, with a little bit of time and a little bit of studying, you know, everything actually kind of comes together. You understand, well, electricity comes in through there, it goes through here, and it goes into the batteries. Everything starts to make sense. Now, that's not something that will happen instantly. It may take a little bit of living with it and playing and talking to people, and then you may have a little problem or two, and you may need to problem solve it. And in the process of doing that, you start learning what all the different buttons do and what all the different settings do. You know, part of the fun of this is my wife and I, we actually now can tell you how many amps every single device we have hold, how much it takes. This little meter here, and we have two of them, there's one upstairs too. You can tell your battery's full and what the volts of the whole system are. This little number here, the 4.9 amps, that's net into the system. We've got 4 amps going in. And as you have your own solar systems, and as both my wife and I, we each look, and every time we plug something in, we see how much electricity, you become much more conscious. When we lived in the city and we were completely on the grid, we'd turn things on and off. We never twice thought about how much electricity they're wasting. Well, you know, when you start getting an off-grid system, you start thinking more carefully. You start turning the lights off when you leave the room. And I just think those are just good general habits to have. And that's one of the other fun parts that we've learned about living off the grid, is we only have the devices on that we need.
Yeah, we enjoy being by ourselves. We enjoy being out here with no neighbors close by and all that. But that doesn't mean that's all we do. That doesn't mean we're just by ourselves. In fact, we love to entertain, and almost every weekend we have people over. We enjoy that very much, and we like to show people how we live and encourage people that it is possible to live like this. And we do enjoy having people over, so we are not hermits by any means.
Yeah. Well, I know some people think you'll just move out to the hills and just become a hermit. No, that's not the point of this. We interact with, you know, dozens and hundreds of people every day and week. But it's so nice to have this little safe haven, our little getaway, where, you know, at the end of the day, you can come out here, or you can choose to invite and who you want to spend time with. Because I think we all need that time, and that's something I noticed when I was in the city. It really was a lot harder to just relax, because there's always, I mean, you look out the window, you hear traffic, you hear honking, there's ambulances, sirens, you know, airplanes flying above you, you know, cars screeching, you know, neighbors talking. You just see the hustle and bustle of the city, and that affects you. And it's just nice to be somewhere where everything is just peaceful.
Mm.
This whole venture for us was based on total trust in God.
Gives you an opportunity to jump off that treadmill and really be able to slow down so you can hear God's voice and hear what he's talking to you, and I'd never go back.
We wouldn't trade this for any, you know, mega $1 million house on the ocean front, because I think our lifestyle is better than those of any people.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be part of the solution and not part of the problem.
It's patriotic to be as little dependent on the system as you can, because then in an emergency, you're not going to be a liability. You'll be an asset. And if you're planning for a future, you ought to plan for a future where you're going to the extent you can, share your good fortune with someone else. So it's a patriotic thing to do, and certainly in terms of your club or your church, where you have a circle of friends that you would like to make sure are secure and safe, and your family. So at whatever level you're concentrating on, being as self-sufficient as you can, as quickly as you can, is going to be the right thing to do.
I really like heating with wood. When we left the city years ago, we left the rat race. We moved to the country, to the mountains, because we were wanting to become more independent from the systems of the world. Living in the city was insanity, where we were dependent on everyone else for every basic necessity of life. Out here in the mountains in the country, we have our own independent wood supply in the form of trees. This is wonderful. I really like heating with wood. There's nothing like backing up to this wood stove. When you really want to get warm, then you can pull away when you get warm enough. We also have our independent water supply from a water source here on this property. And in the summertime, we'll be getting our food from the garden. And as our orchards develop, we'll be getting our food from them. My wife will take the harvest and can that food so we can eat it all during the wintertime till the next harvest. Out here in the country and in the mountains, you really can fully understand that text in the Bible where it says, "Be still and know that He is God." Another reason why I like being out here in the country in the mountains is because of what I read in the book of Revelation, particularly chapter 13. Those who will obey God will not be able to buy or sell. Those who will obey God, that means keeping His law. That means keeping all of His law, including the fourth commandment. And when you can't buy or sell, it will be a lot better to have your own independent water, your own independent food supply, your own independent heat supply. Yes, I really like being out here.
So with the great majority of the best and noblest men of all ages. Read the history of Abraham, Jacob, and Joseph, of Moses, David, and Elisha. Study the lives of men of later times who have most worthily filled positions of trust and responsibility. How many of these were reared in country homes? They knew little of luxury. They did not spend their youth in amusement. Many were forced to struggle with poverty and hardship. They early learned to work, and their active life in the open air gave vigor and elasticity to all their faculties. Forced to depend upon their own resources, they learned to combat difficulties and to surmount obstacles, and they gained courage and perseverance. They learned the lessons of self-reliance and self-control. Sheltered in a great degree from evil associations, they were satisfied with natural pleasures and wholesome companionships. They were simple in their tastes and temperate in their habits. They were governed by principle, and they grew up pure and strong and true. When called to their life work, they brought to it physical and mental power, buoyancy of spirit, ability to plan and execute, and steadfastness in resisting evil that made them a positive power for good in the world.
safely abiding. Though the night deepens and tempests are wild, still I can trust Him, I know He will keep me. He has redeemed me, and I am His child. Under His wings, who from His love can sever? Under His wings, my soul shall abide, safely abide forever. Under His wings, what a refuge in sorrow! How the heart yearningly turns to His rest. Often when earth has no balm for my healing, there I find comfort, and there I am blessed. Under His wings, who from His love can sever? Under His wings, my soul shall abide, safely abide forever. Under His wings, so much precious enjoyment, there will I hide till Life's trials are o'er. Sheltered, protected, no evil can harm me. Resting in Jesus, I'm safe evermore. Under His wings, who from His love can sever? Under His wings, my soul shall abide, safely abide forever. O soul, are you weary and troubled? No light in the darkness you see. There's light for a look at the Savior, and life more abundant and free. Turn your eyes upon Jesus, look full in His wonderful face, and the things of earth will grow strangely dim in the light of His glory and grace. His word shall not fail you, He promised. Believe Him and all will be well. Then go to a world that is dying, His perfect salvation to tell. Oh, turn your eyes upon Jesus, Lord.
almond flour, fine, half a teaspoon of salt, and today I'm using oregano and parsley. You can choose any seasoning or herb flavor that you like. But today we're going to use oregano and parsley. And last of all, we are going to be using coconut milk. Now this coconut milk is the light. The original recipe called for full fat coconut. But just so you know the difference, the calories in the light is 50 and the calories in the full fat is 120. The fat in the light is 4 grams. The fat in this one, the higher, the creamier one, is 11 grams. And so I find that the coconut light makes it a lot better and not so oily and greasy. And so I'm going to be using the light today, and that's the original. That's not the original, but today that's what we're going to do. So let's just put it all together. We have our 1 cup of tapioca flour. Then we have our 1 cup of almond flour, fine. Then we have our half a teaspoon of salt. I use the Himalayan sea salt. We stir that up. And now we're going to add our herb seasonings, our oregano, and our parsley. Now you can't get any simpler than that. So now we're going to mix all of the dry ingredients so they're thoroughly combined. See, they're all mixed up. You see the little green specks in there? That's the herbs. And now we are going to put in our coconut milk. This is the only liquid that's going to be used. And you see it's nice and light and creamy. Now some of you may have made in the past crepes. This is similar to making crepes, but without the wheat. You know, some people, because of their sensitivity to gluten, have tried to find many gluten-free recipes, and you go into the store and you see all of these different things, and some have eggs, some don't, some have other thickeners and stuff that you don't desire. Well, this is really simple. And if you're like me, if something is gluten-free and you're not going to have bread, as long as it acts like a bread, looks like a bread, I'm good. Okay? So even myself, I get off the gluten for a while because eating too much of it even can be a problem, especially those of us who have destroyed our gut health. And so you might want to take a break sometime and do some of these gluten-free items because they're tasty too. Now we're going to cook them on a cast iron pan, and so we'll be back and I'm going to show you that. Okay, we're back. Now we are going to make our crepes. I have chosen to use a cast iron crepe pan. I tried it in a nonstick pan, but it seems as I'm trying to twirl it, it tends to slide all to one side or the other. But the cast is it gets hot too, so make sure you take care and protect yourself from that. All right? So that the batter is 1/3 cup per wrap. Now, if you can get it, you want less tortilla. Okay. Our pan is, put it up a little bit higher with a little bit of coconut oil, and then wipe it with a paper towel to keep it from sticking. Start it now. Remember, 1/3 cup. Now, most of you are used to making crepes, and when you make crepes, you kind of twirl it around in a circle to try to spread the batter thin. And so that's what we're going to do here, because we don't want a thick crepe. We want a thinner one. It comes to about 10 inches. All right, so we are going to wait for this to start browning. And as it browns on one side, it's going to start drying from the edges in. And as that happens, you are going to be able to turn it without it sticking. So we're going to, hopefully you'll see all of that as we go forth here. Okay? Watch and see. Starting to come up level. So gluten is something, it's a protein of the wheat. And because they have changed in our wheat today, they've hybridized it. And they have made it to a point where it's so high in protein that many people cannot tolerate it. Even if you're not gluten intolerant, you are gluten sensitive. And so it's good every now and then to make a change up, get off for a while, especially if you had to be on any antibiotics, which is very detrimental to the gut. And now you want to heal the gut, so you want to take in more probiotics and eliminate some of the things that cause some of the problems. And so today, this here particular recipe is very good, especially if you're a bread lover like I am. So even now, I have eliminated it for a while in order to get my gut health back. So as you can see, it's starting to dry, still moist in the center. And so we're going to wait. And you want to test your edges to make sure they don't stick. And so as it dries, I test before I flip so I don't leave any behind on the other side. Okay, so it needs a little bit more drying time. And after this, we're going to show you how we take a simple wrap like this and make it into a nice sandwich for you. And we're going to be using tofu, but if you want to know how to make the tofu, I have another. If you go to share, and it'll show you how I make. In the video, it shows it in cubes. You don't have to do it in cubes. You can do it in pieces, so it's easier to put into a sandwich, as you'll see when I start making it. And so, or you don't have to have tofu at all. You can use veggies like avocado and tomatoes and sprouts and whatever else, even some beans if you like. And so there's a lot of things you can put into these crepes, and you will be satisfied when you eat them. And I usually only have one as a serving. So, okay, let's test it again. As you can see, it's let loose more on the edges here. And I'm going to take a peek. It's still a little light in color. Usually it takes about 2 minutes on one side and maybe 1 minute on the other side. I have my flame up a little bit lower, so it's going to take a little bit longer. So, like I said, you can use cast iron is the better material that I find so far to doing these crepes. Okay, let's check it now. It's going to be a little light. And we're going to flip. This one's going to be a little bit lighter in color because my flame was a little bit low. But it can get a little darker, but it's done. And we'll leave it on the other side a little bit longer so that it can be some browning happening here. Okay? So, again, like I said, this batter makes about 6 crepes. And usually I'm going to show you how I store them. If you have a tortilla keeper where you can put these round wraps in, that's good. But if you don't, you can take and put them into on a plate. And I'll show you how I store them. Okay? So we're going to keep going here. I'm going to make up the rest of these. We should get about 6 of them. And then I'm going to show you how to make that delicious sandwich. Be back. Welcome back. We have completed all of our wraps. As you can see, we have 6. Isn't they wonderful? They're beautiful. Now, when you store them, I store them with parchment paper in between each layer because they can stick together. So I'm going to show you how I do that. And I want you to see as I take a wrap, and they're very, very flexible, as you can see. All right? And so we're going to put a round. Now you can purchase these or you can cut them out from larger parchment pieces. So I'm going to put the first layer of parchment piece there, put there, one on top, and just in between each one, I am going to put a parchment paper. Now when you refrigerate these, they will get firm. So what you want to do is take and warm them up on your crepe pan, and they will soften up again. Because of the coconut oil, when it gets cold, it gets a little firmer. All right? So now if you have a tortilla keeper, you can put these in there or you can let them cool and put them into a plastic bag and store them in the refrigerator. I'm going to take this now. I'm using today cucumber dressing, homemade cucumber dressing. And here is what I want to share with you. My daughter, who has 2 cookbooks, and it's called Real Food Recipes. This is the first one she created, and on page 43 is the recipe for the cucumber dressing. And then she also has this one too, and the name is Jeria Dawson. So if you go on Amazon, you can find those cookbooks and order them if you like. A lot of good, healthy recipes in there. So I'm going to take the cucumber dressing and I'm going to use that like mayonnaise. And there's also a mayonnaise recipe in the book if you prefer. So we're going to put this on. I'm just going to squirt it on our bread. And you can put anything in there. Today I have chosen to do a little bit of tofu, and the recipe is also in the cookbook. You can put in some pimento cheese, which is also another recipe in the cookbook. You can put in some of that soy cheese if you like, whatever your choosing is. So I'm going to put this on the bottom here. You don't have to even use tofu all the time. You can use just all veggies if you like. So then we're going to put a little bit of tomato slices on top of that. And if you have avocado, you can use avocados. And then we're going to top that off with some alfalfa sprouts. Just like that. Doesn't that look wonderful? Now I'm going to take and I'm going to roll it like a tortilla. And I'm going to wrap that here slowly, not too tight. You may rip the bread. And there you have a tortilla wrap. Just so you can see the wonderful goodies inside, I'm going to slice it here for you. Isn't that wonderful? And it is delicious. And you and your family will enjoy it. And we also pack these in lunches. You can do that too for your children, and they will hold. And so I want you to give this a try because especially if you are gluten-free or gluten intolerant or gluten sensitive, you will enjoy something different that you can make yourself, and you know the ingredients that you put in there all by yourself. And so thank you, and I appreciate you tuning in. And we have other videos. You can subscribe and give us a thumbs up. Or if you have questions or comments, just let us know, and I will get back to you. Thank you.
Loma Linda literally means beautiful hill, and the name of the area predates its use as a sanitarium or hospital by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Purchased in 1905 as one of 3 medical institutions, along with Paradise Valley and Glendale Sanitarium, they added to the 26 sanitariums that the church already had at the time. Medical work was key in the early days of our church and was something that people sacrificed greatly for. In 1902, Ellen White predicted that properties would come on the market in Southern California far below their original cost. Paradise Valley was originally priced at $25,000, then reduced to $12,000, and finally purchased for just $4,000. Glendale Hospital was priced at $50,000, then it was reduced to $26,000, and then it came down to $12,000. Ellen White had said there would be 3 though, and so she instructed John Burden to look for another property between Riverside, San Bernardino, and Redlands. He found a 67-acre property that was on the market for $155,000. This was far too high. Later on, it was reduced to $110,000 and then $85,000, but this was still far too high. The General Conference had just put in place a no-debt policy, and they could not help out. Eventually, the price came down to $40,000, a very good price as it included 31 acres of grain land, 22 of alfalfa, a vegetable garden, an apricot orchard, a barn, several cottages on the hill, 3 of which are still standing today, and $15,000 worth of equipment and supplies. They had to make an initial payment of $5,000, and then 3 monthly payments of $5,000, and then the remaining $20,000 at the end of 3 years. This wasn't going to be easy, but they were encouraged by the urging of Ellen White that this would also be an educational center in the future. On the 12th of June, 1905, Ellen White visited, and as she came to the property, she said several times that she had been here before. While she had not visited in person, she was referring to seeing the place in vision 2 years earlier in the autumn of 1903 and also in October of 1901. At a meeting of church members soon after, the conference president stood up and spoke and mentioned how Ellen White had said that this sanitarium should be the principal training center on the West Coast. Ellen White interrupted him and said this will be the principal training center on the West Coast. Each month, when the $5,000 needed to be paid, it was a struggle, with church members across California making huge sacrificial offerings. One month they had no money until several hours before the deadline when a check arrived in the post. God had his hand in the process, and instead of taking 3 years to clear the outstanding amount, it was paid off in 6 months, meaning they got an additional deduction of $1,000. Over time, the institution would grow to include a hospital and a training school, which would later become a university, and in recent years, a children's hospital has also been added. One of the early names of the institution was the Loma Linda College of Medical Evangelists, showing the link between evangelism and medicine. Many missionaries have gone out from this institution over the last 100 years to mission fields both here at home, but also many to abroad. The medical work is to act as the right, supporting the gospel work of the church. God needs medical evangelists today who will use their medical skills to further the message and reach people in their time of need. Today there is a need for people like this to go all over the world, to places that might seem risky, to war-torn countries, to minister to those stricken by poverty, to the young and the old, as well as the wealthy and those who see no apparent need of God in their lives. The medical work breaks down barriers in ways that nothing else can. If you are in this profession or God is calling you to this work, then may you use your talents for Him in this way.
Okay, ça va, c'est bien. Je regarde.
In this place where Ellen White spent the last 15 years of her life, she found a home that suited her perfectly. Here in this house, she had a place where she could read, write, pursue her hobbies, and spend time with her family who lived nearby. We see the contrasting sides of Ellen White during her time in this house. We see her as a grandmother, taking time to spend with her grandchildren and be involved in their lives. We also know that in this house, the angels of God came to minister to her, and she heard the voice of God speaking. On the 2nd of March, 1907, here in this very room, the room was full of light. She awoke to see a bright cloud, white as snow, with the edges tinged in deep pink. Angels sang for her, and she heard a voice that said, Fear not, I am your Savior. Holy angels are all about you. She wondered if she was in heaven and if her work on earth was done. She inquired, is this indeed heaven? Am I one of God's little children? And shall I always have this peace? The voice replied, your work is not yet done. According to Ellen White, her sleep here was often broken a little after midnight and sometimes before, as the Lord spoke to her in visions while her mind was free from cares and surrounding influences. Seldom did she stay in bed after a vision. She usually dressed and with kerosene lamp in hand walked down this hallway to her writing room to record what the Lord had shown her. Here in this spot, Ellen White would write her letters and books, a work that would have worldwide influence. Under the impression of the Holy Spirit, she would convey the messages that had been revealed to her. However, Ellen White never forgot her human side and was ever mindful that she had grandchildren who lived nearby, who liked nothing more than to see their grandmother. Ellen White had an assistant named Sarah McIntyre, who was particularly vigilant in ensuring that she wasn't disturbed when she was writing. If you didn't have an appointment, then you couldn't see her, even if you were a grandchild. She would often tell the grandkids, run along, run along. The grandkids, however, soon worked out that there was a back door that they could sneak in, and they could come up this back staircase right here. They knew that their grandmother's work was important, but they wanted to see her, and so she worked out a sign for them. If she was holding her pen in her hand and writing, then they had to wait at the door. But once she laid her pen down, then they could run across and see her. She would often tell them in these short but precious moments, remember that your name is White. You must always keep it that way. And there is a heaven to win and a hell to shun. These visits would only last maybe 2 to 3 minutes, and then they would quietly sneak back. And Sarah was happy because she didn't know what had happened. While she was the messenger of God and took this role very seriously from the age of 17 until her death, she was also an attentive, loving, and caring grandmother, able to blend family life and ministry together. It's not always an easy balance to achieve, and something that many of us struggle with. May we not excel in one to the detriment of the other, but may we be able to find harmony between these two areas in our lives. Ellen White didn't just provide instruction to the church and individuals in it, but she also received visions that dealt with real life issues and events in contemporary society in her day. She lived during the Civil War and received visions on this before and during the war. If we rewind a few years, we see that the Great Awakening was linked with the abolition movement. And in fact, all the early Adventist pioneers were abolitionists. The issue of slavery would come to a head in the Civil War, and God would have his say on this terrible institution. South Carolina would be the first state to secede on the 20th of December, 1860. And 23 days later, Ellen White would have her first Civil War vision in Parkville, Michigan, here in this church. It's unlikely that she knew that in the 3 days before her vision, 3 more states would secede. But either way, it would be 3 months before the Civil War started when the Confederate forces fired on Fort Sumter in South Carolina after the Union forces had previously taken it over. The conventional wisdom in the North was that there would be no civil war, or if that there was, it would be extremely short with a quick victory for the Union. Ellen White correctly predicted that there would be war, that there would be a long war, and that people in her audience that day would lose sons in the war. Her second Civil War vision happened here in the Roosevelt Seventh-day Adventist Church in New York State on August 3rd, 1861. She was standing behind this very pulpit, though it would have been located on the other side of the church. She saw that slavery was a sin and that upholding it was in direct contrast to the teachings of Christ. She also saw that God was using the Civil War to punish both sides, the South for practicing slavery and the North for so long suffering its overreaching and overbearing influence. Perhaps most fascinating of all was her insight into the Battle of Manassas, sometimes called the Battle of Bull Run. On July the 21st, 1861, the Northern troops approached Manassas for the first time, expecting a swift victory as they were in the ascendancy. At one point in the battle, they were pushing ahead, when, as Ellen White describes, an angel descended from heaven to the battlefield and waved his hand backwards. Instantly, there was confusion in the ranks. The Northern forces thought they were in retreat when it was not so in reality, but a retreat commenced. Lieutenant Colonel W.W. Blackford, writing later, says that the lines of blue that had been so well defined and unbroken suddenly became like a swarm of bees running away as fast as they could. Many American Civil War historians recognize a mysterious element in this battle, though virtually all, understandably, fail to see a supernatural element in its genesis. Today at the battlefield of Manassas, you can see the various plaques that dot the field that recount the sudden retreat of the Northern troops and an unlikely victory that was won that day for the South. Then her angel explained that God had this nation in his own hand and would not allow victories to be gained faster than he ordained. The North was not to be allowed to win a quick, decisive battle, thus bringing an abrupt end to the war, because it would be punished for condoning slavery before the war and also for not making abolition the principal ethical issue in the war. This vision shows how God involves himself in the affairs of men and does not stand idly by as we sometimes feel. The prophetic gift was given to address a major social and political issue of the day, showing the relevancy and practical side of it. Today, there are some that say as Christians, we shouldn't get involved in social issues, but should just preach the gospel. But whilst preaching the gospel, we should seek to do justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. Some of the issues that have been around for centuries are still around in our day. And as Christians, we should seek to fight injustice and seek mercy for others. May our religion be practical and meet the needs of society, demonstrating the love of God wherever we are. There is something about your Adventist fires, local fire chief Weeks remarked. He had fought 2 Adventist fires with his success score being 0. He also said that the water poured on acted more like gasoline. Ellen White had warned the review that they were on dangerous ground and was not surprised when she heard of the fire on December the 30th, 1902. In 1901, she had written to the managers of the review and said, "I have been almost afraid to open the review, fearing that God has cleansed the publishing house by fire." The review had gotten itself into a situation where it's publishing more commercial work than what its original intention was. It had come a long way since the early days in Paris Hill, Maine, and the times of extreme sacrifice in Rochester, New York. It was now a huge institution, the largest printing press in the state of Michigan. On that day, though, nothing could stop the fire, destroying the 40,000 square foot building, with only the West Building that housed the General Conference offices and book and bank depositories left standing. The review had on press at the time a book by Dr. John Harvey Kellogg entitled The Living Temple. This book had pantheistic strains throughout and would have caused much harm to the review if published. The book marked a significant shift in the philosophy of Dr. Kellogg, who had started out with such great promise and was one of the leading doctors in America. Dr. Kellogg had become controlling and dictatorial and was increasingly difficult for the church leadership to work with. Earlier that year, on February the 18th, the sanitarium suffered a fire. Was it an accident or something bigger than that? A warning track. The review had decided to relocate completely to Washington, D.C., in line with the new council that so many institutions should not operate in one area. In 1939, Ripley's Believe It or Not wrote about the school in Madison, Tennessee, and included its amazing story in their long list of unbelievable things. They reported that it was the only college in America that was self-supporting, meaning it operated without external funds, income, or endowments. The remarkable story goes back to 1904, when Percy T. McGann and E.A. Sutherland started a school that was originally called the Nashville Agricultural and Normal Institute. One of America's most remarkable and innovative schools started. E.A. Sutherland and Percy McGann resigned their jobs from Emmanuel Missionary College and moved down to work in the South. In 1904, they were here on the Cumberland River with Ellen White on the Morning Star boat when it suddenly broke down. Ellen White and Mr. Palmer went ashore and saw a 412-acre farm that was for sale. It was overgrown, full of stones, and run down. But Ellen White commented that she had seen the place in a vision and thought they should purchase it. The two teachers, E.A. Sutherland and Percy McGann, were dismayed, for they did not think the place looked promising at all, but they decided to trust the wisdom of Ellen White and moved ahead and purchased the property. It began its first term with 11 students, but quickly grew, and under Ellen White's guidance, the educational philosophy of this school was established. Madison sought to educate the whole person, body, mind, and soul, instilling in students a spirit of self-sacrifice, service, and a love of the simple, frugal life. Using the large property that it had, students worked on the land, ensuring that they could pay their way through, making it a self-supporting institution. If students did not have enough money, they were not turned away, but encouraged to work their way through school. The teachers did not have high-paying salaries, and staff and students would work together every day for 5 hours. The focus of Madison was to be different. Athletics and sports programs were not included, but instead there was a strong emphasis on mission work. The purpose was to train self-supporting, domestic and foreign missionary workers and teachers. The education given at the Madison School is such as will be accounted a treasure of great value by those who take up missionary work in foreign fields. If many more in other schools were receiving a similar training, we as a people would be a spectacle to the world, to angels, and to men. As Madison expanded, it began to plant satellite schools and institutions all across the country. By 1914, there were 40 schools with 1,000 students. In 1947, these self-supporting entities formed the Association of Seventh-day Adventist Self-Supporting Institutions, or ASI. Once a year, they would meet here at Madison for a self-supporting workers' convention, laying the foundation for the annual ASI convention that continues to this day. In 1979, the name was changed to reflect a more diverse membership to Adventist Laymen's Services and Industries, and it is a powerful, mission-driven organization that has been responsible for some great projects over the years. Unfortunately, the school would sadly close in 1964, and the reasons are complex and many. Madison pioneered the self-supporting work, not to be confused with independent ministries. Ellen White spoke strongly in favor of the self-supporting work, saying in the book Welfare Ministry, page 64, there is a large field open before the self-supporting gospel worker. Self-supporting work was and is to work harmoniously with the organized work, and the collaboration between these two entities will make the gospel work doubly effective.